Well, hello everybody and welcome to a sunny Snetterton. Yes, it is absolutely delightful here. We are here at the assembly area, the racing action about to get underway. I'm the Thorn. I'm delighted to be joined by the Rose. That is, of course, Sam for the Caterhams. Now, I'm going to be bringing you the British Endurance Championship and the Mini Challenge today. Sam, you're all about Caterhams, aren't you?
We are. We've got the Road Sports with this weekend. We've got, which is a massive grid. We've got the 270R Championship, 43 cars in that grid, 3 10R, and of course our 7 Championship UK cars. So a full-on action-packed day for Caterhams as well. Just
look at this assembly area. It is absolutely packed in itself. I've never seen anything like it.
Honestly, this has got to be the maximum for one grid, because obviously not every circuit can hold this many cars on one grid. So this is 43 cars. We've got 42 in Road Sport.
Yeah.
So it's fantastic to see this many cars in one place.
Well, when we started to film this opening, we started up there, then we got told to move there, then we got told to move over there. We've had to come down. It's the only place we're not going to get run over. Right, so I'm going to let you go talk to some of the drivers, and you're going to have a little chat with them before they go out. We're actually running ahead of the timetable, so if you are checking the timetable out online, we're running ahead of that. If you're watching on Bark TV at the YouTube channel as well, the live chat is open. Get in contact with us as well. We want to hear from you. I really want to know where everybody's watching from. If you're in the UK, whereabouts? If you're overseas, how many countries do you think people are watching? How many countries do you think people are watching from around the world?
I reckon 5.
No, I'm going to say 15. I'm going to 15. Yeah, 15. So if you're not in the UK, let us know. If you are in the UK, tell us where in the UK you are. Right, Sam, Enough from me. Over to you. Enjoy. Have a great day. And I might catch up with you later for some cherry bakewells and some flapjacks.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Thank you, Ian. We'll see you later. Right, let's get on with these interviews. I'm going to head straight over here quickly to our guys who qualified at the top, because they... well, we've got Ben Timmons on pole position. Now, he is getting ready. He has got his... Oh, he's taking his headphones off for us. Might just grab a quick word while you're getting ready. Don't want to distract you, Ben, but what an amazing qualifying session for you. On pole position for this race.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it was a very hard qualifying. The grid's so busy. And lots of very, very fast drivers out there. The margin's obviously so tight for the front 2 rows. So hopefully we can convert into a win, or at least a good result today and get some points. But 21 races this season, so just got to focus on staying out of trouble and pulling some points together. So that's the focus.
Excellent. Well, I wish you all the best. I'll let you get ready. Thank you, Ben. And James Empson in second place. James, great qualifying for you today.
Thank you very much. Yeah, no, it's really good. Just got perfect toe and been putting in some seat time, so no, really pleased with it.
It's paid off then, the seat time. And how are you finding 270 compared to Road Sports?
Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. I did the grads race a couple of weeks ago, and that went really well. Just a bit of pre-season testing, so no, really good.
Excellent. Super. Well, enjoy this race. Wish you all the best. And then let's go around and look at Rog Patke's car. Now, let's just take in this car. This looks spectacular. Slightly different from last year. It was a pink car last year, but this livery is fantastic. I've got to say, it's probably one of my favourites. Not just because it's pink, but I love the glitter and the sort of the effect on the front. Absolutely fantastic. And you've gone well today as well. 3rd on the grid. You must be happy with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a good pace in the car. I've really managed to gel with the track as well. Yeah, it's been a fantastic day today. So looking forward to the race.
Excellent. It's been a long wait, hasn't it, this winter?
It has. We had a bit of racing, obviously, in Barbados. But yeah, the beginning of the year is obviously you're waiting in anticipation to get back on circuit, and here we are.
Excellent. Well, wish you all the best. I'll let you get in the zone.
Thanks, Sam.
Thanks, Rog. And move on quickly to Dan Neal, who has come straight from the Academy Championship, skipped the Road Sports into 270s. Dan, quite a step up. How have you? You've obviously taken to that quite well. Great qualifying.
Yeah, it was good qualifying, quite eventful, obviously on my part near the end there, but it was a good session. I think it was a bit more. But we'll see how the race goes today.
Excellent. How are you finding the 270?
I mean, yeah, it's just amazing. I mean, I kind of love it being slightly more open without the windshield. It's got, like a bit more revs, and it just, it feels like a proper race car.
Yeah, excellent. Well, I wish you all the best. Enjoy this. Thank you. So some people like to skip Road Sport purely because it can be a time element. They can have a team look after their car when you get to this category. So for some people that works quite well if they've got a busy schedule at home. And obviously some people just want to want to try out a bit further up. I'm going to come around to Megan now. Megan, fantastic qualifying for you. Obviously, you did Academy last year and jumped straight from Academy to 270. And you're also racing as well in a different series this year, aren't you? Tell us what you're doing.
I'm doing GB4, so it's a bit more intense than this, but it's really fun, yeah.
Have you had your first round in that one yet?
Yeah, I was at Alton 3 weeks ago now, so yeah, it was intense, but had a very wet race and then 2 dry races.
Fantastic. So how are you finding the 270 compared to Academy?
To be honest, after doing not Caterham GB4, this just feels really like relaxed. So it doesn't really seem a big jump compared to what it would have been last year. So, but it's really good fun. Yeah.
Well, I wish you all the best. Enjoy. Thanks, Megan. Right, I think now we're going to have a quick walk over this side because there's a few people that have come back into the championship that have been away from it for a year or two. So let's come down over here. We've got Louise Deason's car here. She's gone for a black car this year with her pink roll cage, looking very good. And I'm going to come and speak to Benja Headley. Good morning, Benja. Oh, good afternoon, actually, Benja. How are you? We haven't seen you for a while. Obviously, you're back in the championship this year. Are you doing every round?
No, just a few. I had a year off for bad behaviour, and coming back. I hear you're racing this year.
Yes, I am. I'm in the Caterham Academy this year.
Oh, that's really fun. You'll get to see what it's like from the other side, and the horror when someone puts a microphone in your face.
I know. I am quite conscious of that now, and think I'm going to leave you to it because I don't want to get distracted you or anything. But no,
it's really nice to be back and see everyone again and give it a try. But it's sort of nice as well because I'm rubbish, so I'm starting at the back of the grid.
Well, enjoy the race. Good to see you, Benja. Let's have a quick word with Louise as well while we're over here. Louise, the grid's rather big compared to last year, isn't it? How are you finding it?
It's almost doubled in size, I think. It's good. I think it's the nice thing about Caterham racing is that there's always someone to race, and I think the grid is quite spread out for that. So I'm really looking forward to that. Actually, I think the first couple of corners are going to be a little bit wild, but I think once we settle down, I think it's going to be some really good racing. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Well, great car livery. I like the black and the magenta. It looks very good.
Thank you. Yeah, we've gone a little bit menacing this year. I think I'm not quite sure why, but yeah, I'm happy with it. It's good. So yeah.
I wish you all the best. Thanks, Louise. Right, I think they will be going out in a few minutes, but we'll see if we've got time for another few interviews. Let's move down. Let's go and speak to Darren Butler. Hello, Darren. How are you?
You're not driving.
Our Academy are not out this weekend.
True, no. It's going good. I'm a little bit further down than I was sort of kind of hoping. But, with this number of cars, you really just don't know. Qualifying was always going to be a tricky one, first time out with so many cars. So hopefully everyone will get through the first corner, then we'll race. Let's just get through the first corner.
That's it. First lap, really. I think spread yourself out a little bit.
Find ourselves, get into a groove, but I think everyone's had the right act read to them. So, and we've done this long enough now. So genuine mistake, fair enough. I think actually everyone's going to be quite respectful. Yeah, everyone's interest.
Exactly, that's right. It's first week, first race weekend, so you don't want to be doing anything silly.
You don't want to ruin your season for just something like, the first corner, the first thing. You've got nothing to gain whatsoever. It's a long sort of season, so who knows?
And how are you finding the tyres compared to last year?
The car's great. Obviously the tyre's different, but the car is, it's good. Nice 270 upgrade.
Excellent. Well, wish you all the best. Enjoy the race.
Yeah, great, thank you.
They are going out on track now, so we'll spin you around to watch all these guys go out because they're looking. That's what I love about this start of the new season. People's new car liveries looking absolutely fantastic. Some wonderful designs here. So we will now hand back to the guys in the comms box to run through the order. See you guys in a bit.
Thanks very much, Sam. Yep, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this BARC live stream from, as Ian said, a very sunny Snetterton this afternoon. A little bit windy out there, but we're looking forward to some really good racing across the course of this afternoon. We've got lots to look forward to in terms of Caterhams. We have the second round of the British Endurance Championship as well, and also we'll look forward to some minis who join us here at Snetterton on this day one. So here's the timetable. We're going to kick off in just a few minutes' time with the first of our Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship races before we have a slight break, but don't go anywhere because we're going to have lots of reaction from down there in the paddock throughout the course of the lunch break. We then look forward to the British Endurance Championship, the second event of the season. That kicks off at 1:50. And that'll be a 2-hour endurance race to look forward to. Then we have the first race of the weekend for the Vertex Caterham 7 Championship UK. Had qualifying and Super Bowl this morning. They'll go racing at 4:05. Then we have the first race of 3 this weekend for the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy. That'll be around about 4:40. And then we have 2 Caterham races to end the day with the Motel Caterham 7.310R Championship and the Bilstein Caterham Road Sport Championship as well. So lots to look forward to, as we said, and it's going to be racing all the way through until around about 6 o'clock this evening. So as I said, lots to look forward to here on day one of this BARC meeting from Snetterton. You can see the cars now starting to line up in the background, ready to get what's going to be the first round of the season underway for the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship. And I'm delighted to welcome alongside myself, Matt Suckling, Chris Hutchinson, who will speak to in just a few minutes. But first, let's run through the grid, how they line up for this first race of the weekend. It's going to be Ben Timmons on pole position. He did a 2:11.03 this morning in qualifying. James Empson almost on par with just 0.004 of a second separating the top 2. The second row of the grid is going to be Ratuj Patki with Daniel Neal alongside, the man who steps from Academy to 270R for this year. Nick Bryant then on row number 3 with Megan Bruce, who we heard from down in the assembly area. She'll be there on the outside of row 3. David Rook and Daniel Hope then line up on row number 4, and Ryan Wilby with Lionel Tolomarsh round out the top 10 on row number 5. Further back onto row number 6, we'll then find the likes of Gareth Lucas. He'll be there in car number 10, alongside him number 11, which is Stephen Merritt. Then to row number 7, where you'll find Toby Ballard. He'll be joined by Rob Kennelly in the number 14 machine. Row 8 then sees Alistair Davidson with Rob Lowe on the outside. Toby Boys is next up on row number 9 with Zach Lower on the outside. Row number 10 sees the first of the Waitmans. We've got 3 Waitmans in the field this year, so welcome to Adam, who'll start alongside Oliver Kibblewhite. Further back on row number 11, we'll then see the likes of Scott Graham in car number 86. He'll be joined by number 77, which is that of Harvey Lawrence. Then to row number 12, you see the number 93 machine. That's going to be Craig Boyle. He'll be joined by number 70, which is Simon Sabin. Then further back, we have Craig Story on row number 13, joined by Gary Cross in the number 23 machine. Giles Perry next up on row number 14 with Darren Butler in the number 68 machine alongside. The 15th row of the grid, number 21 is Mike Whiteman, so the second of our Whitemans in the field. Not too bad, qualified 29th with Solomon Rogers alongside. Then back to row number 16, where you'll find number 31, which is Andrew Bailey. He'll be joined by Louise Deason, another one who we heard from down in assembly area with Sam a little bit earlier on. Then row number 17 is going to be number 42, which is Neil Warnock. Not that Neil Warnock, I don't think, from Football Manager history. Ian Summers alongside on row 17. Row 18 then sees Benja Headley with Oliver Knight on the outside. Tony Jenner next up on row 19 with Graham Finlayson. Mikey Clark on row 20 with James McCulloch. And right towards the back, the final car on the grid for this first race of the season is going to be number 63, which is Andy Palmer. So there we go, that is the grid for this first race for the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship. And just before we got into that grid a couple of minutes ago, I was about to introduce a co-commentator for the Caterhams here this weekend. It's great to have back for another season. A very good afternoon, Chris Hutchinson.
A good afternoon to yourself and to everybody out there watching on the live streams. It's great to be back for a brand new season of motorsport, and here we go with 14 odd races for the Caterhams over the course of this weekend. Plenty of action today with the pause in the between for the Endurance Championship, but we have got this bumper grid, as we keep saying, 43 cars here on this Caterham 270R class of grid. This is last year's Road Sport winners graduating from that Road Sport Championship, but we've also got returning drivers, and they're going to mix it all together and see who comes out on top. And what a view this is as the colourful grid of cars. It's going to take a little bit of a time and adjustment to get used to all these new cars racing together, but this is the third step of the Caterham Motorsport lap ladder. So plenty of experience, and like I say, some coming from that road sport, but you can stay in this 270R championship, and some drivers choosing to do so. Out here in a sunny Snetterton, we have got a bit of a headwind. In fact, it's a tailwind into the Agostini corner we're looking at now, but up the start-finish straight headwind, so watch for that toe, and certainly we're going to see some swaps for position out of the last corner on that last lap. It's going to be a typical racing affair for these Caterhams.
Certainly is, yep. And as always, Chris, it's a circuit which lends itself to great Caterham racing because there's two long straights here at Snetterton. We've got the centre straight, which leads us up to the first corner, and of course the Bentley straight as well. So we're probably going to talk a lot about overtaking today, but it's going to keep us on our toes.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to keep up, and it's up for us to keep it all in alignment. Just don't get too excited too soon. We've got 20-minute race, and while that doesn't sound a lot, you can pack a lot of action into that as you see them coming through this Brundle-Nelson complex at the end of that Bentley straight. And like I say, we'll be seeing lots of action. So just for anyone new to Caterham action today, the toe is so important, and it's they'll have all managed that throughout their qualifying. Ben Timmons making the best of that, coming up from Road Sport, having won the championship, placing it on pole. But they could be up to sort of 7 miles an hour difference at the end of the straight by following someone else. So you will see lots of tactical action out there as well as we go through the course of this day.
And as we said, as we ran you through the grid there, the top two in qualifying separated by 4 thousandths of a second, so very close to start the season. They're going to be hopefully as close as that by the time they get to the checker flag after 20 minutes of racing. But again, Chris, it just kind of shows testament to Caterham's and how close they were after qualifying.
Yeah, absolutely, and you'll see that all throughout the course of today. The times will be absolutely together, but to be honest, you won't be looking at the timing screen. You'll be looking at the action as they all tumble over each other left, right and centre. Every place you can possibly put a car, these Caterham drivers will do so. But it is great to see Ben Timmons continuing his success from last year. Rog Patke coming back and putting himself on 3rd place, so he's a returning driver. Emson also returning, and I think he finished 20th last year, so what an improvement up to that 2nd place. He said he's got some seat time in there. Then we've got Dan Neal as well, of the Academy fame, so really important drives for all these drivers. But the qualifying's one thing, racing is quite another.
Certainly is, yep. So lots of new names, lots of new faces, lots of new colour schemes to get used to for this year as well. A packed grid of Caterhams to look forward to. And whilst the front row was forming up in front of us outside the commentary box, the last few cars were still working their way through Coram and in towards Murray. So just shows the extent of the field we have this year for Caterham, both the 270R and the Road Sport, almost packed to capacity, which is brilliant to see. So we're looking forward to some great racing. 20 minutes to look forward to. Somewhere down towards the back of the grid, you should be able to see a green flag very shortly. As soon as that comes up in the air, we will be ready to go for the first time this weekend with some top class Caterham racing for the Caterham 270R Championship. Still waiting for it because I think the last few cars are still just about getting themselves into position. The red lights go out and away we go then for the first time this weekend and the first time this year for the 270R. Ben Timmons and James Emson pretty much make an identical start off the front row of the grid, but it's going to be James Emson who tries to squeeze himself into the lead of the race as they work their way through Ritchie's for the first time. We all breathe in. We hope they'll get through safely for the first corner at Ritchie's, and then it's a long run down towards the right-handed hairpin, which is the Wilson hairpin here at Snetterton. And by the looks of it, Chris, they're all safely through.
Yep, let's not count our chickens too much. This is the next stop, and they've got to get on the anchors for this Wilson hairpin. They are all feeding round nicely, so we had a good briefing this morning telling everyone the drivers, remember this is a long season, and everyone's taking effect of that. But it is Timmons who made the best of that start, so he does take his purple machine to the lead. So we watch love it there, I think, in the middle of the field, just going through. Had a bit of a problem at the end of qualifying, but Timmons does lead, and it's going to be Emson, and Patke is just dropped back a little bit, hasn't he? Where has Rog ended up? He looks like we're about 7th or 8th.
Yeah, certainly does. So we'll try and pick up everyone as they work their way through. Bit of a lock up further down in the field, but again, all safely through the left-hander of Agostini. But for now, it's Ben Timmons out front in the number 8 machine, the purple Caterham, which leads the way. Second for the man who started alongside, which is James Emson in the number 20 machine, and Ratuj Patke as well, who makes his way through in 3rd position. But already the top two just slightly breaking away there, not by a huge amount, but there is a slight gap just forming as they head onto the back straight for the first time.
Yeah, nothing to worry about for the other drivers just yet, but Snetterton does have a habit of splitting everyone into sort of little battle packs, so you do want to be careful and pay attention to those gaps as they develop, as we watch this 43 cars streaming by. Here we go though, Ben Timmons is still ahead of Neal, and then we've got I think that is Neal in 3rd place, Emson in that 2nd place. So we watch the number 14 through there, making good progress. That's Rob Kennelly up from deep on the field. If that was the number 14, I caught it well. He's moved himself well up. We will get a full lap chart once we get them over the line. They're coming to the end of this 3 mile mile circuit, 5 kilometres around Snetterton 300 track as they go around the endless right-hander of Caterham. And there is the number 20 of of Empson as he goes through. Up to the start-finish stripe for the first time then. Who is going to make the best of it? It's going to be Timmins over first. Where are the others?
Yep, let's have a look then as they complete lap number 1 with 17.5 minutes left on the clock. And again, the gap between the top two there, just over a quarter of a second as they work their way up towards Ritchie's corner once again. A battle for third as well here, because it looks like the highest returning driver from last year's championship, David Rook, is trying to make a move on the number 26 machine of Dan Neal. So in fact, Ratuj Patki has gone down to 6th position. So at the end of that first lap, Ratuj, who was on the second row of the grid, is now down there just on the fringes of the top 5.
Also Bryant making a great 3 spots up there. Didn't spot him, misidentification over that first lap, but he's made a great start in the number 28 there into second place, hassling the rear of Timmins as they head through Palmer's and going down towards Agostini. And then it is Neal, Rook in the red machine. Like I say, he had a great season last year in the red machine. You can see him coming towards us in a 4th place currently, looking to see whether he can do anything about that. We've got a change for the lead then. It is going to be Bryant up to the lead of this race over the top of Timmins so far. First change of many.
Certainly is, yep. So Nick Bryant makes himself out front in this race as they work their way through the left-hander of Hamilton. And now let's see what he can do to try and keep himself ahead of the man who was leading briefly in this race. So Ben Timmins pushes himself through the corner in second place. Keep an eye, as we said, on that machine of David Rook, highest returning driver from last year. He didn't get a win though, did he, last year? So he'll be looking for a maiden one here this weekend.
He did tremendously well. He actually broke his hand at Thruxton. He did very well to end the season, and certainly to get a podium out of it was fantastic. So good to see him back here with a slightly more healed hand. We change for the lead once more as Timmins sweeps around the outside. Neil Tones in the third. Rog Patki back up into about that 4th place, and then we've got Hope in just following along from them as well. So with Rook not making the progress in that late car. So number 9 is Hope, and he's changed his colour scheme, I think, since last year. It's always one of the interesting things for a commentator over the winter series, seeing all the people change their colour scheme. But as we come around then to complete this second lap.
Certainly do, yep. And again, the top two very close together. Good fight for third place at the minute, which involves 5 cars by the looks of it. The last of those being the man who started on the front row of the grid, which is Empson. So he's going to try and work his way back towards the front, but still unclear on what happened to him on that first lap. But he'll be trying to claw his way back through as quick as possible. Still sits there in 8th position in the number 20 machine, but it is going to be Ben Timmins who comes through, back in the lead of the race this time by just over a 10th of a second between himself and the number 28 machine of Nick Bryant. So on they go. Oh, and a bit of contact further back as well there. Someone just rode over the rear of a car. Oh, and a massive impact as well. The rear tyre of Ben Timmins' car comes off, but the one who made the contact has unfortunately lost his brakes by the looks of it and just careered into the side of Ben Timmins.
I don't know if that was Megan Bruce. Let's see. I wonder whether that contact earlier or whether there was some sort of brake failure there, because that car didn't look like it had brake baited any speed, did it? Bit of a smoke on Rog Patki's car there, so maybe that's where the contact happened. But yeah, that car came in at full speed, and whilst it looks like it's the end of Timmins' race, that could have ended up a whole lot worse.
Yeah, so hopefully Ben is okay, but that does mean now that out front there's a bigger lead for the number 28 machine. So Nick Bryant is the man out front. So it has just broke the pack slightly there, but if those 5 or 6 behind can start to work together, they should be able to catch back up with the leader, shouldn't they, Chris?
I couldn't see Megan Bruce in that sequence, so let's just hope that she's okay as well. That was a big impact if it was Megan. So there's Timmins dragging his car away from the edge of the track, but that will be the end of his. So Megan Bruce, we're hearing, is out of the car as well. So yeah, the gaps at the front, again, they might have to manoeuvre those cars, so let's keep an eye out for it if there's any safety car as well.
Yeah, so Megan Bruce, I think, was the one who lost the wheel, but Ben Timmins' car looks like it's got all 4 quarters still on it for the time being, but he's just trying to limp that car to a place of safety, as we said. But as of yet, no safety car, so we're going to carry on with green flag racing as we work our way down towards the right-hander of the bomb hole. Second place now for the number 26 machine, so that's going to be Daniel Neal. So what a baptism of fire this is for the Academy champion from last year, up now into second place.
Yeah, what a fantastic performance. It's not an easy thing to jump straight up into this new class. They are having to deal with new tyres this year, the Toyo A8s or AAARs, and so that's a new challenge for everybody, which might be helping him out. But yeah, what a step to make up and perform straight away.
We're going to have safety car as well. We can see out the commentary box window that the yellow flags are there. You can now have confirmation with the safety car working its way onto the circuit, so everyone will back right off as they come across the line, and with that the pace will reduce as well. So hopefully, as we said, both Megan Bruce and Ben Timmins are okay. We'll get confirmation for you on that as soon as we can, but as it stands, with just under 13 minutes to go, it's the man who crosses the line in the lead of the race. How long this will last, we're not too sure, but Nick Bryan will now just have to reduce his pace and sit behind that safety car.
Yeah, a whole new skill then, obviously, to first time we've seen the safety car at the Caterhams this year, first race. So, and yeah, he will have to back it off. He will be looking to sort of maybe staring at the safety car lights and also looking around the track to see if everyone and everything looks like it's being tidied away, which it does. See a few bits of bodywork to pick up there. But yes, it will be his job to restart this, and that's a skill that some drivers take to very well, others don't. It's all about managing the cars around you and knowing when to press that accelerator and put this race back. With 12 minutes to go, we should still get quite a few racing laps as long as they can tidy those two cars away pretty quickly.
Yeah, of course, Snetterton being just shy of 3 miles, so the lap times here are over 2 minutes, 2 minutes 11 in qualifying. Here's a replay then of what happened, and there was contact with Megan Bruce just riding over the back of possibly Paddock's car as they work their way into shot now. I think the braking zone was completely missed, unfortunately, for Megan, as she lost all traction with the road and then, as we said, just careered into the side of Ben Timmins.
Yeah, it looked like she took to the grass, didn't it, after that contact, and then there's obviously no slowing these cars down. It's very dusty and slick on the grass out there at the moment, and so yeah, that car came in at what looked like fairly full speed, didn't it? But so out the car, both drivers, I'm sure they'll both be absolutely gutted, and let's see whether they can get their cars back together for a race 2.
Indeed, yeah, and I think as well, even if you're kind of 3-4 metres past your braking point, Chris, you then carry so much speed into the next corner, and that just accelerates it so much.
These cars only weigh half a tonne, so actually the braking forces are pretty high in these things, so like you say, a couple of metres actually can mean quite a few miles an hour. One of the drivers, who's that? That's the number 6 car. Let's see who that is on my list, fairly further down. So it's McCullough pulling off the track as well, so he's going to take no part further in this race number 1, but he will be back no doubt for race number 2. They have 3 races each race weekend, so the sort of each 20 minutes long. So yeah, the finishing order of this race does mean the starting order of the next, so McCullough will be starting towards the rear of this field. But yeah, Brian, what a start for him as well, up in front of Timmins when that accident happened, and it was a bit of a lottery where the position on the tracks there is who got collected, and unfortunately Timmins was the one that got collected.
Indeed it was, yeah. So unfortunately some work to do for the team at this early stage of the weekend, and also at the early stage of the season as well. But as it stands, Nick Bryan is your leader. The man who came from 5th on the grid now leads by, well, the gap irrelevant, but it was extended to 1.2 seconds by the time we came across the line, with the safety car heading its way out onto the circuit. Second place as it stands is the number 26 machine. As we said, a Caterham Academy champion from last year, so his Miss Road Sport has come straight into 270R, and straight away he sits there in second place, so he's going to be looking good for the restarts. Further back in third place at the minute is Ratuj Patki. That's where he started on the grid, so runs where he started for the time being. Fourth place in the line is going to be number 9, which is Dan Hope, and then behind him we have the returning third place from the championship last year, which is David Rook, currently in the number 45 machine. Further back in 6th place at the minute is number 20, which is James Emson, so he's gained a couple of positions after that incident at the Wilson hairpin, so the man who was off the front row now back up to 6th place. 7th place for the number 3 machine is Toby Ballard, and then behind that in 8th place we have number 88, which is a car of Ryan Wilby. 9th place for number 2, which is going to be that of Lionel Tolomarsh, and under the safety car to round out your top 10, the number 11 machine is that of Stephen Merritt. Yeah,
several of the drivers have already gone on sort of several journeys in this. Where's Rog? He's in that 3rd place. He's been sort of all the way down to 6th, 7th, 8th even at one point, now back up into that 3rd place. So he's one of the drivers that's been up and down the order already, showing what doesn't really matter where you come over the line on any other lap. It's the final lap that counts, and he's back in that 3rd place. A podium finisher from last year as well, so he came from the academy straight into 270 last year, has chosen this year to stay in 270 and give it another go, so he finds himself in that second. And Bryant's another returner. I think he He came in here, I think he was, in fact no, he did come from Road Sports, and it was 10th place for him in Road Sports last year, so significant jump up, 10th place in Road Sports to leading this 270R class. You can see Timmins' car is still on the edge of the circuit, so they've still got to manoeuvre that to a position of safety. There's a couple of barriers they can try and move that one through to, but with 8 minutes to go, we're still looking like we will get some action, but it sort of reduces each time, especially as such a long lap with the safety car out there. It does chew up some of that race time.
Yeah, it looks like we might need the flatbed as well to get to Ben Timmins' car, because that sits there still unrecovered as of yet, but hopefully it won't take too much longer to get that one out of harm's reach. Just to say as well, we'll talk about him later on in the weekend, but last year's champion Freddie Chiddix has moved on, so he is not here in 270R this weekend. He'll be moving to 310Rs, but Freddie, one to watch later on this weekend, Chris, and after taking more than double figure wins last year, he was on a charge in 270R, wasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. It was a fantastic race between him and Charlie Lower last year. They were to and fro all the way down to the last round of the last race weekend, so it was fantastic to watch them, and Chiddix will be here fueled up and ready to see whether he can take on that 310R championship. As you say, they're up a bit later on today.
Yep, separated by just 9 points at the end of last year, so very, very close indeed was the 270R championship. And also Sam alluded to down in the assembly area before this race got underway about the number of cars we have on the grid. Well, last year across the course of the season we had just 24 cars entered for this championship. Already this weekend we have over 41 in fact took the start of this first race of the season. But that's the way it works in Caterham, because there are so many ladders you can go up as well, Chris. You start off in an academy, you work your way through Road Sport, 270, 310 and up to the top flight of the 7 UK Championship. But these cars can be adapted so well that you can use them for year on year in different championships.
That's exactly it. So most people start off in the academy and you build your academy car. You then upgrade it into the Road Sport specification, and only people from the academy and people with no race experience can enter the Road Sport Championship. And then this is what a lot of these drivers you're watching now would have been in the Road Sport Championship last year, and all they've done is taken off their windscreen and changed the suspension around the car, a little bit of a power tweak, and off they are in 270R form, exactly the same car they started with in the academy. And indeed they can then upgrade it at the end of this year to go into the 310R Championship by adding a limited slip differential and adding a little bit more power to the party as well. So yeah, you use that same car for the first 4 years at least of your racing career, and as I've already mentioned, you can stay in 270 and 310 for as long as you like. So it's a great way. You can see that there's the front left hanging off of Megan Bruce's car, and they'll get that back to the pits, and that's 2 DPR cars there making contact, so they'll have a lot of work in that DPR awning.
Certainly will. Thankfully for them, they have a little bit of a break before racing continues tomorrow for them at 10:30 in the morning. So if they can get that car repaired, it will be a long night for the DPR team. But if they're going to go to work, they're going to go to work very quickly this afternoon to try and get Megan out. If she is okay, she'll be taken to the medical centre, as always, as a precaution, just to be checked over. And Ben Timmins the same, after being ran into up there at the Wilson Hairpin, will be heading to the medical centre for a check-up as well. So 5 minutes left on the clock in this first race of the weekend here at Snetterton. We're still under safety car for the time being, but I don't think it'll be too much longer before we go back to green flag, because there's only now one car to be recovered, so it might just be a one-lap dash if we get green at the end of this lap, Chris.
Yeah, and that won't be a calm thing at all, will it? One lap to decide this grid, and yeah, I mean, it almost feels it would be unfair to limit it to that one grid, but you can see the flatbed is now alongside Ben Timmins' car, so they will have to get that off the track, but there is an escape route back into the paddock early around the Agostini hairpin, so hopefully they can get this done in the next half lap. Sometimes you'll see the safety car really slow things down to make sure they can clear it before the next time through. If they don't get it done this lap, then I think it's going to be touch and go whether we do get that other racing lap, but we'll keep in hope at the moment, and let's see what we can do. I think for Timmins, though, he was one of the favourites coming into the season, so he's going to be a bit gutted. Certainly there's not a great start to it, is it, to find yourself a DNF, and he's going to have to now start from the back of the field working his way through, but that is an exciting proposition for us tomorrow.
Certainly is, yep, some 40 cars to try and work his way through. Road Sport champion from last year is Ben. His car is there, by the way. It's just tucked underneath the flatbed. They're so low, these Caterhams, that we can just about see the top of the roll cage. But now the recovery team going to work.
Yeah, to give it some scale, you can see when you're stood next to it by those marshals, it's about up to your waist is the full height, including the roll cage. So you can sort of get an impression of how tiny these Caterhams are and why they can go so, you can go 3 or 4 wide around this Snetterton circuit. It's so wide, and there is the car just getting lifted up and put back onto that flatbed, going to be taken back to the paddock for all its fixes.
Yep, so recovery going well. Ben Timmons' car now almost onto the back of the flatbed. In terms of where the cars are, they're going to be working their way onto the Bentley Straight very shortly. In fact, halfway down the Bentley Straight, the safety car is currently going with the race leader behind. So if it's going to be a call, it's going to be a late call from race control to get the safety car in. So we'll keep an eye on that, hopefully in anticipation for a green flag. But at the minute, the lap times they're doing under safety car is just under 4 minutes, and we have now just 3 minutes left on the clock. So it might not go back to green flag racing here, but the safety car now really starting to slow down. So word has come from race control just to back it off and hope to go green at the end of this lap.
The race control will always try their best to get as much racing done as possible. It would be normally the Bentley Straight where the lights would go out on that safety car. I have seen it where they do leave it till Caterham, but it's less usual that way, and so yeah, it is a bit touch and go now with that 2.5 minutes. Do we get that one final lap in? Certainly Nick Bryant's dropped back a little bit, so thinking maybe we can get this from Nick Bryant's point of view. I don't suppose he really wants to have another lap at the moment. He's guaranteed that win, and what a win that would be for him with Neil and then Patke in that third place.
Yeah, and with Dan Neal sitting there in second place as well, he'll be eager to get this race back underway. Wouldn't that be a fantastic story to come from Academy straight into 270R and be the first winner of the new season?
Yeah, that would be great. Yes, we nearly saw it happen from Matt Larby last year. He went and just about got it done over the line, I think in second, but he might well have been gifted it, I think, because there was track limits. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see how that all goes, but it would be a great start. But even for Brian, just to say, make that step up and suddenly find yourself in the win from 5th place on the grid as well. So he's done a little bit of work to get where he is.
So just looking out the commentary box window, the green flag is not yet present, but the safety car board has been withdrawn. So we might be going back green flag racing this time. We've got 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. Ben Timmons' car is now out the way, so we are now behind the Armco barrier, and I think the lights are about to go off on top of the safety car.
The safety car is pulled into the pit lane, so I think we are ready to go racing, but that is a flat track. Yeah, there's a flat track. I hope they can get that off the track to a place pretty quickly.
Here we go then, one lap of green flag racing to look forward to in the resumption of the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship, and it's going to be Nick Bryant who leads the pack up towards Ritchie's on this restart. Dan Neal is not that close, he's about half a second adrift, but Ratush Patke there in third place is definitely on the prowl to try and make his way up higher on the podium, so watch out for that as they work their way down in towards the Wilson hairpin. It's Ratush Patke on the outside, Neal holds the inside very nicely, and keep an eye on the number 9 machine, the 4th car in line, Dan Hope looking to get himself on the podium as well.
Yeah, he's looking thirsty for those positions up. It looks like Bryant's broken a little gap over Neal, though. Neal didn't make the best of that start, did he? It was all a bit uncertain as to where they'll get going. There is no sign of that flatbed, so Rog is looking to see whether he can demote Neal into Agostini. Not going to happen this time through. He's late on the brakes. Bit of change further back, not quite making it. Rook holding on to that 5th place. But is this front 4 that are slightly broken away from Rook, and then Emson, Ballard and the rest as they flow through.
Yeah, a bit of changing further back there, just outside the top 10, but as it stands, Nick Bryant is your race leader. The gap looks to be about the same, half a second as they cross the line, but it's definitely this fighting pack for second place, which is one to watch out for. And also, don't count out the equation as well, David Rook, who might just be able to get a nice toe onto the back straight for the final time.
Yeah, they're straight. The toe down this final straight is going to be really important. They are all quite spread out though, but that does mean that by the end of this course, there's going to be quite a bit of speed difference. You can see Ryan trying to shake that toe from Neal in that second place, and it is still Roger looking like he's holding on to that third place, but it's Hope round the outside. Can he sling it round the outside through this Nelson? He's not going to manage it this time through.
Yeah, very strange position to be in, attack and defend at the same time, which is never easy to do, but at the minute the man in third place, Roger Patke, is doing a grand job in that very bright pink car just to hold on to the final step on the podium. But out front it looks like Nick Bryant has just done enough as he works his way down towards the braking zone for the final time in towards Murray's. If he gets that correct, he should be up towards the line and good to go, because I don't think, Chris, that toe back is going to be enough for the man in second place.
No, even with a headwind I think that gap is sufficient, but can third place Hope, or Patke, can he get through in front of Neal as they head to the line? It's going to be dead close.
Yep, checker flag at the ready, and it's going to be Nick Bryant who takes the first 270R win of the season. Second place is side by side, and it goes the way on the timing screen of Patke, but we'll look back to the photo finish there and where the transponder is. But as it stands, Roger Patke came through in second, just ahead of Dan Neal by 0.09 of a second, so really close indeed. And then Dan Hope and the man in 5th place, number 45, was David Rook, who rounded out the top 5 finishers.
As the rest of this 40 odd car grid flow through and over the line, We've seen this before at Snetterton. We've got a start-finish line camera just for these very instances, and I would say that's a very provisional result at the moment. But Paddock's saying over the line he was just that 9,000th of a second over quicker than Neil in third.
Yeah, you can see on the screen there that the gap between second and third is kind of irrelevant, but that only goes to hundredths of a second, whereas we get thousandths on our TSL timing screen, and it does show 9,000ths between Roger Paddock and that man in third place, Dan Neal. So Dan Neal, as it stands, has lost his second place, but he will still be on the podium in his first 270R race of the season. Further back, a couple of replays for you. There's the number 2 machine having a bit of a slide there. Lionel Tolomarsh, he was the one on the inside, and then a couple just in avoidance on the outside, tries to keep clear of Lionel Tolomarsh. And here's the change for the lead then. That was earlier in the race before the safety car, and that saw Nick Bryant go through on Ben Timmons, who was still in the race at that point. Here's a move further back as well. The number 45 machine of David Rook working his way onto the back of Daniel Hope. So that was a good charge through the field there for both of them, but they just missed out on a first podium of the season. So there we go. Hopefully you enjoyed that Caterham action. That was hot stuff, Chris.
Yeah, there's lots what happened. Here's just go watch a replay of that accident. The car, you can see Begum was completely on the grass. No way to slow that car down. Big collection there, but yeah, as we flew across the line, it looked pretty easy for that win in the end, but that second place, absolutely side by side. Let's get a camera work on that, but see all the cars starting to get back towards the Parc Fermé now. They take an abbreviated cut through the paddock to get back to Parc Fermé at Snetterton.
Yep, quite a long run round the circuit, so a cut off into the Parc Fermé area. And here's your result then of the first of our Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R races of the weekend. Nick Bryant, your winner, headed that of Roger Paddock by just under a second. Daniel Neal came home in third place. He was, as we said, just thousandths back at the line. Dan Hope was in fourth, David Rook fifth, James Empson sixth, Toby Ballard seventh, Ryan Wilby eighth, Stephen Merritt ninth, Lionel Tolomarsh in 10th, Rob Kennelly, Alistair Davidson, Zach Lower and Harvey Lawrence were the first of our 14 finishers. Quickest lap of the race went the way of Stephen Merritt on a 2:12.20, so it doesn't quite challenge that of Stephen Lyle from a couple of years ago. 2:11.5 is what we're looking for, but as it stands, a 2:12.2 is the quickest lap of the weekend so far. So there are your top 14. Lots more finishes down the order, with the likes of Lucas in 15th, Sabin in 16th, Boys in 17th, Story in 18th, 19th for Boyle, and we're now ready to hear from our top 3 after that first race of the weekend. Let's hand you down to Sam Parker.
Well, that was quite an eventful first race for the Mission Motorsport 270R Championship. Let's come through and speak to our top 3. Nick, hello. Congratulations on the win. First win of the season.
Never.
Oh, congratulations. That's amazing.
Yeah, I'll take
must
that.
feel good. I mean, I know it wasn't quite the race you probably wanted. It wasn't that many racing laps, but still,
exactly.
You were still racing and you won. Fantastic.
Yeah, I'll take that for the first win.
Yeah.
For sure. It's a shame what happened out there, but yeah, well, it made me come first. So I'm happy with that, because I can't complain about it.
Excellent. Well, well done. Congratulations. Let's have a quick word with Rog. He is behind me. Rog, let's have a quick word. Sorry.
Hello.
Fantastic. Second place on your first win, first championship weekend of the season. You've got to be happy with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was great. So first and foremost, thanks to the marshals. We love the Orange Army for all they've done, obviously, for us to come out and stay racing. Yeah, it was a really good race. Nick had a fantastic start. And obviously there was that incident. I hope everyone is okay. A safety car for a bit. So we didn't get that much racing, but what we did have was really enjoyable, so I loved it.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Another race later on. See you later. And let's have Dan. Congratulations.
Thanks.
You've got to be happy with that podium finish on your first 270 race.
Yeah, no, really happy with that. I mean, it's just a shame that I didn't quite hold Roger off over the line. We obviously got the toe down the start finish straight.
Yeah, that was very close, wasn't it?
It was really close. Did all I could, but you know, it's one of those things with the Caterhams, right? There's a massive toe, so it was pretty indefensible. But I think first 270 race, you know, coming up for Academy, I think that's a pretty good result. So
I think it's an excellent result, especially with look at the size of the grid. You've got people in there that have obviously done road sports last year. You know, they've got that extra year of racing, haven't they, under their belts? And I think it's a fantastic achievement.
No, thanks very much. Yeah, so happy with today. For good sleep and see what happens tomorrow.
Yeah, excellent.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Dan. Well done. There we go. You've heard from our top 3. We'll be back later on with some more Caterham racing.
Thanks very much, Sam. Yep, nice to hear, as always, from our top three down there in Parc Fermé. So here at Snetterton, we are now heading into lunch, but as we said, stay with us. We've got lots to keep you entertained right through the afternoon until about 6 o'clock. And now that is the rest of the schedule for this afternoon, but we have had word that the pit lane for the British Endurance Championship will open slightly earlier. So 20 minutes ahead we are, so we are expecting the race to get underway around about 1:30. So make sure you're ready for that compared to what it says on the screen for you right now. So that's going to be the 2-hour race. The second round of the British Endurance Championship kickstarts just after 1:30. Then we're back to Caterham's briefly with the Vertex Caterham 7 Championship UK. That will be kicking off around about 4:05. Then we have 3 races to end the day with the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy. They'll be joining us here for their opening rounds this weekend as well. And then the Motor Caterham 7 310R and the Bilstein Caterham Motorsport Championship will be the ones that end the day here at Snetterton. So if you like your Caterhams, there is plenty Caterham action to keep you occupied across the course of the afternoon here at Snetterton. As you can hear, a bit windy out there, but the sun is shining for pretty much the first time this year. Feels pretty warm as well in mid-April, and hopefully that will last for the rest of the weekend as well. So as we said, lots to keep you entertained here at Snetterton. We're now going to get down to the pit lane because Ian Waterhouse a little bit earlier on was out there finding some drivers to talk to, and he can now take us through what all the thoughts are before the second round of the championship here this weekend.
Right, everybody, welcome down to Parc Fermé here at Snetterton, the British Endurance Championship race. We're about to get underway. Here we are, though, of course, qualifying finish. So we're going to get some live reaction down here and find out how the drivers got on in that qualifying. So we've got Mark Werrell here as well. Just a quick reminder of what happened at Donington 2 weeks ago. Of course, Peter Ursig and Hugo Cook taking the overall win there in Class A in this Audi GT3. Can they do it again? Well, they're going to start the race on pole position. I did find Peter Ursig. We'll have a chat with him very, very shortly. There was a short shower at the start of the race. It didn't actually have too much of an impact. The car didn't have to come in, change tyres or anything like that. Did add an element of spice to it though. But of course we had Bale Sidhu and Josh Steed coming home in first in Class D, third overall in the Zentek Motorsport Porsche GT4. Chris Murphy winning Class F. The Mac G, Johnny McGregor and Arthur Simondet in Class G. And Paul Curran, Jamie Canada in the Mercedes BTCC in Class E. What are we going to see today? Different challenge, of course, around Snetterton in the 300 circuit as well. Let's just move along, shall we? Have a look at some of the cars, grab some of the drivers for a quick chat. I can see right, let's just jump over here very quickly, shall we, for the number 5 car, the Harrison Luckily car. Oh, he's running away. Don't run away from us. Don't run away. You must be quite pleased with qualifying.
Yes. I don't know where we finished up.
Well, according to this, you're second. So
oh, well, that's good.
Overall,
I'm happy with that.
First in Class C.
Super. Yeah, perfect.
Tell us about the challenges around Snetterton 300, because you got the wiggly bit in the middle.
Yeah, the hardest thing with this car, and particularly running these tyres, because they're built to run on Michelin's, not Goodyear's, is just working out how they changed in terms of the high speed and the slower speed stuff. So it is just trying to time it right so you get the best out of them on the 3rd or 4th lap. But hopefully it was there was clear traffic, so happy days.
And of course, qualifying's only short, it's 10 minutes, because you have just had a 30-minute practice session before that, but a 2-hour race coming up. Is this a case of management in the early stages?
Yeah, it is a case of we'll run 2 sets of tyres, we'll just manage between the two, and then hopefully they last. Yeah.
Top man, thanks for talking to us. Best of luck. Really appreciate it. Best of luck out there. This is the car here, by the way, the number 5, the Porsche, as you can see. Thing of absolute beauty. Let's go get Peter Ursig, because I did just have a quick chat with him. I wonder if he's doing media duties, bits and bobs. I wonder if we can just jump in. Are we doing official? Is Peter doing official media bits and bobs, or are we all right to just grab him? So Peter, we just had a little chat off camera that we're on pole position, of course. But you're delighted, aren't you? You're aiming for a high 148, but you did a high 147.
Yeah, it was really good. Yesterday we were doing a low 50 on really old tyres. So we thought we'd throw some new tyres on, 2 seconds, it'd be great. But I think I finally clicked on the circuit, and last year we had a bit of a rough practice session building up to the race, and I think this year it's been smoother, and so finally getting a hang of it, and had fun really.
You've dominated so far. I know it's still early stages of the season, but looking good for this one. The challenges of Snetterton, though, compared to Donington?
Snetterton is actually, it's funny, it's harder on the body. There's lots more G-forces in our GT3 car, and your neck gets a real good workout over the hour, so physically it's tougher. But you know, ultimately now with the handicap system, we have to go full on for the 2 hours, so no rest for the wicked.
And Marcus is back, is that right?
Yeah, Marcus only had one conflict last time with British GT, but he's with us for the rest of the season.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Peter. Congratulations. Let's just grab Chris over here as well. Let's just jump in there. We've got Chris Marlin and Simon Mason here. Let's have a quick chat with these. You're not getting away with it either, Simon, as well. Qualifying, how was it?
Yeah, that was good. There was a little bit of oil on one of the hairpins, but other than that, the track was good. No, I mean, really good.
Now, of course, Donington went well for you guys, didn't it?
Oh, yeah.
More of the same today, yeah?
Well, hope so, but we're up against some fast cars, so let's believe in karma. What's meant to be will be.
It's a long race, isn't it? A lot can happen. Simon, let's just grab you as well. First of all, good to see you again. Slightly different conditions. We're going to have some pretty decent weather today. No threat of rain that we had at Donington last time out.
Yep, for sure. It's lovely just having some consistency and having a track and a car that we can work with without having to go, oh, what's he going to do, and then what do we do now, and all that. So we just get on with it today, which is nice.
I was talking to Peter Ursig. He says Snetterton 300 is a little bit tougher on the body than Donington. Would you agree with that?
I'm not sure I would. No, it's a much more technical circuit, but we don't have the stopping power and the acceleration power that car does. So it's a different thing. But no, I would say they're about the same. It's just much more technical to drive on.
Fantastic. We're going to see the driver skills really come out. Best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. Let's just jump over here. We've got Josh Steed and Bal Sidhu. They had a good time at Donington as well. Josh, how we doing, mate? All right? It's good to see you again. Hide in there. Well, I can see you with these nice overalls, but it's starting to get a bit more dirty after more track time. How was it today?
Yeah, no, it's looking good. There was a bit of oil down at turn 4 earlier, but that seemed to have cleared up by the time Bal got out. But yeah, I mean, overall, looking like a nice sunny day, unlike Donington, which was terrible weather at the end. So
it worked for you guys, though, didn't it, at Donington? I mean, you won Class D third, I believe, overall. Yeah. I mean, what's the expectation today?
Of course, we're always going to be going to win the overall win class. We do have the 15-second success penalty from Donington, so we're going to just try and extract as much as we can from the car, and we'll see where we end up.
Ever the professional. Thanks for talking to us, mate. Really appreciate it. Best of luck out there as well. Let's just keep moving around here because we've got one of the... Oh, let's grab Bal as well. Bal, very quick chat. So you've just got out the car. How was it out there?
It was okay. It's okay. Yeah, so a bit more pace to find, but I think we'll be all right for the race.
Got plenty of time to find it as well, haven't you? A quick qualifying session, 10 minutes, but you've had the 30-minute free practice. Josh was saying there's a little bit of oil out there. Did that just slow things up a bit?
A little bit for the first couple of laps, but after that it was fine. Yeah.
Best of luck, congratulations as well at Donington. I look forward to seeing you later as well in the pits. We've got Mac G, we've got Johnny McGregor. I don't know if we can just grab a quick word with Johnny. Literally just getting out of the car as well. Johnny, how was it? All right?
Yeah, good. Yeah, it was a good session. Given the number of cars on the track, there was still quite a lot of traffic, which was a bit frustrating. But yeah, no, there wasn't much left on the table with that lap, so yeah, pleased with how the car went.
Of course, Donington went well. You picked up the class win. More of the same, really, I guess.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, we want to be mixing it with the GT4 cars and see how we get on today later on.
Top man, Johnny. I will see you later in the pits, no doubt, as well. Thank you very much. I just want to have a look at. Look, we've got Team Brit boys over here as well in the McLaren. I did see the Porsche. I wanted to go see if I could grab a quick word. Oh, over here because Aaron Morgan's running away from me, but I want to chat to Aaron as I always do. How you doing, mate? You all right? It's good to see you again, mate. How was it out there?
Yeah, good. Really good session.
Confident this weekend, yeah? You look confident.
Yeah, feeling good. We had a great out at Donington. Unfortunately, that late mechanical failure unfortunately cost us there. But you know, feeling good and bringing that good feeling into this weekend as well.
Tell us a little bit more about Team Brit, your involvement with them, and how the car is adapted so you can drive it as fast as you do.
Yeah, so Team Brit are the only race team in the world made up of all drivers with disabilities. So we have a mixture of psychological and physical challenges within the team. So I have no use of my legs, so I use my hands completely to control the car, so throttle, brake, and obviously the gears as well. So the way the car is set up, I use my right hand to the paddle behind the wheel with my right hand to accelerate, the paddle behind the wheel with my left hand to brake, and then I use my thumbs. We've got 2 rocker switches inside the wheel to change gears.
Now I know, Aaron, from experience, Dave Player rather madly let me go out in the 1 Series at Silverstone a few years ago, which is hand controls only, and it is really, really difficult to get adjusted to. It's quite remarkable how you do it, isn't it?
In some ways, I think I have a bit of an advantage there. I've been paralysed since I was 15, so I've only ever driven with my hands. So for someone like yourself, obviously you're used to using your feet, so to try and train your brain to do it a different way is very challenging.
Yeah.
Whereas for me myself, because I've only ever driven with my hands, it's maybe a little bit easier. But
I think it's incredible anyway, Aaron. We've been kind of stranded here alone, haven't we? Up here, the car's gone. It's absolutely gone. We better go find it, haven't we? Look, best of luck, mate. It's great to see you again, and I will see you in the pits, no doubt, as well. Let's just keep moving around, shall we? I did want to find one of the Porsches, but I think it's gone through already. Let's just keep moving around a little bit further into the grid, shall we? Round 2, of course, of the British Endurance Championship. Donington Park 2 weeks ago. We've got a bit of a gap after this, actually. Silverstone in June for round 3. Let's just keep moving down, shall we? And see who we can find to have a quick chat with. There's Peter just making way through. I think a lot of cars are now just heading their way off, but we've got look at that, by the way, some fantastic array of cars, isn't it? Let's just jump in. I'm sure they won't mind if we just how you doing, mate? You're right. It's good to see you. Qualifying over, how was it for you?
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, I said to Matt, if I break 2 minutes, then I can have lunch today.
Is that so? Yeah.
So I'm allowed to have lunch now. So yeah, it's good. The car felt good. It was nice with the fresh tyres on. I managed to go, I think, 159 on my first 159.6 and then 159.3, and then just the grip went down from there. So decided to
the weather's going to be nice, though, isn't it? So obviously qualifying, you're going absolutely flat out. Strategy for the race: just manage the first portion, get through it.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm racing with my dad today. So I'm gonna start off. Hopefully have a nice clean start, get him in the car, and then see what he can do. So yeah.
What can he do? Come on, he's not watching, don't worry. What can he do?
He's so he hasn't raced for over a year because he's had an injury to his ankle. So yeah,
I guess he's okay now.
Yeah, he's all right. Yeah, so yeah, we'll see how it goes. It's his first competition over 12 months, I think. So.
Well, we're going to keep an eye on it. Thanks so much for talking. I'll see you in the pits a little bit later as well. I did want to grab a quick chat. I wonder if we can have a word with Brian Bransom. He's just over there as well. He is just chatting to some of the stewards. I wonder if I can grab Brian. Brian, are you free for a quick word if we can? Come on, boys, let's go have a quick chat one. Brian, it's good to see you. Now, of course,
cheers, mate.
Donington didn't quite go to plan, but Snetterton, new track. How do you like it here?
Yeah, I love it. It's my local track. Weather's nice.
Everything's set up, isn't it, for an absolute cracker this afternoon?
Yeah, it should be. Yeah, we've got a couple of issues with the car that we've hopefully now going to fix, and kind of see how it goes from there. 2 hours is a long time, so see if we can nurture it around.
How's Jazz feeling? Is he feeling racy today?
Yeah, Jazz is on top form, doing his Jazz thing. But yeah, no, he's all right. He's all good.
Top man, look, Brian, best of luck. I hope to see you at the finish this time and not in the garage early. All right, mate?
We'll do our best.
Cheers, Brian. Thank you. Right, Brian Branson, just up. Watch out for those boys in the BMW as well. It is going to be a bumper 2-hour race coming up very, very shortly as well. I'm going to actually make my way onto the grid. We've got the grid walk coming up first and then straight into the 2-hour race. I'll be prowling up and down the pit lane so you can keep up to speed with everything. Round 2 of the British Endurance Championship at Snetterton about to get underway. I'm going to hand over to commentators to take you through the action.
Thanks, Ian. Yep, likes to keep himself busy down there in the paddock and doing a tremendous job once again to find all those people from the British Endurance Championship, which, as he said, kicked off a couple of weeks ago over Easter weekend, Friday and Saturday. Weather conditions slightly different there than they are here this weekend, but yeah, looking forward to what the second round does bring indeed. A busy year ahead once again for the BARC with the live stream schedule. We've got a little bit of a break before the next event after this one as we head to Pembrey in the middle of May for the next round of the British Truck Racing Championship, and then, as Ian alluded to, a little bit of a break before the third round of British Endurance, which goes to Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit in the middle of the summer, the height of the summer, hopefully, with some nice weather conditions there. It can be quite hard for the drivers to cope with, but we'll be looking forward to that one on the 15th and 16th of June. As we said, the full Grand Prix circuit for Silverstone to take in, and the Caterhams will be there that weekend as well. That will be another live stream event for the British Automobile Racing Club. We also head to Oulton Park, first visit there of the year in July for another round of the British Endurance Championship, and then the same weekend there'll be some trucks to look forward to in July the 6th and 7th at Thruxton as we go to one of the convoy events for this year. Very busy year ahead with trips to Cadwell, Knockhill, Donington Park, Brands Hatch Indy, and back here at Snetterton on the 14th and 15th of September for another live stream event. If you want to catch up with all the details about where we'll be this year, you can head to the website barc.net, and all the details can be found on there as well. As we said, today here at Snetterton, we are looking to run slightly ahead of schedule, which is good, which means the pit lane for the British Endurance Championship will be heading onto the circuit very shortly indeed, actually. About 20 minutes' time is when the pit lane does open. We are slightly ahead of what the timetable says on your screen right now, but we are looking to get the pit lane open, cars onto the grid, where Ian will be down there to talk to some of the drivers, and then the 2-hour race will get underway. We've got a few added entries for this weekend as well in terms of the invitation class. We'll look forward to having those working their way through the order and giving us some good battles as well in dry conditions here on the 300 circuit. Caterhams are the order of the day, pretty much, order of the weekend, with opening rounds with the Vertex Caterham 7 Championship UK. Got 3 races this weekend. First of those comes up at 4:05. We have minis in action this weekend as well, not the fastest of the minis, but the ladder, the second step on the ladder of the Mini Challenge, the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy, with the young guns and the returning stars from last year back with us here for their opening rounds this weekend at 4:40, their first race. And then we have the first race at the Motel Caterham 7 310Rs at 5:10, and we round out a busy day here on the 300 circuit with the Bilstein Caterham Motorsport Championship, which this year is again a bit like the 270Rs, oversubscribed. We have over 40 cars out there ready to do battle later on today. And for the road sports, they just get the 2 races, whereas all the other Caterham categories will have 3 races, 1 today and 2 further races to look forward to tomorrow. And tomorrow, just to give you a brief update, we have things kicking off here nice and early at 9 o'clock with qualifying. We'll be live with you just after 9:15 with, as we said, racing throughout the day tomorrow with the likes of, again, Caterhams and the Minis, and also the next races in the Britcar Trophy Championship as well. So that's what's to come here at Snetterton this weekend. All things calm at the minute, but as we said, pit lane will open very shortly for the British Endurance Championship. We'll have the likes of the Audis, the Porsches, the Mercedes, and also the lower rungs in terms of the classes, also heading out for the second round of 2 hours. For now, though, we're going to head down into the paddock because our roving reporters are doing a grand job so far this weekend, and we can head now down to Ian Waterhouse and Sam Parker, who are in the lovely sunshine at Snetterton.
Right, everybody, welcome to the outer paddock here. I've caught up with Sam again. You've been busy already this morning, haven't you? I've just been pottering around Parc Fermé and having a lovely time of it. We're going to play a little game over the course of this weekend, aren't we? And it's called Hospitality Wars. Who has the best hospitality unit here? Is it Caterham or is it the British Endurance Championship? We're going to find out. First of all, we're going to test Caterham's hospitality very, very shortly. Before we do that, though, Sam, let's talk about you, because you're now a racing driver, aren't you?
I am indeed, yes. I'm doing the Caterham Academy this year. So we've had our first round at Kerbera last weekend, which was absolutely so much fun. Really, really good fun. Proper tight, twisty track. You get a couple of practice runs and then 3 timed runs. So you want to do more and more runs at it. But obviously, you know, there's 52 cars to get through on that one day. So that's how many people are doing the Academy this year.
Tell us about your experience then. How did you find it? How did you find controlling the car? Because they're a handful of Caterhams, aren't they?
They are. It was quite sideways around the track, but I'm used to that, so I really enjoyed it. Probably enjoyed it a bit too much because that's not quick, but I absolutely loved it. You know, you're pushing the car to the limit in like second and third, well, second gear mostly, and it was just, yeah, so you're learning more about the car from doing the sprint, and it gets you used to a competitive element, getting you ready with all your, you know, you've got to be fully race ready on that event. So it's, yeah, there's a lot to take in, a lot to learn, and our race is next month.
But you've learned a lot, and yes, race next month, and you're heading to where?
Croft on the 18th of May.
All the way up north. That's going to be. I love Croft. It's a great circuit, isn't it?
It looks brilliant. I've been there only to watch racing. Never been round it before, so it'll be interesting. We get 2 test days before with the Academy, so that would be good practice.
Right, Sam, you said to me you are starving. So I think it's about time we tested out the Caterham Hospitality. We haven't got long, actually, by the way, because we do have the British Endurance Championship grid walk coming up. That is literally in about 10-15 minutes, and so I need to be over there soon. Let's go over. So here is the Caterham Hospitality. It is fantastic, isn't it? I think we might have even done this last year, actually, haven't we? But we only do this because we're hungry, aren't we?
That's it, I'm starving, I can't wait. But we're going to sample the sweet treats, I think, aren't we?
We certainly are. So this is the unit in total. Looks pretty good. We've got some cracking work going on over here. Let's just jump in. You're a busy lady today, aren't you?
Yes, very busy.
You told us to come back because there's going to be some goodies going on over here. We're going to go check them out, but tell us why it's so good with Caterham.
It's a really big family. lots of laughs, lots of fun, lots of love put into it all. So yes, that's into the cakes really, which is why you should go try one.
Well, I do appreciate it because I'm wearing British Endurance Championship. You guys have welcomed me, so I do appreciate that very much.
Look who I bumped into. Very own Cheesy.
Straight out,
come over for lunch.
Straight out of the commentary box for my lunch.
We've had our first race.
Yeah, that was a bit dramatic. Well, no, I didn't know if you've seen the footage, but yeah, it could have been a lot worse. But actually, no, everyone's good and ready for loads more Caterham action. So what more could you want?
I know. Now lunch break. Have you had lunch yet?
And that's what I'm trying to do now, but you stopped me.
Sorry. Come on then. What did you do it? Yeah. Okay. Come on then.
Let's go jump the queue, shall we? Let's see what I've got over here first of all, because oh my word, look at this. Right, there you go. Can you see that? That is the menu there. We've got beef bourguignon, we've got gratin potatoes, buttered green beans, flapjack. Oh, I love the Bakewell tart slice. Now I know you like the flapjack, don't you?
I do like a flapjack. I'm not really into the Bakewell tarts, but flapjack's me. But you like a Bakewell, don't you?
Love a Bakewell. Let's have a look at the food, and then if that had a back, I've broken it. Sorry. Better go before I get kicked out. Let's keep moving along. Right, here's the goodies. Here are the desserts.
This says something. There's not many flapjacks left, so I feel like they are...
There's quite a lot of Bakewells as well, though, isn't there? I'm going to have a Bakewell. You're going to have flapjack.
Yeah. Would you like me to get one for you?
Yeah, is that okay? It's okay. Daryl, cameraman, what would you like, Daryl? Daryl would like a Bakewell as well. Oh, look at this. Okay. You get that is right. I'm going to take a bite of this. So apologies, everybody. This is probably the best feature we've ever done for Res. For the viewers, probably not so much, but crunchy. Good. 8 out of 10.
9 out of 10.
You're just saying that because you are employed by Caterham.
No, it's just very good.
Right, let's go back outside. Let's leave these lovely people to eat, shall we? Because I don't have too long either. We've got a jam-packed day coming up for you today and tomorrow as well. We'll get some waves from everybody. Hey guys, sorry to disturb you. Right, so this afternoon, up next, Sam, we've got a British Endurance Championship, 2 hours. I'm going to be in and around the pit lane for that round 2 of the championship. Peter Ursig and Marcus Glutton, they're on pole position. I'm going to head out to the track, catch up with the cars as well. We have more Caterhams as well. What else have we got coming up for Caterhams today?
We have got the 7 UK Championship, we've got 3 10R Championship, and of course the Road Sport race. So lots more Caterham action this afternoon.
Fantastic. And we also have the very first race of the season of the Virtu Mini Challenge Trophy. So it's going to be action-packed. I'm going to go off and eat this. I've got to get Darryl one, actually, because I don't...
I'll go and get him.
Oh, is that okay? Thank you so much, Sam. I will catch up with you a little bit later. I'm going to get myself and run off, head over to the track, because coming up next is the 2-hour British Endurance Championship race here live from Snetterton. Matt, back to you.
Thanks, Ian. Yep, isn't he a lucky man? Gets all the treats, doesn't he, out there on the circuit through the hospitality units. It would be nice if some of those could make their way to the commentary box. That would be absolutely wonderful. We're very busy over here. Anyway, as Ian said, we are looking forward to very shortly the British Endurance Championship second round here at Snetterton. It was a fast-paced race, as always, at the opening meeting at Donington Park with Peter Ursig. And for that weekend, his co-driver Hugo Cook taking the victory, but Marcus is back in action this weekend alongside Peter Ursig. He missed that round because he was double dutying for the British Endurance Championship and also for this year the British GT Championship. So I think that's the only conflict he has this year. So for the rest of the season, Peter and Marcus will be joined together at the helm of that Audi. Not too much competition for them today, unfortunately, in Class A, but we have got a few invitation entries, as we said, to bolster the grid for this second round. So we've got some of the competitors for the Britcar Trophy Championship who will be making their way to the grid when the 2-hour race gets underway. And it's always the calm before the storm at Snetterton, because we have got some beautiful weather and we've got some cars hopefully to join us very shortly indeed. So do stay with us. As we said, we're going to be looking forward to that in due course, but we're going to take a short break and we'll be heading to the grid with Ian in just around about 10 minutes time.
5 down.
Right, everybody, I've made the hop over from the Caterham hospitality over to the pit lane here at Snetterton. You can see the cars are about to head on out. Here we are, though, with road and competition engineer Nick Hull and Richard Avery, the number 22 Porsche. I've come here for a very good reason. Look at this livery, gold tooth as well. Who's got a bigger mouth, me or the car? Let's just have a quick look. Me, I think. Yeah. Right, let's just grab. We've got Richard over. Let's just jump in here with Mr. Hull. Right, how are we feeling ahead of this?
Yeah, good. Still a bit nervous, quite new to the car, but we've had 2 good days of testing, so we're confident. Ryan from Race has really prepped the car nicely now, so we're getting our speed up. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Perfect conditions today, isn't it? Absolutely glorious.
Yeah, beautiful. It's going to be hot in there though.
I bet. We had, of course, different changeable conditions at Donington Park. We're not going to have that today, but a different circuit. What are the challenges here at Snetterton on the 300 circuit compared to Donington?
It's obviously it's longer, so more fatigue from that point of view, driver fatigue. But there's a couple of tight hairpins which we've got to just get after racing the TCR car last year. We've got to get into the habit of waiting to get on the power, which is what we struggled with at Donington. So it's still a learning curve for us, but we're going to give it a good go this afternoon.
Top man, thanks for talking to us. I'll see you out there. I'll see you a little bit later as well. The cars are making way out track. Let's just watch the cars as they come across and head out on circuit. This is Chris Murphy just coming out in the BMW, as you can see there, just behind Jabba Sport, Chris Byle and Simon Mason. We spoke to those guys a little bit earlier too. Just behind us as well, we've just been talking to Nick Hull there, and Richard Avery in the car, the road and competition engineer, and the number 22, the Porsche 992 Cup car heading out on circuit. We're going to make our way onto track as well, so you may as well stay live with us. Remember, of course, this is round 2, Donington Park. It was just 2 weeks ago. God, it feels like it comes around so quick, which is great. We do have a little bit of a gap though between round 3. That's going to be at Silverstone, not until June though, so you can keep on tuning in on that one as well, just to watch ourselves as another one comes through as well. There we go. I'm trying to see, is that Brian Branson behind the wheel of that one? Let's keep moving on up, shall we, and get ourselves onto the grid, give you the best possible look. Normally we don't get long on here, so let's go. Look, we've got a nice bumper crowd over here. Let's turn around, let's give everybody a wave. So, there you go. Look, we're getting some waves. Hello everybody, woo! Right, let's go get ourselves onto the grid here. Beautiful sight at Snetterton. Now, our commentator as well, Matt Suckling, I wonder if we can see him, because he's in this building over here opposite the track and it's quite difficult to get to. I saw him at lunchtime and he had to run across the track. I wonder if we can see Matt. I wonder if he'll give us a little... He's in one of these bottom windows, I think. Matt, if you can see us, give us a wave. I'm not sure which one you're in, but he's in there somewhere. Hey, guys, I'm trying to get Matt, but we've got some guys here as well. Hey, boys, how we doing? All right? There we go. I'm very good. You having a good time, guys? Yeah, we are. Beautiful, isn't it? Perfect. Round 2 for the British Endurance Championship. Here we go. One car onto the grid already. Let's head on over. That's the Venturi Innovations. Neville Jones and Chris Jones. We caught up with Chris a little bit earlier, didn't we? Racing with his father today. So the car's coming round. We just got to make sure we don't get ourselves run over. Here we go. Here's the team talisman, Dave Harrison and Nathan Lucky, just pulling up onto the grid right at the very front there as well. They line up in second place. So I think they're going to have to be pushed back a little bit. Yes, they've been told to go push back a little bit. Here we've got Matt G Racing, the number 83 car. Here it comes now. Behind the wheel there, Johnny McGregor and Arthur Simondet. We're going to grab a word with some of the drivers very shortly. We spoke to Johnny a little bit earlier, didn't we? I'm not too sure. Somebody I want to talk to over here is Matt George. He was racing for Venture Innovations last season, not racing today. Matt, this is unusual for you, isn't it? Just chilling out, not racing. You got the bug though, right?
Yeah, I mean, I've been benched, but look, I'm still on the grid, still here for it, so yeah.
Now, I model my hair on this man. What a handsome chap. But what are you doing this year? What's the plan for you?
So we obviously did the championship last year, had a great time, won the GT4 class. Yep. We're moving into more endurance-based racing this year with the guys Nev and Chris. So I'm basically benched until we start going to them, and they're doing these races to build some momentum, build some experience. And Neville's been out of the car for a year, so it's his first race back for a while. So he's excited for it. We all are.
How's he been? Is he a bit nervous, or is he's all right for this?
Yeah, I mean, we've done plenty of days in the car already, but you know what it's like until you get on the grid and the butterflies come. It's a different thing. So yeah, I'm sure he's nervous, but he's holding it together well, and we're just going to have a good time.
I'm really glad you're here, Matt. Good to see you, mate. It really is indeed. Some of the cars coming through as well. We will see if we can grab a word with a few more. Just watch yourself there as well, because we've got cars coming absolutely everywhere. Is there anywhere else you'd rather be? Look at the McLaren 4 Team Brit here as well. How are they going to get on this weekend? Well, we're certainly going to find out. 2-hour race coming up. Remember, mandatory pit stop as well. It's going to get exciting. It's going to get very loud indeed. I'm going to be prowling up and down the pit lane. You can see Josh Steve just off to my right as well. He's just making his way through. Let's go down a little bit, shall we? There's still another car to come around. We've got New Barn Racing here, Callum and Adam Thompson. Let's just jump. I'm not too sure actually who the starter drivers are, but let's just jump in and see how we're getting on. I do look at it. True race driver. Look at this. Let's feel. Oh, very nice. It's going to get hot today, isn't it?
Yeah, it is pretty hot. I think it was a little bit deceiving this morning because it was a lot cooler. So now we're in the car ready to go, and the heat cranked up. So trying to keep myself cool before we get into the stint. So
what's the expectation for you guys in this race? So, and are there any concerns about the temperature?
No, we don't have any concerns. We've not had as much testing as we would like this year, and we've obviously made a lot of changes through the winter. So we sort of went into the last round a bit blind. We had a bit of a better day yesterday on testing, so we're feeling relatively positive, and the performance is coming with the car. So if we can get a clean start, I reckon we can stay with the pack and hopefully have a bit of fun.
Top man, mate. Best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Stay cool as well. Do you want the door left open for a bit? Shall I sort of... I'm trying to find the... there we go. But I'll sort of push it too anyway. He didn't really say anything. Let's go. We saw Brian a little bit earlier, didn't we? But he is here now. He's lining up, giving Brian a lot of airtime. Giving you a lot of airtime today, Brian. Nice and toasty in there.
Yeah, mate. Hopefully we get moved in a minute to get some airflow.
I've no idea what he said. Good luck, mate. Good luck. I've absolutely no idea what he said. Let's keep going, shall we? Because not too long to go. We are going to get racing. What a beautiful sight this is, isn't it? Round 2 of the British Endurance Championship live at Snetterton on the 300 circuit as well. Let's just keep making our way a little bit further forward as well. In fact, we've got a teammate here. Hello, how are we doing?
Yeah,
don't disappear, don't disappear. Bit toasty in the car today, huh?
It will be, yeah. No AC in there, so it was going to be a hot, sweaty one for us. So
What's the expectation for you guys for the race?
I don't know, we just want to build on it. I think the qualifying pace that we showed was probably more our race pace, to be honest. We didn't get a good lap in, and then we had a fuel pump issue, so we couldn't really maximise it. But we don't heat soak like most of the cars do, so if we can keep that same pace and move a few places further up, I think we're fighting probably from P6 down to P10.
Yeah.
But obviously it depends on what the other drivers do as well.
It's going to be exciting though, isn't it? Thanks for talking to us. Appreciate it, mate. Top man. Let's keep going, shall we? Make our way a little bit further forward. We've got Bal Sidhu there in the number 61 Porsche. Let's keep moving our way up a little bit further, shall we? And somebody I never really often talk to is Chris Murphy. So let's just jump in, because Chris does it all by himself. Chris, can I just jump in, have a quick word with you? Is that all right?
Yeah.
I'm just barging in here. Awfully sorry about that. How are you feeling ahead of this one? And you're the endurance king, aren't you? Doing it all by yourself.
Looking forward to it, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to be quite toasty in the car though today, huh?
It's going to be quite warm, but I normally can cope with the long distance stuff from my background, so it's okay.
What do you make of Snetterton 300? Do you like it as a track that suits you?
One of my favourites.
Oh, nice.
Yep, it's good fun.
Top man, Chris, best of luck for the race. Thank you.
very much.
Appreciate you talking to us. Do you want this shut?
No, leave it open, please.
Leave it open. There you go. Look, yeah, I'm not surprised. It is a roasty toasty. A lot of people coming on to the track as well. Let's just make our way up. I want to go talk to somebody a little bit different up here this time as well. Let's go talk to the safety car driver up here. Something a little bit different. I'm sure they won't mind if I just hop in and have a quick chat. Hopefully, can I just jump in and say hello to our safety car driver today? Hopefully, we won't be seeing too much of you today.
I hope not.
Now, your role as safety car driver, obviously, you know, you're there to control the field. What's a general day for you? Are you literally parked in the car all day just waiting for the call?
It always depends on what race, what group is going out there. When we come out and do races, the 24 hours, 2 CVs, we tend to be a lot more active. But some of these shorter races, particularly a lot more mature groups, we don't often go out. They know how to handle themselves, be safe with each other, helps a lot keeping everybody safe and not having to spend as much time in safety car.
Yeah, looks like just a standard road going car, is it?
Pretty much.
So you got the radio going whilst you're going around, you know, Radio 1?
Radio going, yep.
Where are you from?
California.
California. Anybody watching from America, especially California, can you please give a shout out and your name, sir?
Daniel Blander.
There you go, Daniel Blander, our safety car driver all the way from California. Thank you so much, you do a great job, really appreciate it, top stuff. Almost time to get going. What a sight, what a treat this is going to be. 2 hours of the British Endurance Championship live here at Snetterton on the 300 circuit. We are moments away from lights out. I'm going to be in the pit lane. Matt Sucklin is going to do a great job, as he always does, calling the action. So I'm going to hand back to him, get myself in the pits, ready to go racing. Come on!
Thanks, Ian. Nice build up there for the second round of the British Endurance Championship, which is probably going to get underway a little bit later than we planned in terms of when we got ahead of schedule, because the pit lane opened a little bit ahead of time. So there is probably a little bit more time down on the grid to have a chat to some drivers. But we'll take you through how the grid lines up then for this second round. It's going to be the PB Racing by JMH Audi on the front row of the grid. As we said, Peter Ursig back with his normal co-driver Marcus Clutton for this weekend, so they go off the front row. We'll take you through starting drivers once we've got through the grid. The second row, the outside of the front row is going to be Team Tasman. That's going to be the cars of Harrison and Lucky. They're going to be starting their Porsche 9912 Cup car from the outside of the front row. Row 2 then sees the man who goes solo, the number 72 machine of Chris Murphy. He's got a long afternoon ahead of him in that BMW E46, and on the outside is going to be the number 22 machine, which we see out there once again this weekend in the hands of Nick Cole and Richard Avery, the Porsche 992 Cup car that they run here this weekend. The third row then has the number 68 machine in Class D. That's going to be Paul Fullock and Aaron Morgan. Alongside them is going to be the Johnny McGregor, and the co-driver for him this weekend, once again, just like it was at Donington, Arthur Simonday, the French Texan who did a grand job in that Ginetta G55. The fourth row of the grid then sees the Jones. They will be in the number 21 machine, Neville and Chris in the Mercedes AMG, and on the outside of them, slightly changed number for this weekend, the 161. So there were 116 at Donington, but 161 for this weekend. Josh Steed and Bal Sidhu are going to be in the car for that one. The fifth row then sees the number 23 machine, which comes from Class E. That's going to be Simon Mason and Chris Bylan in the Seat Cupra, and on the outside of them, the Jaguar F-Type, the V8 machine of the Thompsons, back again again, Callum and Adam, and for the start it will be Callum on the outside of row number 5, and then just one further row to give you, row number 6, and that's going to be the Intersport team, car number 40, which is a late addition for this weekend, Jasper Sapra and Brian Bransom in that BMW M3, and then alongside them the Mercedes BTCC machine of race car engineering with Mac G Racing, number 75, and that's going to be the car of Tyson, and that's going to be a Christian name, which we haven't unfortunately been given, so we can't tell you who that is, but we'll get to that as and when we can. That was a TBA on the entry list here for this weekend, but that gives you the 12 starters for the second round of the British Endurance Championship. We have a lovely afternoon in store. As we said, temperatures rising throughout the course of the day. 18-19 degrees we're up to now. Still pretty windy out there, gusts of just shy of 30 miles per hour, so conditions almost perfect for the drivers, especially when they get going. You heard from the likes of Brian Bransom down on the grid. He was wanting some circulation through the car, not just for himself but also for the car itself, to make sure that goes as well as it possibly can. I can see down there as well Chris Murphy. His car is currently on the jack, so just up in the air for the time being. Maybe the team mechanics just having a quick look around, making sure everything's okay, but for the time being we've got the hydraulics underneath the car, and also on the pole-sitting Audi of Peter Ursig and Marcus Clutton. Not too sure if Marcus is about, but it's great to have him back this weekend. It's going to be, of course, Peter Ursig to start that one. It's always the AMs who have to start. If there are 2 AMs in the car, then it's up to the team who they stick in for the first stint, but for the number 9 machine it will be Peter Ursig who goes first, and as become accustomed, they have kind of shared the duties in that car, an hour each pretty much. I think Peter did about 55 minutes or thereabouts in the first round of the championship, so Peter Ursig looking to do a good fair stint in the car for the first hour or so before he hands over to his teammate Marcus Clutton. Alongside him, the number 5 machine, that is going to be started by David Harrison, so the Porsche 991 is going to be started by David, and that will be handed over to Nathan Lucky in the second half of the race. Row 2 then sees the number 72 machine, so solo driver, so Chris Murphy will do the full 2 hours, which is never easy, especially around a tight and twisty Snetterton 300 circuit, and with the temperatures rising that's going to be a long afternoon for Chris, but coming off the back of a good result at Donington Park last time out, finished with inside the top 5 and got a first within Class F as well, so Chris Murphy looking to replicate that as best as he possibly can. On the outside, as we said, it's going to be the number 22 machine. That is going to be the Porsche of Nick Hull and Richard Avery, another pair who normally go quite well, and we'll be looking to try and pick up some good solid points from the outside of the second row. And for that car, that will be started by Richard Avery in the Road and Competition Engineering Porsche 992. The third row of the grid then sees the Team Brit number 68 machine. That's going to be the McLaren 570S, the GT4 spec car. They run within Class D, and it will be Aaron Morgan to start that one from the inside of row number 3. Alongside them, number 83 is going to be the Mac G machine, and again Johnny McGregor and Arthur Simonday together for the second round. It will be Johnny McGregor to start the car before he hands over to, as we said, the French Texan, who seemed to love his outing at the first round at Donington Park, and he'll be doing as best as he can in the second half of the race once Johnny McGregor vacates that car. They start from the outside of row number 3. The fourth row of the grid then sees number 21. The starting driver for that car will be Chris Jones. They are in the Venture Innovations Mercedes AMG GT4 machine, so Chris Jones will start. Neville Jones will be the second driver into that car, and then we move back to the outside of that row where we'll see the 116 machine, which has now been renumbered to 161. New combination for this year, and a great car they have brought with them as well. That's the Porsche GT4 machine of Zentex Motorsport. It'll be Bao Sidhu who gets the race underway before he hands over to Josh Steed in the second part of the race. The fifth row, as we mentioned to you, is the number 23 machine. That's going to be the car from Class E, the only remaining car now within Class E, unfortunately. We did have a second Cupra, which was meant to be entered, but unfortunately race car experiences haven't managed to bring that to the grid this weekend. So Chris Byland and Simon Mason. Simon is the pro driver, so it means that Chris Byland will be the man who starts that in Class E. And then on the outside of them is going to be the number 88 machine. That is the New Barn Racing Jaguar F-Type, which has been around now in the BEC for quite a number of years, but Callum and Adam really starting to get on top of that car, and again has shown some good pace over the end of last year and also towards the beginning of this year as well, and it's going to be Callum Thompson who starts that, and you heard from Callum with Ian down there on the grid, and also from Adam. He was outside the car as well, so Callum will be starting the number 88 machine. And then the final row of the grid, car number 40, Jazz Sapra and Brian Bransom, and with both of those being AM drivers, it's Brian Bransom who has been deemed to start the car. So Brian Bransom with the Intersport BMW M3 will start before he hands over the car to Jazz. And then the final place on the grid, as we said, is the 75 machine, a late addition to the entry, so we can't give you a Christian name unfortunately, but it is a solo driver, so it'll be Tyson who does the full 2 hours in that machine. So that's how the grid lines up, that's how the starting drivers will line up as well. We're going to be looking forward to, I'm sure, plenty of action, hopefully clean action. As we said, we don't really want to see the safety car across the course of the afternoon, and with plenty of room around the Snetterton 300 circuit, there is lots of places for people to pass, and we're going to hopefully have some good interclass battles as well. Now, after Donington Park, the championship stands as follows, with just the one round completed. Peter Ursig, Marcus Clutton, and of course Hugo Cook, who is credited in that car now for the season. He will only do the one round, we understand, but now Marcus Clutton is back. Those three are the championship leaders on 32 points. The second place team in the championship is from Class D, that's Bao Sidhu and Josh Steed. They in their Porsche 924 sit on 31 points, so just 1 point adrift in the overall championship. Third place in the championship is Paul Curran and Jamie Callender. Unfortunately, those two are not here this weekend. They were meant to be entering a Mercedes machine from the BTCC spec, but they sit 31 points as well within the championship. And after a great run at Donington Park for round one, Johnny McGregor and Arthur Simonday sit fourth in the Ginetta G55 Super Cup. They leave Class G and find themselves on 30 points. So a long season ahead once again for the British Endurance Championship, with a visit back here to Snetterton later in the year. We are off to Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit, as we said, in June, and also we have to look forward to rounds at Oulton Park, and once again back to the Donington Park and National Circuit in August alongside the British Truck Racing Championship. So a busy year for the championship, and not as many cars as we'd have hoped for this second round, but again there's lots going on up and down the country, and lots of people have been taken elsewhere, but hopefully for now a couple of months break before the next round we'll have a full complement of cars on the grid for round number 3 on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. But there's a small matter of a 2 hour race here at Snetterton to get through, and who's going to be taking the top spot we'll find out at the end of this 2 hour race. Can the Audi uphold honours once again? Can they take a double victory, not just at the first 2 rounds of the year, but also last year they were victors here as well on the 300 circuit, a little bit later in the season in September, but they'll be looking for another win to add to the tally if they surely can. There's the addition to the entry for today, the number 40 machine, which is going to be that of Jasva Sapra and Brian Bransom. They sit towards the back of the order, but we'll be looking to make some good progress in the invitational class. Class F they will run in, and they'll be fighting the likes of the Jaguar F-Type and also the BMW of Chris Murphy, who finds himself a little bit further up the field. We are going to have a second green flag lap as well, so the safety car heads on by, and this second safety car lap will also be the start of the race effectively, because the timer has started ticking away, so the 2 hour race is underway, but all the drivers just having an extra formation lap just to build the temperature into the tyres once again, making sure that everyone's up to speed. And of course, after sitting on the grid for a good few minutes, they now just want to get themselves back into rhythm. Just looking towards the rear of the field, just seeing if that Mercedes BTCC machine was actually there. I can see the BMW of Jasva Sapra, but the Mercedes doesn't seem to be there by the looks of it, so we are missing the number 75 machine, unfortunately. So whether we have any news on that I'm not too sure, but the 75 machine has gone missing from the rear of the field. So Peter Ursig continues to warm the tyres up, not so much now down towards the left-hander of Agostini, but the Porsche right on his tail now, ready to get this race underway. 2 drivers in that number 5 machine, run within Class C, the only runner within Class C this weekend as well, unfortunately, and they did miss the opening round at Donington Park. So this is a new event for them. Both David Harrison and Nathan Lucky in the Team Tasman Porsche 991 Cup machine. And again, you can just see the variety, can't you? A GT3 spec Audi towards the front of the field. You've got the Cup car, which find themselves in Class C, predominantly, that of, as we just mentioned, David Harrison and Nathan Lucky, and then behind that you saw the third place car of Chris Murphy, that BMW, which again is a bit more modified. It's slightly older BMW in the hands of Chris Murphy, the E46 variation, and then further back from that you can see another of the Porsches which sits in the hands of Richard Avery and Nick Hull. But again, wherever you look, there is a variety around this field. Ginettas are out there as well. We've got some Cupras in the mix, which we want to watch out for in terms of Chris Bylan and Simon Mason. They, at the first round of the championship, picked up a second within class, but they were hampered with some problems early on, unfortunately, and will be hoping to get through the early parts of this race without too many dramas. And they now just coming into the shot in the background through the second part of the old S's down towards Nelson, and as they work their way in towards the bomb hole, they'll be very shortly gridding up side by side for 2x2 formation. And once good formation has been achieved, we'll well and truly get this race underway. The clock, as we said, has started to tick down, but in terms of overtaking, that will be happening this time round, hopefully, because the safety car has switched its lights off on top of the Ford Focus, and that now works its way into the pit lane. So it's up to Peter Ursig to lead them to the line. The red lights are on the gantry, and it may be Grand National Day at Aintree, but we've got plenty more horsepowers here at Snetterton as round 2 of the British Endurance Championship gets underway. The lights go out now, and it's going to be the Audi who leads them away up towards Ritchie's for the first time of asking. And can Peter Ursig hold on ahead of the feisty Porsche on the outside as they turn their way in towards the right hander? It's going to give it a good go, but the Porsche's run wide. The number 5 machine is off onto the grass, and David Harrison tries to fettle the car round the corner, gets it back in a straight line, but what would have been a move for the lead there on Peter Ursig, unfortunately the Porsche has now dropped right towards the tail of the field, so possibly not enough temperature into those tyres. So David Harrison is the first man who has quite a lot of work to do, but thankfully here at Snetterton there's plenty of runoff, so there was no drama in terms of contacts as they work their way now through the left-hander of Palmer. And already you can see the gap out front between Peter Ursig and the second place car of Richard Avery is probably almost nearer 5 seconds by the time they've only made their way first through the first part of this lap. So plenty of work to do. There's David Harrison trying to work his way now past the number 40 BMW of Brian Branson. Brian pretty much knows that's not a fight he needs to be getting involved with in these early stages, because he runs within a completely different class to David Harrison. So that's one back up for the Porsche. Next on its list will be the number 88 Callum Thompson Jaguar, which again it should make quite light work of as they head their way on towards the Bentley Straight for the first time of asking. Further up you can see the Johnny McGregor Ginetta there, the black and yellow livery, which MacG Racing have run now for many years, whether it be on this car or previously on the other car they used to run within the British Endurance Championship. But it's a familiar livery, as we've got a great tussle going on here between the Jaguar, the Mercedes, and now the recovering David Harrison Porsche. And it was actually the Jaguar of Callum Thompson who made the move on the number 21 machine, so that means that Chris Jones has lost a place and he might lose a further one on the run down towards the right hander of Coram. And again, if there are words being said on the radio to these drivers that David Harrison is not really a driver you want to be battling with, it runs higher up in terms of power, it's in a different class as well. So as we know with the British Endurance Championship, you can win the championship from whatever class you come from, so it's all important to get yourself higher up in your class rather than overall. Although it's nice to do so, you want to be fighting for your class honours, as David Harrison now works his way through. At the end of that lap he has crossed the line in 8th position, so he lost 2, almost 3, but now he's back up into 8th place, but still some work for him to do to try and claw his way back up into 2nd position. A little bit tail hatty there again was David Harrison, so he's carrying a lot of speed into the corner. Down towards the left-hander he goes, again still not able to make his way through past the Jaguar F-Type, but he now pushes on down towards Agostini, and again in a straight line the Porsche might just have the slight advantage over the Jaguar as they turn now in towards the left-hander of Agostini. It's a nice four-way battle actually, with the Jaguar, the Porsche, the Mercedes, and also the car of Brian Branson just about hanging onto the tail here. So again an older spec BMW, the M3, as the Callum Thompson Jaguar runs slightly wide through the exit of Hamilton, which means that David Harrison might be able to cut back here, but again he wasn't quite alongside. So Callum Thompson in the number 88 Jaguar holds on to the place for the time being as they work their way now through the right hander of Williams. on towards the Bentley straight for the second time of asking. And who's got the best of the advantage in a straight line? It looks to be the Porsche at the minute. And it switches back to the inside of Callum Thompson. Will Callum fight this one? Not massively. He leaves a little bit of room for David Harrison to get his way through. And again, the Porsche just slightly deep into the corner there. It managed to get through and out the other side okay, but into the corner it just wasn't happy to turn in, was it? So David Harrison just, again, building the temperature in these tyres, making sure everything is okay, as Peter Ursig has well and truly cleared off up the road. He's almost the straight of Senna up the road here, so that is a good 15 plus seconds as they cross the line. It's 18.3 seconds that separate the top two at the end of the second racing lap. The third lap effectively after that second lap behind the safety car. Here's the next battle then that starts to build up, with Brian Branson now all over the back of the Mercedes. Can Chris Jones keep it at bay? The grey machine goes to its racing line. Brian Branson looks towards the inside, and with Chris Jones just again taking the high, wide and handsome line around the outside of the Wilson hairpin, it does mean that Brian Branson has got his way through in towards the left-hander, finally in towards Palmer. So down the short straight in towards Agostini. The next target for David Harrison is going to be that of the Ginetta, and Johnny McGregor is going to be the man up the lead of this race. So he's gradually making his way towards the head of the field, but again, to get onto terms with the race leader Class A, that of Peter Ursig, it's going to be quite a way for him to go, unfortunately. But David Harrison, all he cares about for the time being is Class C, and his next competitor in Class C is the number 72 machine of Chris Murphy in their BMW, who's up in 4th place. But what happened on that first lap with David Harrison? Let's find out from his teammate Nathan Lucky, who's down there in the pit lane with Ian Waterhouse.
Yeah, lively start to the race. I've come down to the pit lane. I'm here with Nathan Lucky, of course, teammate of David Harrison, who just had that off in the number 5 Porsches. You've had a chance to have a look back at it on the replay, haven't you? Just one of those things, right?
Just one of those things. I suspect the tyres were probably a bit cold. We found this morning in qualifying, I went out first in practice, that took a few more laps to get warmer than was expecting. And he was just on the outside of the GT3, and I suspect he just couldn't get it stopped.
Other than that, though, perfect conditions. You're going to come through the field, I expect. Still got a lot of hope in this race, a lot of big expectations, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we'd still hope to get back to sort of where we were in that sort of area, so certainly we'll be pushing for a podium. It'll all depend on the average time that people can do, and being an endurance race, tyres going off, drivers getting tired, interesting to see.
I suppose if you are going to go off, it's not terrible to do it right at the start. You've got plenty of time to make it up. Nathan, best of luck for your stint. Really appreciate you talking to us. Best of luck.
Thanks very much.
There you go, Matt, back to you.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yep, so again, just adds to the international flavour down there in the pit lane. Nice to hear from Nathan Lucky, and just confirming that just one of those things in towards the first corner. David Harrison just probably a little bit eager to get past the Audi, which can break a little bit later into the corner, and tried to follow him through there, and it didn't quite work. But David Harrison since then has done well to recover back through the field. He's up to 6th place at the end of that previous lap, so we'll keep an eye on his progress as he flicks through the back of the shop. We now can see the McLaren of Team Britt, which is in the hands for this first stint of Aaron Morgan. He's in a nice battle here, actually. Just up the road is a Porsche of Richard Avery, and then behind him we can see the BMW of Chris Murphy, which again is just on the tail at the minute. And with David Harrison starting to catch, it's probably day done for Peter Ursig. If everything works their way today in the Audi, that will be absolutely fine to take the victory. But there's going to be some really good battles further down the field, and there's one also coming under the bridge now. We can just see in the background the Jaguar, which is trying to hold on to its 8th place, and with this invitation class car of Brian Branson really putting the pressure on at the minute, that's going to be one that's going to go all the way to the pit stop window potentially. I don't think we have enough cameras ready to cover all these battles on circuit at the minute. There's one going on there as well between the Porsche and the Ginetta, so again a good little dice there between those two cars. And then, as we said, the one behind is the Jaguar and also the Brian Branson BMW, which can be quite hard to pick out because they are both white. There's a little bit of a stripe down the middle of Callum Thompson's car, which just picks out the Jaguar F-Type, which comes across the line now, and they are separated by what's going to be just under 0.4 of a second. So Great run that both of these cars are having. Turn their way through Ritchie's once again. Lap time there for Brian Bransom on that occasion was a 201.5 compared to Callum Thompson, who did a 201.9. So yeah, definitely the pace is there for the BMW car number 40. He just needs to find his way through, and he then might be able to carry that speed and maybe get himself onto the tail of Johnny McGregor in the number 83 Ginetta. But for the time being, this is one of the closest battles on the circuit we currently have as they work their way down towards Agostini. Thompson's looking for a better result than they got at Donington, which wasn't too poor actually. They got second within Class F and 8th place overall, so as it runs, they're in 8th place overall once again, but they do lead their class, which is Class F. So this is a good run for Callum and what will be Adam Thompson in the car for the second stint. And by the looks of it, I think they are the only Class F car here today, aren't they? Because invitation goes the way of Jazz Sapra and Brian Bransom, and Chris Murphy has been reclassified into Class C by the looks of it. So Chris Murphy, who did run Class F at Donington, is now Class C for this weekend. Right, back to the action, and David Harrison's about to make another move down towards the bum hole. It's the Team Brit Mercedes which is now under attack. Aaron Morgan having to defend as hard as possible. David Harrison again will just bide his time here. He won't try anything too eager, I think, after what happened on that first corner, first lap. And with that Porsche having just a little bit more straight line advantage, should be able to get past Aaron Morgan on this occasion as he comes up towards the line. Aaron Morgan was in front, but David Harrison now in the Porsche blasts his way across the line up towards Ritchie's corner, and on that occasion David Harrison now back into the podium places. So he's ticked off quite a few in this race already. We're not quite 14 minutes into this race, but David Harrison almost back to where he started after that first corner incident where he just left the braking a little bit too late and run wide off the track, but now finds himself ahead of Aaron Morgan. There is Chris Murphy, so Chris Murphy is now also onto the back of Aaron Morgan, and by the end of this lap he might be in a chance to try and make his way through and get up into 4th place. But the progress of David Harrison we are currently watching. On that previous lap, by the way, the Porsche of David Harrison did a 1:59.0. The car ahead with clear track, Richard Avery did a 1:59.553. So even with the move and overtake, David Harrison was still quicker than Richard Avery, so I wouldn't be surprised if he catches up with that second place car again within a couple of laps. The gap at the minute is 2.2 seconds, so we'll keep an eye on David Harrison, see what he can do. Already got away from Aaron Morgan in the Mercedes, so they work their way again onto the Bentley straight for the 7th time of asking. I should say 6th time of asking, because Peter Ersig's already across the line, so he's already on to lap number 7. The people we're now currently watching under the bridge in towards Brundle and Nelson, and they are on lap number 6 as the Cupra exits the pit lane. So unfortunately for the number 23 machine, they have had further dramas. Chris Bylan and Simon Mason, those two had dramas at Donington in the early stages, if I remember as well. So they did get themselves classified, but unfortunately finished down in 14th place, did Chris Bylan and Simon Mason. So back out onto the circuit they have gone. They're now going to be probably a lap or so adrift. So they've only lost 1 lap by the looks of it, so they are on their way back through the field. Again, the only car within Class E this weekend, so they will find themselves battling on their own. Now using this more of a test session, but hopefully we'll still try and get the class win as well if they can manage to get themselves to the checkered flag. There is still Brian Bransom in the number 40 machine. He now is onto the back of the Jaguar of Callum Thompson, and almost had a brief look down the inside there in towards the Wilson hairpin, but he keeps himself at bay for the time being. And as they head down towards the left-hander of Palmer, it's just up the road, the Ginetta of Johnny McGregor, who is also attacking that of the 161 machine, which is going to be Bao Sidhu in the car at the minute. So Bao needs to hold on, Callum Thompson needs to hold on, but they've got very quick competitors behind in the form of Ginetta up the road and the BMW here of Brian Bransom, who now sits in what's going to be 9th place. So in this invitation class, he's gradually making his way further up the field. Here comes Johnny McGregor. Is he going to be in a position down towards the right-hander of Oggies to make a move? He thought about it again, didn't he? And to be fair, Bao Sidhu did leave him just enough room there, but he didn't go for it on that occasion. He'll then think about doing it in towards Williams, but again, Johnny McGregor's not too keen to go through there. And on the straight, I think the Porsche just has the legs on this occasion, so the Ginetta has to sit in line once again as they look like they're side by side, but it will still be the Porsche of Balsidio ahead. Johnny McGregor in the Ginetta, the black and yellow machine, sits there behind in what's going to be 7th place overall. And as they turn in towards the left flick of Brundle, in towards the right hander of Nelson, and again down towards the bomb hole, he looks to have a little bit of a move and he's going to get the job done. So finally Johnny McGregor goes through. I was going to say the Ginetta looks good in the corners where the Porsche looks good in the straights, and on that occasion Johnny McGregor took his opportunity after trying time and time again over the last lap, but this time Johnny McGregor goes through and heads now up to the line to complete lap number 8. In the meantime, we're going to head down to the pit lane because we saw the Cupra head onto the circuit with some sort of issue, and we're going to find out what that issue is now with Ian Waterhouse down in the pit lane.
Right, everybody, welcome down to the pits. I'm here at Jabba Sport. Just seen Chris Byron come into the pits, obviously unscheduled stop. It won't count towards the 2 pit stops they've got to make. Simon, is everything all right? Why did Chris come in?
We've got an electrical problem, so it's just started cutting out on some of the corners, so we're just we've tried something on the setting of the car to see if that cures it. He's just out there now to see if it's cured it, and we'll just see. It's looking okay at the moment, so yeah.
Yeah, pop the camera on that. That's the little onboard. What are we drinking here as well?
Tea, 1 sugar, milk, 1 sugar.
Tea, milk, 1 sugar. Yes, you are, son. The drink of champions. There you go. Matt, back to you.
So a slight gremlin with the Cupra, but hopefully everything will be good as they work their way closer towards the end of the race. Oh, and the Jaguar's got a problem as well. It's gone straight on down towards Oggies. So for Callum Thompson, something possibly has gone wrong there, because as we look at it, it doesn't seem to have any further momentum to get back through the corner. So for Callum Thompson, who was running fairly strongly within 8th place overall, he was also leading Class F as well, but Callum Thompson all of a sudden just didn't seem to want to turn into the corner there. So that's not good news for the Jaguar, which by the looks of it is in quite a precarious position on the outside of Oggies as well. So is that going to be the first interruption of the race? Keep an eye on the safety car boards and flags, which are directly opposite the commentary box, but as it stands we are still green flag racing as Peter Ursig works his way onto lap number 9. He's also done a 150.054, which is the quickest lap of the race now, so he did well in the qualifying session this morning to get it down to a 147. Thought he could probably push a 148, but 147 he managed to pull out the bag, and now in this race pace with a fuel tank of fuel he's done a 150.0, so all of a sudden Peter Ursig starting to pick up the pace once again. Meantime, we have a Porsche battle going on as well, because Richard Avery is under attack here from David Harrison. He's already brought that 2.2 second gap down to pretty much nothing, because David Harrison works his way down towards the braking zone in towards Agostini. You can see Richard Avery taking a defensive line there, so he keeps himself on the apex. He runs slightly wide, and we're going to get safety car by the looks of it, because the yellow flags are out there at Hamilton, and it's just a localised yellow for the time being, because there is no safety car board that has flashed up. So it's just a localised yellow where the Jaguar has pulled off, and on the exit of the corner we should possibly still be able to see it there somewhere. Yeah, there it is, still on the grass, and that's quite a hard place to get to here at Snetterton, because there's the infield section and there's no real way to get a flatbed or a live snatch underway without bringing the safety car onto the circuit. But we'll see what happens with that very shortly. In the meantime, we've just seen the Jaguar, which has pulled out of this race. Unfortunately, Callum Thompson seems to have a problem. Let's find out what that problem is, because Ian's down there with his teammate Adam Thompson.
Oh, here I am, buddy. I'm down with New Barn Racing, the 88 Jag. We've just seen it stopped out on track. What's the problem?
No, it started raining. No, we don't know. He radioed and said bang on downshift, no drive. So we need to hopefully get it back and see whether it's an input shaft or something that we can change and maybe get back out. But we were going so well. I think the pace was good.
Well, you did just say, didn't you? We spoke on the grid a little bit earlier. You're absolutely thrilled with the pace.
Yeah, so I think if you look at his lap times, they were about 4 or 5 tenths quicker than what we did in quali, which is what we said. So, and we were competitive with all the cars in front. The Cayman GT4, the Ginetta. So it felt like we were on for a good race, but well, that's motorsport, isn't it? So.
Get it back, Sibby, get it fixed and get back out, mate.
We've got a good team, so hopefully we'll be back out there, but fingers crossed. Cheers.
Matt, back to you.
Thanks, Ian. Yep, so whilst we heard from Adam down there in the pit lane, the safety car has now been called for. So safety car conditions on circuit, which means the lead that Peter Ursig had of 1 minute 22 seconds is now going to be eroded, and with that the pit window is open, because 20 minutes into the race the pit window opens. We're now 22 minutes in, and that means people can start to make their pit stop if they wish. So Peter Ursig is one of those who has decided to jump into the pit lane. We can see also there the Ginetta of Johnny McGregor, which means that possibly his teammate is about to jump into that car, Arthur Simonday. So the French Texan is going to get another stint within this one. So it's quite early for Peter Ursig to come in, as we said, but with the safety car out there, it's a perfect time to utilise that safety car and make sure you don't lose as much time as you would do if we were still green flag racing. So I think the majority of the field will choose to head in. The McLaren of Team Brit have also decided to pull into the pit lane, so Aaron Morgan potentially handing that car over to Paul Fullock. We'll have to wait and see which driver's going to get in, or if the drivers will stay in for a second stint here. The other one that's managed to work their way into the pit lane is the number 21 Mercedes, so Neville and Chris Jones. So that means that potentially we're going to have Neville Jones in the car for the next part of this race. There is the Audi, everything looking good. It's a mandatory 132 seconds from pit in to pit out. Takes around about 22 seconds to get from pit into pit out, so it's going to be around about 1 minute and 50 that they have to remain stationary. And of course, with pit stop penalties carried over from the last race, it also means that they have to sit there for an extra 15 seconds as they won their class. So 15 seconds added to that, which means it's a total of 147 seconds that the Audi has to be into the pit lane. So that could cause a bit of confusion for the safety car, who to pick up, but they should be able to pick up the Porsche 991, or is it the 992? Yes, the 992, isn't it, which has just gone through. So Richard Avery is the car that will be picked up by the safety car, then the Porsche 991 of David Harrison, who did get past, didn't he, the Porsche of Richard Avery, and then all of a sudden it's gone back down to second. In fact, no, it didn't, did it? It came up to the yellow flag zone and just backed out of it. So David Harrison has unfortunately missed his chance for now to get past the Richard Avery car ahead of him. So 22 is your race leader. Number 5 is there in second place with David Harrison. Third as it stands, great run here for Brian Branson in the number 40 BMW. And then we've got Peter Ursig, who has potentially rejoined in that car, or it might be Marcus Clutton. We'll soon get an idea once the lap times start coming through. And another car into the pit lane this time round, Chris Murphy in the number 72 BMW, along with the Porsche GT4 of Bao Sidhu, who has come into the pits as well. So that's how everything looks at the minute. There is the unfortunate issues that have befallen the Jaguar F-Type. As we heard from Adam down there in the pit lane, said everything was going so well. We can confirm, Adam, that it's not raining. Conditions are absolutely perfect here today at Snetterton, so that's not an excuse you can use, unfortunately, for this second round. But as he said, something just went bang as they went down the gearbox. So something has gone wrong within the gearbox of that car. But if they can get it back to the pit lane, then they can hopefully get that recovered and get it back onto the circuit, because if they do finish, then Class F, they would be the only finisher and would get some good points as well. But we'll see what they can do to recover any sort of result from this second round of the championship. There is Chris Murphy. He will stay aboard the car. The reason we know that is because he's a solo driver, so we've got full confidence in that information, that Chris Murphy's going to do the 2 hours today here at Snetterton. So he works his way back onto the circuit, and he's going to have to be quick here actually, because the safety car is just coming up to the line, and I think the green light is still on, is it? No, I think it's gone red. So Chris Murphy unfortunately will not be able to head back onto the circuit, which means he will lose a lap as well, which is pretty crucial in a race like this. So Chris Murphy didn't quite get to the end of the pit lane in time. The red light was on, and he's also been joined at the end of that line by the Bao Sidhu and Josh Steed Porsche as well, who was quite eager to get back onto the track, and now they both have, and they're going to rejoin right behind the Peter Ursig and Marcus Clutton Audi. So Chris Murphy fires his BMW back into life. An hour and 33 minutes left on the clock, and hopefully next time by we'll be able to give you a full rundown of how the order looks after a few of the drivers have done their first pit stops within this race, because Peter Ursig has dropped now to the tail, although that should still see him somewhere within inside the top 6, I think, after that pit stop, and with others making pit stops around him as well, it does mean that he hasn't lost out too badly, and he's only 5 or 6 cars back from the race leader overall, which is up the road, Richard Avery, who is yet to stop within the Porsche 992. Behind him is the other Porsche of David Harrison, who has also not come into the pits either, along with the BMW of Brian Branson, and also the Mercedes, by the looks of it, hasn't come in either, of the Joneses in car number 21, so they remain out there as well, Chris and Neville Jones. So they are the race leaders. You can see the Cupra just going through behind the safety car, so that one rejoined and is effectively a lap down with their issues, the electrical issues that we heard from in the pit lane from Simon Mason. He'll be the pro driver to jump into that car a little bit later on. But what about this for the Audi? Peter Ursig, as we said just before that safety car was called, 1 minute and 22 seconds, and that was in the first 20 minutes of this race. So again, it's incredible how much he had built a gap over the rest of the field. And now this is interesting, because Richard Avery, the race leader, is being waved through, so that does mean that they're looking for Peter Ursig, who I understand is not the race leader, unless our timing screen is wrong, which I feel it isn't, because you can always rely on TSL timing, and it does say that Richard Avery is the leader of the race. So the safety car has got word from race control to wave the field through, but this now could benefit the likes of the Porsche of both Richard Avery and David Harrison, and also benefit the 2 cars behind as well, which is the Jones's Mercedes and also the BMW of Brian Branson. None of those chose to come in this time, so they have remained out there and are going to try and steal an advantage as they cross the line. And yeah, according to our timing screen, it is Richard Avery who still leads, so they're waving through the race leader. And who are they going to pick up? Are they going to pick up Peter Ursig in the Audi? No, I think he just blasted across the line. No, they haven't. They've got Peter Ursig behind the safety car, so that's not good news for them, because they effectively want to be back on to the tail of the 4 cars up the road who are ahead of them in this race. So word has come from race control to make sure that the Audi remains there as the effective on the track leader, but as I said, it's not actually the leader as it stands after its pit stop. It's down there in 4th place ahead of the Chris Bylan and Simon Mason Cupra, which, yes, they have served a pit stop, but they haven't served a regulation pit stop, which means they are back up into 5th place, but they'll have to serve a pit stop within the next 80 minutes of this 2-hour race. So a little bit confusing there why that's happened, but the rest of them will charge around. If they're clever, they would come into the pits at the end of this lap and try and beat the safety car back out, which would give them a huge advantage, but we'll see what they choose to do. There is the 161 machine of Bao Sidhu and Josh Steed. The Zentex Motorsport team making a solid start to the season at Donington Park 2 weeks ago. They finished 3rd overall and also won Class D as well, so that's what's put them in a really good position in the championship. I know it's the early stages of the year, but still, if you can make a really good start to the season, it then becomes a little bit easier as the year goes on, with still 5 rounds to go this season and some good points on offer as well. So under this safety car, we have still got 90 minutes remaining. Doesn't look like we're going to get that safety car in anytime soon, but for now, here's down in the pit lane Ian with Neville Jones.
Right, here we are. Neville, thanks so much for coming out. I know you didn't want to come and talk to me, but I really wanted to come talk to you, though, because we're here at Snetterton. It's beautiful weather. You're racing with your son. Does it get any better than this?
No, it's really good. Yeah. It's shame about the grid today, but we're here just to do our own thing. Chris is going well, and I've just got to come in, get in later on and just keep it clean, really.
Of course, you had a year away from track action. How was it this morning going out and getting the bug back?
A bit rusty. Yesterday I was really struggling, and it's lap by lap it's getting better today, and I'm feeling a bit more positive. So yeah,
we can hear ourselves behind you in the garage. Matt's just turned it down. I'll let you go. Best of luck for your
see you
Thanks
later.
so much. There you go. Neville Jones, his son Chris Jones, out in the car right now. We'll catch up with him a little bit later. Matt, back to you. Hey everyone.
It's always good when you catch yourself on TV, and the team down there watching the live stream this afternoon here at Snetterton for round 2. Still the scenario of the Audi being behind the safety car, but now it has been waved through. So the Audi goes through. I think the Chris Murphy BMW, which was behind, goes through, and also the Bao and Josh Steed Porsche has been waved through as well. So yeah, a bit of confusion there for some reason, but that has meant that the likes of the Cupra, the Porsche, have made their way round. They still haven't decided to come into the pit lane, which is good for them, because that means they get the march over everyone else. But this would be a good time to come in just to try and beat back out the Audi of Peter Ursig and Marcus Clutton. But now the safety car should pick up the actual race leader, which is still Richard Avery. So a little bit of confusion, but we are now hopefully going to be back in order. Whilst this has been going on, that car has been recovered. So Adam and Callum Thompson's Jaguar is back in the garage, and the team now go to work to try and rectify the gremlins somewhere possibly within the gearbox, because with that bang it does kind of hint that something has gone kaput with the gears. So the team will try and get on with that as quick as possible. They won't really be in contention for overall positions, but as we said, if we can get them back out there and get a finish, they will be Class F winners here today at Snetterton. So all important for them to get a finish, but good work by the recovery team here at the circuit as well. They have managed to get that car back from Oggies all the way back to the pit lane already. So really good work from the trackside team today at the circuit. So we're back to where we were a couple of laps ago with the Cupra behind the safety car. That one should be waved through, and then Richard Avery should be the car that starts behind the safety car. Yes, there we go. So the hand now comes out to say, you wait there, we're going to get you behind me, and we're going to get you back to green flag racing as soon as possible, because I think at the end of this lap we should have the full complement of cars in one line, and we should then be able to wave the green flag once again. So slightly lengthy safety car period, but it's allowed some to do their pit stops through this race, which might be their only pit stops of the day. It's going to be quite intriguing actually, because not too sure what the Audi can do on a fueler tank. This is where we need the likes of Steve Wood, who's always there with us on circuit comms to give us this sort of information. But the Audi, whether it can do just under 90 minutes on a full tank of fuel, probably not, but we'll find out towards the end of this race. And of course, with the pace that they've been showing early on, they have probably gone through quite a bit of that fuel already. They would have had a chance to top it back up in the pit lane, but Peter Ursig still rapidly get himself back onto the tail of the field, which I think he's now pretty much done. So the safety car slows the pace right down. Richard Avery in that purple and black Porsche at the head of the field will be the car to lead them away once we go back to green flag racing. And you've got David Harrison, which sits there in second place. Third place at the minute is the Brian Branson all-white BMW. That, in fact, has now fallen behind the McLaren, but I think the McLaren is a lap down, isn't it? Because the number 68 machine, yes, of Aaron Morgan is a lap down, so that's the one out of kilters at the minute. So the fourth car in line, the white BMW, is third overall. Fourth place is the number 9 Audi, which is now just coming into shot, so that's going to be Peter Ursig and Marcus Clutton fourth overall. Fifth place is then going to be the Chris Byland and Simon Mason Cupra. That was the one that was waved through, and we'll catch back up with the tail of the field. And then the 68 McLaren, which we just spoke about, third in line, is actually now in 6th position, but a lap down. So if it could get a lap back, it could then start to work its way through again, but it's going to have some top opposition ahead of it. in the form of the two Porsches. Behind in 7th place is the Johnny McGregor and Arthur Simonday Ginetta. 8th place is the Joneses Mercedes, 9th place is the Chris Murphy BMW, and 10th place at the minute is the Balsidou and Josh Steed Porsche 924. And after that safety car period, we are now back to green flag racing once again. So round 2 commences as the Porsches lead us back to green. The Audi cannot yet overtake that Mercedes, and now it does. It gets the full power advantage down towards Richie's corner, and the Audi turns in just a little bit gingerly there, but it's made it through. Didn't do a David Harrison through the first corner. And already that Audi now starting to make up places hand over fist as they turn away in towards the Wilson hairpin. Already past the Johnny McGregor and Arthur Simonday Ginetta, and I don't think it will take it too long to get back to the head of the order, where it will be the race leader once again. But as we said, not too sure if it's still Peter Ursig behind the wheel or if Marcus Clutton has taken that one over. It would make sense that Marcus has taken it over on the thoughts that maybe it can get to the end. If it is still Peter Ursig in the car, then we do know that that car has to make a further pit stop within this race, but they might be quietly confident that they can do that and still hold on to the advantage over the rest of the competitors in the field today. But at the minute, it's just trying to work its way past the McLaren. Here is the top 2, so the Porsche of Richard Avery still heads David Harrison for the time being, and just before that safety car, David Harrison was looking to make the move on the lead car, and now he should be in a better position down the back straight, because that 991 might just have the slight grunt over the 992 variation. The 992 does run in a higher class, but David Harrison gets himself to the outside line. He's going to try and go all the way around the outside line there, which wasn't forthcoming, was it, from Richard Avery? You can't blame him. He's going to try and shut the door as best as he possibly can. Again, this is not for class battle honours, this is for overall position only, because they run in separate classes, and now they've got the small matter of an Audi to try and get past as well. So 3 for 1. This is all for the race lead as they work their way down through Coram in towards the left-hander of Murray's. And who is going to come across the line in the lead? Well, David Harrison goes for a move. Is it too late on the brakes? Nope, he gets it stopped very nicely indeed. So David Harrison in his white Porsche goes through, comes up towards the line, but will he lead at the end of this lap? Yes, he will. Richard Avery trying to fight back as they work their way to the outside line in towards Richie's. It's going to be the tighter line for David Harrison. Richard Avery still keeping at bay the Audi, who is again just protecting itself there in 3rd place. Doesn't want to try anything too silly, but now with the grunt that it has, the GT3 Audi works its way towards the inside line, and up into 2nd place it goes. And before too much longer, I would say that it will be up into the race lead as well, because David Harrison can see an ever looming larger Audi. The black and orange machine gets a good exit from Palmer. He'll look towards the inside line down towards the hairpin, the widened hairpin at Agostini, although it doesn't make it easy, does it? David Harrison still keeping at bay the Audi here, so good little scrap between the two of them. They had this all the way through turn number 1 on the opening lap, and David Harrison made that small mistake which just put him onto the grass, but now he's keeping his elbows as wide as possible. But finally the Audi does take the place away, so Peter Ursig and Marcus Clutton find themselves back into the lead of the race, and that took them the best part of a lap and a half. But good fighting from all of those 3 competitors as they go back onto the Bentley straight with an hour and 20 minutes to go, an hour before the pit window closes, so plenty of time for all the drivers, if they need to head back into the pit lane to get a stop done within this race. Under the bridge they head once again then. There's Chris Murphy just making a move now on the Joneses, and that will be a battle for position as well. So off into 9th place now goes the E46 of Chris Murphy. We heard from Neville Jones down in the pit lane. Chris Jones is the man in the car at the minute, so it'll be Dad to take over once they decide to bring that Mercedes into the pit lane for that pit stop. But for now, just lost the position to the Chris Murphy solo driven BMW E46, which now gets back on its way. And Chris Murphy, as we said, driving solo, so it's going to be a long afternoon. So he's going to bide his time, but who does he need to now try and work his way up onto? But he's going to try and get himself up onto David Harrison, who finds himself in the lead of Class C. He's well up there in 2nd place. For now though, let's head back down to the pit lane, because Ian Waterhouse has caught up with the team down there at Team Brit.
Right, I'm going to come down to the Team Brit garage. You've got Paul over here. He doesn't know I'm going to come and have a chat with him. So let's just jump over That's all cool and casual. Paul, I told you I was going to come get you, didn't I? You're enjoying it?
I'm loving this.
We put the camera, we're actually watching the onboard, aren't we?
Yeah. Just watching Aaron doing his thing at the moment. He's having a really good race.
It's been obviously quite a lengthy safety car. You guys did come in, but you didn't drive a change.
Yeah, we did our dummy stop, so we got that out of the way. Very happy with that. It was the right call, and our engineer called it brilliantly.
How was the car this morning when you were out on it?
Yeah, it was really good actually. We had a few issues with it over testing, got those ironed out. Car seems to be absolutely brilliant at the moment. Aaron's doing his thing, is making the most of it.
Top man. Paul, thanks for talking to us. I've just heard a car come in as well. Just stay with me a second. Let's just go see what is going on out here. Have a quick little look. I thought I had somebody come in. Let's keep moving. Let's keep going round. We've got the new barn Jag in. We also, may remember a little bit earlier as well, Jabba Sport, Chris Byland and Simon Mason. They had a bit of an electrical issue a little bit earlier. They're back in now. The bonnet is up. Let's hope nothing's too major. I wonder if I can just run in and find somebody. Just stick around with us just a little bit too. The drivers are having a chat. Sorry, come around this way. Stay with me if you can. Let's just jump in. Simon, all okay?
I don't think so, no. We've got a problem. We think it's probably with the fuel pump or something, so it's not delivering the power that it should deliver. And obviously we've got tomorrow's race as well to go, so I think we might be, we're going to plug the computers in and see confirm that that's what it is, but yeah, it's not looking like we can continue at the moment.
I'll tell you what, we want to be Chris right now. I can feel the heat coming off. It's roasting, isn't it?
It does get very hot in there. Everything's at the front. The back of the car's just coming along for the ride. The front's doing all the work. So yeah, it gets hot with the turbo and the brake disc, the temperatures they reach. So yeah, he's just done a really good run in the car, but we obviously we're challenging for the championship and trophy as well. Yeah. So we need to find out what's causing this problem here now.
Well, I'll let you crack on anyway. Thanks, Simon. Thanks for talking to us. There we go. Issues down here at Jabba Sport. Matt, back to you.
Thanks, Ian. Yeah, so what a shame for that team. They've had problems at Donington Park, as we said. They didn't quite get to where they wanted to. They got second in Class E at Donington, but that was after the struggles through the early part of the race. So Jabba Sport working hard to potentially get that car fixed for tomorrow, which is more important for them because they took one of the trophy class victories at Donington last time out. So that's what they're going to be aiming for tomorrow. So that's the priority for them. So it might just be a case of try and get an early start on the fix that needs to be done. Potentially an electrical problem early on that Simon Mason reported, and now something with the fuel pump is just not quite delivering the power into the car either. So Jabba Sports Cupra is currently down there in the pit lane, alongside what you saw as well, the Callum Thompson, Adam Thompson New Barn Racing Jaguar, which still finds itself in the pits as well with that drama it had down at Oggie's, which brought out the first safety car of the race. A nice little BMW battle happening here. We've got the Chris Murphy BMW, which is trying to chase down Brian Branson at the minute. So this is not a battle on track because Chris Murphy, with his pit stop completed, is just trying to get the lap back from Brian Branson, but it's still a good battle to focus on as they work their way up towards the line. Not too far away as well from the likes of Balsidou in the Porsche GT4 machine, and just up the road from them the McLaren of Aaron Morgan, which, as we just heard, Simon Fullock is not in the car yet, but he'll take over once they decide to bring that car in later in the race. But effectively, as Simon was saying, I've got that mandatory stop out of the way, so the longer one has been completed. It means that when they come back in, they should just be able to do the driver change and head back out onto the circuit. That's the plan anyway for the number 68 McLaren, which currently sits there with a pit stop completed and in fourth place. A really good run for Team Brit at the minute. Chris Murphy is now through and up the road on Brian Branson. As I said, they are a lap apart, just under a lap now, as Brian Branson has dropped behind Chris Murphy. This is a fight though, the McLaren and the Porsche, as they work their way down towards the left-hander of Hamilton, separated at the line by just under 0.8 of a second, but Aaron Morgan doing a grand job to hang on to the place at the minute, but the pressure is definitely coming from the 161 machine, and Balsidou is, by the looks of it, still in the car, because last time round that did a 1:59.920, which is a second off that car's quickest time. And if Josh was in the car, who is a slightly quicker driver, I believe, than Balsidou, then yes, he is a pro driver, isn't he? So Josh Steed should be going a lot quicker than what times that car has set so far. As they head under the bridge, there goes Brian Branson on his own, runs within 3rd place, an extra addition for today in the invitation class, yet to serve that pit stop. Let's just very quickly run you through who has and hasn't served that pit stop within this race. Peter Ursig and Marcus Clutton have gone through with the pit stop completed, and again they've done their first stop, but they will have to come back in because as it stands Peter Ursig is still in the car because that time that Peter has just done is a 150.4. The car's quickest time is a 150.0. With Marcus behind the wheel, it should again go probably about a couple of seconds quicker, so that is an indication that Peter Ursig still has to make a further stop. 35 seconds up the road at the minute from Richard Avery, who remains in the Porsche 992, car number 22, yet to make a stop, so they are going just for the one around about halfway. Now 3rd in the race is the Brian Branson driven car at the minute, the BMW F80 M3, and that has yet to make a pit stop either. And then everyone else in the field has made 1 if not 2 pit stops within the race, so they are good to go if they wish to. If not, it should just be a driver change once they bring themselves in later on, with probably around about 50-55 minutes to go, but we'll have to wait and see how that all unfolds. There is the Bow City Porsche, which has just lost a place there to Chris Murphy, and that is a battle on track because Chris Murphy is on the same lap as these 2 cars around him, the Porsche behind and also the McLaren ahead, so that is a battle and a place gain for Chris Murphy. Just wondering if there was a slight problem there for the Porsche because it was slow through the first part of the lap. Seems to be sticking with the BMW for the time being as it heads now onto the Bentley straight. Under the bridge there just ahead goes Richard Avery in his Porsche 992, so that still sits in 2nd position. This is the fight for 4th place because they, as we said, are a lap down. 4th, 5th and 6th running all line astern pretty much, but it's Aaron Morgan still hanging on for the time being. Here's a replay then of Chris Murphy, who managed to get himself down the inside of the Porsche, and it was Bow City who again was a little bit late on the brakes there. Again you saw the back end just stepping out, trying to control it was Bow City, and then Chris Murphy just had the correct line in towards Palmer, which means he can brake a little bit later, and that was the place taken away from the 161 machine. So that is the switch for 5th position as they work their way through Palmer and onto the straight down towards Agostini. Already across the line they've gone once again, and here is our race leader Peter Ursig still out front. He's just gone and done the quickest lap of the race so far, so with that fuel tank getting lighter, Peter Ursig now on a 150.022 means he's extended his lead to just over 45 seconds over the rest of the field. So Peter Ursig on a really good run at the minute. It's a shame we haven't got the fellow Class A car from JMH Automotive, that of John Seal and Jamie Stanley, who returned to the championship last time at Donington Park, but the Lamborghini not here this weekend unfortunately, but hopefully we'll see John and Jamie back for the next rounds at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit through the middle of June. The other car we haven't got here this weekend, which is a shame, is the KTM Crossbow. That ran very well at Donington also, finished with inside the top 4 places, got second within Class D as well, but the KTM Crossbow is another one of Mike McCullum and Sean Cooper, which is missing, but hopefully again we'll see them later on in the season. Has been a quick turnaround from the opening round, which means that some of the teams which suffered problems still probably not rectified as of this point, so they'll have a lot more time to get things sorted, as we said, for round 3 in what's going to be a couple of months' time. Battle resumes then for what's going to be 4th place now. So now that Chris Murphy has got past Bow City, well, he's got past it, but he hasn't got away, has he? Because Bow City has come right back onto the tail of the number 72 BMW. So we've got 4th, 5th and 6th together. Bow City using all of the road and a little bit more there on the exit curve of the bomb hole. And now as they work their way down towards Coram and in towards the left flank of Murray's, who has the advantage in a straight line. Well, they all look pretty similar at the minute, but let's see if Chris Murphy can take another place away as they get towards the line, up to complete lap number 21, and they go through separated by just over a second actually, so not less than a second, just over a second, these 3 cars. You can see the comparison of lap times. Chris Murphy has been quicker than the McLaren on all 3 previous occasions, so the gap has come from 2.5 seconds down to just under 3/4 of a second, so good illustration there how quick Chris Murphy has been going. And one of those laps he also made the move on Bow City in the corner we just went past at Wilson Hairpin, so Chris Murphy He's charging hard as it stands, but just finding it a little bit tricky to get past the McLaren at the minute. So Team Brit putting up a really good defence in the hands of Aaron Morgan. I'm sure Paul Fullock will be watching with bated breath in the pit lane, because he'll be the next man to jump into that car to try and keep the progression going up the field, because as it stands for the McLaren, currently leads its class and sits 4th overall. I can also tell you the race leader has come in for its second pit stop, so not quite 55 minutes. Normally we see Peter Ursig going all the way to the hour mark, but they've decided to bring Peter Ursig in a little bit early this time. With an hour and 8 minutes left on the clock, he's going to hand that car over now to Marcus Klassen after one pit stop has been served, with the fuel also going into that car. Let's see now what Marcus Klassen can do in the second half of this race, because he'll be the man to jump aboard the Audi to try and keep the pace going that Peter has shown in the first 52 minutes of this race. McLaren carries on then in 4th position, and all of a sudden Chris Murphy now has just kind of lost the speed in that BMW. He made fairly light work of Balsidio in the Porsche, but all of a sudden he's now just become a little bit stuck behind the McLaren, and if he's not careful he might lose that place back to the Porsche as well, because he's looking quite racy once again is Balsidio, who works his way up towards the line, but won't run in a straight line from the BMW, so the Porsche just drops back fractionally as Bal flashes the lights in towards the right hander of Ritchie's. But Chris Murphy, an experienced racer in many different forms of categories, will not be phased whatsoever by that Porsche behind. And just as I said, he was getting stuck behind the McLaren, he now tries to get his way down the inside of it as he works his way in towards the Wilson hairpin. But again, the braking capabilities are good, but he wasn't quite close enough to make the move on that occasion. So Chris Murphy sits in tow in 5th place for the time being. And as we said, and as we keep saying, it's a long afternoon for Chris, so he just needs to bide his time, he needs to be patient, he needs to keep as much energy as possible in his tank, let alone the BMW he drives as well. There goes the Audi then, the race leading Audi that was back into the race, and we'll now see what Marcus Klassen behind the wheel can do to try and keep this 45-second gap over the rest of the pack. So the Audi now has made 2 pit stops within the race. That will drop down into 2nd place, because it won't drop to 3rd, because Brian Bransom is into the pits as well. That car is very shortly to be handed over to Jasper Sapra. Both of those very experienced BMW drivers over many years. Combine those years together and you get a very good combination, and Brian Bransom has done his stint in this race with a fair safety car period to deal with as well. But now we'll see what Jasper Sapra can do in this invitation class for today. Runs as they came into the pit lane in 3rd place, so again a really good job that Brian has done. We'll see if Jasper can carry that speed all the way through till the checker flag in just over 65 minutes time. Fight for 4th place continues, and McLaren ahead of the BMW, ahead of the Porsche. The Porsche runs wide into the corner of Murray's, runs out of road almost, kicks up the dust, and now it's going to be a drag race all the way up towards the line here. But can Balsadu get through? I don't think he will, because we know that Chris Murphy BMW is quite quick in a straight line, and with that the Porsche is able to keep himself behind, and the BMW stays ahead for the time being. But the McLaren is loving this, I'm sure, from Team Brit, because it's looking in its mirrors. He can see the 2 cars behind fighting quite aggressively as Chris Murphy outbrakes himself on that occasion in towards the Wilson hairpin. So that gives again a brief opportunity, but none taken, for Balsidu to think about having a move. But again, it's kind of a tricky position here for Balsidu. He's good through the corners, he catches up right towards the end of the lap, but then all of a sudden, as they unleash the grunt along the centre straight, Chris Murphy is just able to keep himself ahead. But we'll see how this one unfolds for 4th, 5th and 6th places. All of these cars have done their first pit stop within the race. They don't have to come back in if they don't want to, although saying that, Team Brit will have to, won't they, because Paul Fullock has yet to jump into that car, so he will have to take over, and also Balsidu will have to jump out of the Porsche and allow Josh Steed a chance in that car as the pro driver. So those two will have to come in. I think Chris Murphy will come in more to fuel the tank rather than anything else. So let's see what he can do on this occasion. He gets a good run through Williams. He's now in the tow of the McLaren. He's going to leave his braking as late as possible down under the bridge in towards Brundle, the first part of the S's. But again, the McLaren has good second straight line speed. So again, the McLaren not allowing Chris Murphy to go through. As Balsido again towards the end of the lap starts to close up, so we've got 3 and 1 once again for 4th, 5th and 6th positions. And that has now just changed in fact to 3rd, 4th and 5th, because with Brian Branson heading into the pit lane a lap ago, he has now fallen back, and there goes Chris Murphy. Finally the job is done, but is he too late on the brakes again? Yes, he was, but he managed to just about steer the car through the corner, which means in a straight line that BMW is quick, and it should hold at bay the McLaren as they work their way towards the first corner at Ritchie's. I think now the job is done for Chris Murphy. He works his way up into 3rd place, and McLaren of Aaron Morgan, the 570S, has done a tremendous job for the best part of 20 minutes to keep Chris Murphy at bay, but finally the pressure becomes too much for him, and Aaron Morgan is now down into what's going to be 4th place. You will also notice that the Porsche of Balsido has disappeared, because that has now jumped into the pit lane. So Balsido finally brings the Porsche 992 to the pits, and he will hand that car over to Josh Steed, who is standing by. He'll be able to jump into that car once the refueling has taken place, which it now has. So Josh Steed, the sprightly youngster he is, gets now into the Porsche, and the GT4 machine will also have a change of tyres by the looks of it, so a brand new set of slicks will have a chance to get up to temperature, and hopefully that will give Josh Steed a little bit more speed in his stint of this race, with now what's going to be 62 minutes left on the clock. Just an update on Marcus Clutton now that he's behind the wheel of the race leading Audi, which was not back in the race lead just yet, because we are still waiting for Richard Avery in his Porsche 992 to vacate the track and head into the pit lane. But Marcus Clutton now has brought the quickest lap of the race down to a 1:46.606. So I had a guess at probably 2 seconds a lap quicker than Peter Ursig, but all of a sudden Marcus Clutton has gone pretty much 3.5 seconds quicker than what Peter did do in that car earlier on. So 46.606 now the quickest lap from the Audi, and he is at the minute looking to be 13 seconds a lap quicker than the race leading Porsche of Richard Avery. So Richard, probably within the space of 3 laps, will be under attack, and Marcus Clutton will surely make quite light work of the Porsche if it doesn't come into the pit lane before that. There they are. There's the Porsche of Richard Avery. There is the Chris Murphy BMW. There is the McLaren of Aaron Morgan. Those 3 cars are on different laps, just to add. Richard Avery is on lap number 27, and then the 2 cars we just mentioned of Chris Murphy and also the car behind are on lap 26, so they are a lap separate, but we still have the 132 second stop for Richard Avery to serve, plus he has the extra 15 seconds to add as well after the class victory from Donington Park. So in total, from line to line, it'll be 147 seconds, which effectively will lose that car a lap and a tiny bit as well. So when it does rejoin, it might actually be behind Chris Murphy and also behind the McLaren of Team Brit. So that's going to be an interesting one when they do eventually pit, but we know all 3 cars will potentially have to pit again. Of course, Richard Avery for his first pit stop, then the BMW, and then the McLaren for their second pit stop to either refuel or hand over to the second driver. So we will find out what the pit strategy will be on those cars. So with 1 hour completed, we've got 1 hour to go, and I think Ian has caught up with what was the race leader in that early part of the race, because Peter Ursig now has vacated the car. Marcus Clutton is aboard, and Peter is in the hands of Ian Waterhouse.
Right, here we are with Peter Ursig. Peter, you've just done your stint, of course, and all was going really well, and then the safety car came out and just slowed progress somewhat.
Yeah, I mean, we were just catching the pack, because with the handicap we've got to lap most of the field quite a few times, and it came out just at the wrong time for us, really. It was the only good thing was the pit stop window was open, so we can come in and do one of our pit stops, and we had a success penalty from Donington, so we used that there, but yeah, it wasn't ideal.
Now we know we had Hugo last time, of course, out at Donaldson. Now we've got Mark. We know what Marcus can do. He's gonna absolutely fly around, isn't he?
Yeah, that's the plan. We kind of, I mean, normally I do a good half, but this time we thought let's box a bit clever and put Marcus in early and just give us a maximum chance to try and win the handicap. So he'll be doing qualifying laps every lap, I think. So that's what he gets paid for.
Now, are you sure you've actually been out? Because look at these overalls. They're so clean, aren't they? A new pair for you.
A little bit of dirt there.
Ignore that. Ignore that.
No, I did, believe it or not, I worked pretty hard out there. It's a tough circuit on the body, this one, especially in the GT3. The G-forces are quite high, so yeah, you certainly felt your hour, but I'd go out again if they asked me to, so it's all good.
Top man, Peter, best of luck for the second half. Thanks for talking to us. Right, there we go. Matt, back to you.
Thanks, Ian. Yep, nice as always to hear from Peter Ursig down there in the pit lane, and you're absolutely right. It doesn't look like he's done a race whatsoever, does it? He's very clean, he's not sweating at all, and he's now going to relax for the next 58 minutes and see what Marcus Clutton can do. And of course, with the new handicap for this year as well, they're not necessarily going to win the race overall, because there's going to be handicapped in terms of classes to be applied, which will affect the final race order when it comes to it and when that's published after the race this afternoon. But for the time being, Marcus Clutton is making good headway on the race leader. He's now only 19 seconds back. The last time we had that, we had 45 seconds, didn't we? So all of a sudden he's cut a good 25 plus seconds out of that lead over Richard Avery. So we'll see if he can get past on this occasion. Probably not this time round, but he's going to be right on the back by the time they head on to lap number 29. Meantime, McLaren has decided to pit. So for the second time, the Aaron Morgan McLaren from Team Brit is into the pit lane. They will also have a change of tyres, so possibly some fresher slicks on that car for Paul Fullock to engage once he heads back onto the racetrack. And they will be hoping to get themselves up the order as best as they possibly can after dropping down now under these green flag conditions. They will lose out further. They have also lost Class D honours to the Joneses, but we do reckon that car has to stop once again as well. So Neville and Chris Jones will have to make a further stop within the Mercedes. The 22 leading Porsche is in, so we thought we were going to have a battle on track between that car and the ever faster Marcus Clutton, but Richard Avery has decided to dive for the pit lane to hand over to Nick Hull. So that will give race leader Marcus Clutton an even bigger advantage in this race, probably a lap by the time they get towards the end of lap number 30. And Marcus Clutton has, as you can see, just to clarify, done the quickest lap of this race. Average speed around this circuit 100.83 miles per hour. So Marcus Clutton definitely not hanging about. It's been a great start to the season so far with the win at Donington Park. It was a great season last year for this car, just missed out on the overall championship, but it was a great time here at this circuit in 2023 because at the later stage of September they were race victors by a lap. Can they do a little bit more this time? Can they win by more than that? Well, time will tell, as we know, but Marcus Clutton is showing no signs of slowing down whatsoever. So he's on a charge, takes the corners absolutely beautifully through the right-hander of Nelson in towards the bomb hole. He now heads, and Marcus Clutton absolutely throwing the Audi around just to dab of the brakes in towards Coram, and then it'll be a heavier braking zone in towards the tighter nowadays Murray's Corner, which they negotiate. Used to be the old Russells, of course, which was a lot quicker back in the day before the circuit redevelopment in the late 2010 early 2011 season. It's a much more challenging circuit now with the fast sweeps of the Senna Straight and the Bentley Straight, and of course now the new infield section as well for the drivers to deal with. Into the pit lane has also gone number 72, so Chris Murphy is in for his second stop of the race. We did think he was going to come in. Of course there's no driver change to be done for that car, but it will possibly be a refuel for Chris Murphy. The other one into the pit lane, and has been there quite a while actually. This might be one to investigate, but Jasper Sapra and Brian Branson in fact are in for a second stop. So just wondering if there might be an issue for the number 40 BMW, which was running inside the top 5 for the first part of this race, but all of a sudden Brian Branson and Jasper Sapra has unfortunately remained in the pit lane and finds itself down in 9th position. We'll try and get to the bottom of that as quick as we can. There is the Mercedes of the Joneses. That is the car which currently sits in second place. So a really good run here for number 21, Chris Jones, and Dad Neville Jones in the Venture Innovations Mercedes. Works his way down towards the left-hander of Hamilton. They are a lap behind the Audi, but they are more concerned about Class D and trying to keep themselves ahead of the Porsche GT4 of Balsidou and Josh Steed. So that's going to be one that evolves towards the end of the race, and there's quite a few class battles that will be evolving. We can almost forget Peter Ursig and Marcus Clutton. They are almost in a different class. They are in a different class of their own actually. Class A car for this weekend once more, but they are the only Class A car here, unfortunately, due to the withdrawal of John Seal and Jamie Stanley, which has not brought the Lamborghini to Snetterton for today's action. So the Mercedes works its way down towards the bomb hole. The car behind is the sister Class D car, but they are at the minute a lap apart. So this is Josh Steed trying to get himself back onto the same lap as Class D leader, and with Josh Speed's ability and his pace and being a pro driver, he should be able to get past the Joneses Mercedes as they work their way up towards the line. Let's see if the Porsche can get through. It's going to be very, very close on the run towards Ritchie's. The white Porsche will go to the outside line. The Joneses Mercedes backs out a bit at the last minute, and it will allow Josh Steed to go right around the outside and take its lap back. So that's going to see it now back on the same lap as the Class D leader, as there goes the Ginetta now in the hands of the French Texan Arthur Simonday. So Arthur doing a grand job as well. That car currently down in third place with one pit stop completed. So just wondering if maybe that is still Johnny McGregor in the car. It's all got a little bit confusing under the safety car, where teams and drivers decided to pit. Some decided to stay with the same driver, others then decided to stick a second driver in. So we won't necessarily know if Arthur Simonday has got into that car unless it pits again. So I would probably hazard to guess that Johnny McGregor has stayed aboard that car, because the lap times are very similar to what it had been doing. So yeah, 2:03 is its quickest time. Last time it was a 2:09, so not too much difference there between Johnny McGregor's time, as we keep an eye on this battle between third and fourth. This is the Ginetta up against the Porsche as it works its way in towards the right-hander of Williams. David Harrison, he is trying to get himself sorted, and we'll see if that Porsche can get through, which I don't think it can. I think the Ginetta has the straight line speed down the Bentley straight. So we're going to leave this battle for the time being, as David Harrison does get himself through. I think that was made very easy by Johnny McGregor. He kept himself to one side. He knew that the Porsche was in a different class and let it go past easily down on the Bentley straight. Right, we're going to head down to the pit lane, because Ian Waterhouse is standing by, and I think he's caught up with Aaron Morgan from Team Brit.
Right, everybody, welcome down to the back of the pits here. I'm here with Aaron Morgan. He's just got out of the car, just done his stint. It is roasty toasty. I think there's only one thing to do, isn't there? Now, Aaron, I wanted to come find you again. I know you're charging me for coming to talk to you because I talk to you so often. However, there's a family member of yours watching all the way over in Thailand. Now, I promised I'd give them a shout out as well. You know who, don't you? Your sister Hayley. She is watching, so can we give a big shout out to Hayley?
Yeah, look, big shout out and massive love to Hayley for following me in Thailand. I know she'll be cheering me on. Yeah, just so grateful to her and everybody who supports Team Brit for watching the video today and cheering us on.
Can I just say, I did have permission from Aaron to tip water over your head as well, didn't I, Aaron? So that's good. Look, the race, the stint, you've done your first bit, all good for you. Pretty good, actually, pretty impressive.
Yeah, wicked stint. I'd got a lot of fun then. Near the start, I was able to get past some of the Porsches. Towards the middle of the stint, they were able to sort of put their pace into effect, and then boxed pretty early when the safety car come out, just to get our dummy stop out the way. And so some people used that stop chance to get the pros into the car. So then I was sort of maybe a bit more occupied looking in the rearview mirrors towards the end of my stint, but managed to hold them off really well. The Team Brit car's been flying all day today. I'm so grateful to them for preparing such an awesome car.
Aaron, thank you so much, mate. I'll leave you alone now, I promise, until the presentation a little bit later.
I'll see you in 10 minutes.
I'm not. I'll see. Well, we'll be talking to Aaron in 10 minutes. I'm not going to litter either. That's going to go in the bin. Matt, back to you.
was going to say that was quite cruel from Ian if that wasn't planned, but full respect for Aaron Morgan, and if Aaron was feeling quite naughty, he would get Ian back there. But it's a warm enough day, thankfully, because normally here at Snetterton it can be quite chilly. But yeah, very warm out there with a slight breeze today, which is very much enjoyed from all of us here at the circuit. So there is your race leader, still Peter Ursig and Marcus Clutton. Now the pro driver of Marcus Clutton behind the wheel. He leads by pretty much 2 laps. We just wait for the second place car to come through, which it does now, and it does mean that it's a lap and a half, I think it's fair to say, between first and second. There is the second place car, so that is David Harrison, and I believe Nathan Lucky has now taken that car over, because what are the lap times doing? Last time was a 1:59.6, so yeah, the early pace was set by David Harrison on a 1:56.9, and now it looks like that Nathan Lucky is behind the wheel with a 1:59.6 last time through. So the Porsche doing well, leads within Class C. The race leader overall is your Class A leader, and then further back we have the Ginetta, which leads Class G. That is Johnny McGregor and Arthur Simonday. Class B leader is then in 4th place, which is the Nick Hull now driven Porsche, which was started by Richard Avery, so that's now been handed to the capable hands of Nick Hull. And then further back, Class D leader is going to be the number 161 machine of Bal Sidhu, and now Josh Steed behind the wheel, who is another pro driver. So you've got the 5 class leaders in the top 5 positions overall, so we've got some brilliant variety towards the head of the field, and we've got 3 different manufacturers inside the top 5 there. So Audi, Porsche and Ginetta, they cover the top 3 positions as it stands for the time being. There is your 4th place car, so that is now Nick Hull behind the wheel. There is the BMW just behind, which I was a little bit concerned about, but that is now back out there, which is good. So Jasper Sapra, after losing a little bit of time in the pit lane, he is now back out in the all-white BMW. But what a mean Porsche that does look, doesn't it? It's got the teeth on the front. It's the 992 spec Porsche, which we have this year for that team. And both Nick Hull and Richard Avery doing a grand job for road and competition engineering. And nice to see them up there at the minute in what's going to be 4th position. We'll keep an eye on the lap times as well, because there could be potential for that car to progress higher up the order, all depending on what Nick Hull can do compared to the Ginetta and also the Porsche 991 up the road ahead of it. So they'll be looking for another good solid finish. They took the Class B honours at Donington Park, and they finished 10th overall within that race as well. So already they are doing significantly better with more adaptations of this car and a little bit more testing that they had here on Friday. The free practice session this morning, followed by the 10-minute qualifying session, and every single time that car is adapting nicely in the hands of both Richard Avery and Nick Hull. Jasper Sapra seems to be going pretty well at the minute. That car last time did a 2-minute 2.8, so not quite on the pace of Brian Branson, but Jasper Sapra, as we mentioned earlier, another experienced BMW racer. Most weekends Jasper is out there racing something somewhere. If he can, he'll try and get to 2 different circuits on the same weekend, but I think he's content with just being here today alongside Brian Branson. And he is looking to catch the back of Nick Hull actually at the minute in this Porsche 992, so not battling for overall positions on track, but again it's looking like the BMW might be able to get its lap back from the Porsche. Here's the other Porsche, the GT4 spec of now Josh Steed, and that car is doing fairly well. It is currently just behind the Nick Hull Porsche 992 that we've been focusing on, so that's 4th, and this car is now in 5th position. Works its way round Coram. Pretty lonely at the minute. It's a good few seconds back from the car ahead, and it's a good 30 seconds up the road from Chris Murphy and the BMW, so clear track all around for Josh Steed as he brings himself back onto the centre straight for what's going to be for the 32nd time. Onto lap number 33 it now goes. So 45 minutes left within this race. The pit window will remain open for another 25 minutes if anyone wishes to make any further pit stops. I think the majority of the field now have done at least 1, if not 2 pit stops. I think the majority of the field have done the 2. Those that have done 2 were the ones that pitted early on within this race to get the the long stop out of the way, and then just had to come in to change their driver for the regulation. So most of the pit stops now I think have been achieved, and everyone now in the cars till the end of the race. 35 laps have been completed by the race leader. Still Marcus Clausen going pretty quick. Last time round he was a couple of seconds slower actually, 1:48.6 compared to his 1:46.6, and he's just leisurely working his way around the circuit. 2 laps advantage over the Porsche of number 5. David Harrison, the man who started, and now Nathan Lucky behind the wheel. Will it be a lucky day for them, because they currently run second and also Class C leaders on their opening race of the year. Actually, they weren't with us at Donington Park, so that car is in second place. We're also getting a black flag now being hung out on the pit wall, so that is going to be for some sort of infringement. We normally get infringements a little bit later on once the pit window has closed, but let's try and work out which car that was. No clarification on the time screen just yet, but there was definitely a black flag for... Okay, so we're getting word that it's the number 40 BMW which has received a black flag. That is a stop-go penalty. It's not just a stop-go penalty, it's for a regulation of a number of seconds because of potentially a too short a pit stop there. So the car sits there. I can see out the commentary box window. It sits there. So this is not good news for Jasper Sapper, unfortunately. That car, which was going pretty quickly, wasn't looking to make up any places ahead of it because it was a couple of laps down on the Joneses Mercedes, but you can see it now in the pit lane. Finally it gets the wave by out of the pit lane from the marshals, and it will rejoin the circuit with quite a bit of time lost, unfortunately, but Jasper Sapra does now rejoin the race. So off he goes once again, heads now on towards the right-hander of the Wilson hairpin, just about to lose a lap to the Johnny McGregor and Arthur Simonday Ginetta G55, which again is now one of the older spec Ginettas compared to the new G56 which we have around the UK, but the G55 still being driven very well indeed, and Ginettas are made very strong indeed by Lawrence Tomlinson and all the team up there in Yorkshire, who like to make sure that Ginettas stay as strong as possible, and this one at the minute is having a really good run in third place as well. So great job that Johnny has done in the early stages, and Arthur Simonday now looking to put that lap onto the BMW of Jasper Sapra. Again, he won't have to work too hard. The blue flags should be waved from the marshals points, and the Ginetta might just have a little bit more straight line speed compared to that BMW as well. So on your screen you can see the top 5 places taken by the top 5 classes that we have at the minute. Further down you can see Jasper Sapra is leader within his class, which is the invitation class, and then further back you have Chris Bylan and Simon Mason's car, which is not in the race at the minute. They are still within the pit lane, but they would have been leading Class E if they would have still been out there. And also the Class F car of the Thompsons, Callum and Adam, they are down in 11th place and also remain in the pit lane as well. They were out of the race earlier on due to a possible bang in the car, which relates to possibly some sort of gearbox issue. That car has got itself into the pit lane with hopefully them chance to get back out onto the circuit. Right, we're going to head back down to the pit lane now because Ian's standing by with some more news down there in the pit lane here at Snetterton.
Yeah, welcome down to the pit lane, everybody. We've just seen Jas Sapra. Here he is again. He's just come through, just actually served the penalty. He's coming in. Is he going to to go? Let's find out as we just watch him go down. He's going very, very slowly down the pit lane, isn't he? He is going to pull in. Just a couple of stories, of course. You remember the Jabba Sport, the number 23, the Cupra Gen 1. As we know, it is now out of this race. Officially, they're saving it for tomorrow. Let's grab a quick word with Chris. Chris, could we just have a quick word? You were obviously behind the wheel when things started to go wrong. How did it feel? What was it like out there?
Well, it was hot but disappointing because we're not the quickest car in the class, but we normally punch above our weight.
Yeah.
And then to get a power loss, which we thought first was fuel, but it can't be because there's too much fuel in the tank to start with. And then it's traction control. So we've got an intermittent problem now the guys are trying to fix. But we think it's more likely to be a fuel pump. Right. So we got a spare, so it should be okay for tomorrow.
I was going to say, because tomorrow's actually the big one for you guys.
That's the big one.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it is. So we've got a bit of practice in the morning, but we're confident it's the fuel pump, nothing else.
Yeah. races, 2 50-minute races in the Brit Car Trophy.
Yeah, good.
Chris, thanks for sticking around talking to us. Really appreciate it. Let's just move back out a little bit. I know actually the signal here at Snetterton's not great, so whenever we sort of move around the garages quite a bit, signal sort of cuts out a little bit. So sorry for that. But just a quick update as well on the new barn racing. We saw it stop at the side of the track a little bit earlier. Brought that safety car out. I have spoke to Callum and Adam. It's now gone. That's it. It won't be going back out track. We thought it might have a chance of it getting back out, but I have spoken to the team here. It's not going to happen. We are about though to have the Mac G Ginetta come into the pits. We just turn the camera around. Watch, the crew are out. They're getting ready for that one very, very shortly to come in. It's going to be exciting down here. It's going to get very loud. It's going to be very, very, very exciting. Arthur Simonette behind the wheel of that one. Very shortly, Mac G coming into the pits. In fact, they're coming around the final corner now. Let's just see if they do come in. Stay with us just a little bit longer, if you will. It does. It dives into the pits right now. The Mac G, Johnny McGregor, Arthur Simonette, the 83 Ginetta G55 Super Cup. In it comes for its stop. Let's just stay with us. Let's watch it as it happens and unfolds here live in the pit lane at Snetterton 300 for the second round of the British Endurance Championship 2024. Listen to it roar. A bit of refueling going on here as well. So pit lane going on, plenty of action. Well into the second half of this race now, though. Things starting to develop nicely. Just that one safety car from the 88 New Barn Racing Jaguar so far. And all going to plan once again for Peter Ursig and Marcus Clutton. Marcus in the car at the minute, and there is going to be a driver change. It's like Johnny McGregor is about to get himself back out on track very shortly indeed. I'm going to hand back to Matt to keep talking through the action.
Thanks, Ian. Yep, so you can see the refueling going on with the Ginetta. 2 churns of fuel being put into that car just to make sure it can make it to the end with just under 40 minutes to go. And Ian correctly spotted that there is going to be a driver change as well. So Arthur Simonette has done the middle part of the race, so probably 40 minutes or so in that car for the French Texan, who thoroughly enjoyed his time at Donington Park. And I'm sure he's had a fun time here at Snetterton as well. But it will be Johnny McGregor, the man behind the team, who will get himself back into the car and take that one now to the checkered flag. There is the number 40 machine. It's had a drama-filled couple of laps, hasn't it, with a couple of visits into the pit lane, but now Jasper Sapra is back on his way, still down there in the order at the minute, so no real chance of him getting himself back into contention. But again, for them, they'll be focused on what happens tomorrow in Brit Car Trophy, a bit like the team down there with the Cupra, the 2 guys of Chris Byland and Simon Mason from Chava Sport. They have now decided to call it a day, unfortunately. So we have a couple of retirees from this race, as the race leader Marcus Clutton makes his way nicely through past the now 3rd place car of Nick Hull. So he drops a further lap down. Marcus Clutton again will go past the Jasper Sapra BMW, and again, by the time they get onto the Bentley Straight, he's well and truly past. There is the Audi GT3 spec car. So Marcus Clutton having a wonderful day so far in the Snetterton sunshine as he works his way under the bridge. And there is the Ginetta rejoining the circuit after its 2nd stop of the race, and that's going to drop it down to 7th, possibly 8th. All depends on where the Mercedes is on the circuit, that of Chris and Neville Jones. Neville Jones now behind the wheel, so he'll be trying to charge down this Ginetta. That's the Class G Ginetta up against the Class D Mercedes, so again it will only be for an overall position on circuit rather than any class battles. And Marcus Clutton now on to lap number 41. Quickest lap of the race still stands with him at 1:46.6. Last time through with a bit of lappery to be done, he did a 1:48.5, so still within 2 seconds of his quickest lap within this race. And we are now heading towards the final quarter of round 2 of the British Endurance Championship. And now with the Ginetta back up to speed, let's see if Johnny McGregor can do anything about the cars up the road, because he's 23 seconds adrift of the Paul Fullock McLaren, who is a further 12 seconds back from Chris Murphy in his BMW. So we've got 3 cars together there, all on the same lap. And we'll keep an eye, as we said, on what times Johnny and McGregor can do, whether they are any quicker than Paul Fullock, and if they are any quicker than Chris Murphy, could give us a nice battle with inside the top 5 as we head towards the closing stages of this race. We're taking a lap or 2 just to get back up to speed. So onto the back straight goes Johnny McGregor now behind the wheel. You can see in the background the race leader of Marcus Clutton about to put a lap onto him this time round as well. In terms of disparity, the Jetta is doing 2-minute lap times and the Audi doing about 1:48, as we said. So 12 seconds a lap around this 3-mile circuit is how quick the Audi is, and by the time they get down towards Murray's, I'm sure the Audi will be looking for a way through to put the 5th lap of the race on this car. Blue flags and blue flashes of panels going around the circuit. It's a new iteration of things that the drivers have to look for now. The flashing lights on the gantries, and Johnny McGregor has seen that very well indeed as he works his way up towards the line. He's now a lap down on Marcus Clutton, and Johnny McGregor, as we said, back in the car, and I believe Ian is down there in the pit lane because he's going to catch up with his teammate Arthur Simonday, who has just jumped out, and he, I'm sure, enjoyed that just as much as he did at Donington Park.
Right, everybody, welcome down to biz. I hope you're with me anyway. So loud I can barely hear anything. We've got Arthur Simonday, part of Mac G Racing. He's just come in actually from his stint. Now, Arthur, I did see you a couple of minutes ago, didn't I? And thought you looked absolutely roasting after that stint. How was it?
Yeah, it's hot. It's abnormally hot. Way hotter than Donington. I mean, another long stint for me. We went for the same strategy we had at Donington, 30-60-30 type of format. So yeah, I mean, it's just a lot for an hour.
Well, I know before, obviously, getting involved in Mac G Racing, you've done a bit C1s, that type of thing. Of course, something of a step up for the Ginetta, of course. But what have you learned from Donington that you've now taken here to Snetterton?
Yeah, so that's a good question. I think basically looking at testing from Friday, I was able to get pretty much right up on the pace I wanted to be at. Donington, it took the whole day, and then a little bit of even free practice really on race day. Today, pretty much right on the pace by the end of the day yesterday. Free practice was, happy with that. So, I mean, really it's just getting used to the car, getting used to things moving at you much faster than...
Should you be used to the heat from Texas?
Yeah, well, there's heat and there's heat.
There's car heat, isn't it?
Yeah. So, I mean, the inside of that Ginetta is boiling hot, and Silverstone in June is going to be a whole nother animal.
It certainly is. Go sit down, drink plenty of water. Best of luck, and we'll see you later. Matt, back to you.
Yeah, Arthur's not half wrong about June and Silverstone. I remember back last year when the British Endurance Championship was there that weekend. I was also there. It was a very, very hot weekend, around about 30, 31 degrees, I think. And in a car, it almost doubles. So it's not easy whatsoever. But Arthur, I'm sure, will get plenty of testing in before then, and he'll get himself sorted and get used to this great British weather we have in the UK from what is compared to over there in Texas. But great job he has done, and he did longer in the race than I actually thought. He did a good 60 minutes, which is nice. So Arthur Simonday is now relaxed and ready to watch what Johnny McGregor could do towards the end of this one. And in terms of his lap times, well, Johnny McGregor, now he's getting back up to speed, is actually slower than the 3 cars ahead of him, so he's not catching that of the McLaren of Paul Fullock. So at the minute, Johnny McGregor has a little bit more pace to find from the Ginetta to try and bring himself up the overall order, but as it stands, that car runs within 7th place. Let's have a quick look at the order as it runs then. So 42 laps have been completed by the race leader Marcus Clutton. He is the man out front. He has completed an hour and a half almost, and finds himself 2 laps clear of the number 5 Porsche of Nathan Lucky, your top 2. A 3rd place and a further lap down from the 2nd place car is Nick Hull in the Porsche 992 number 22 machine. Then we have Josh Steed, the pro driver now within the 161 Porsche GT4. He is 20 seconds back from the Porsche 992, and he's catching around about 3 seconds a lap here, so that's going to be one of the battles to keep an eye on towards the end of the race. So the 2 Porsches closing themselves up together. 5th place as it stands is number 72, which is the Chris Murphy BMW. That is the 46 GTR version. That in the minute is 33 seconds back from Josh Steed, and around about the same pace actually he's showing to Josh there, so 4th and 5th looking good. I don't know if Chris will be able to catch before the end of the race though. Behind them in 6th place is now the Aaron Morgan but Paul Fullock driven McLaren 570S. That sits about 17.5 seconds back from Chris Murphy. Then it's the Ginetta we've been talking about of Johnny McGregor. That is the number 83, which sits 30 seconds adrift, and it has just gone and done actually its best lap of the race. So all of a sudden, Johnny McGregor starting to pick up the pace on the 2-minute.368. 8th place is the Joneses Mercedes AMG, and then just ahead of them, or just behind them I should say, is the Jasper Sapra driven BMW F80 M3, which sits as the final runner in 9th position. So they are your positions overall. That's how it stands within this race, with now under 30 minutes to go. And as we said, the battle we're going to keep an eye on is between the number 22 Porsche and the 161 Porsche, which is chasing, because last time through it was 3 seconds quicker, and the gap now down to just under 17 seconds. So we'll keep an eye and see if that comes right down in the closing stages. That will be for 3rd and 4th place. Not for class positions, but it will be for an overall podium within this second round of the British Endurance Championship. But I don't think there's any stopping the man out front of Marcus Clutton as it stands. So that is your Porsche, which currently sits in 3rd place. This is Nick Hull behind the wheel, the mean looking Porsche with the teeth out as it heads its way down in towards Oggies. So that turns now on towards Williams, and on its way towards the completion of the infield section very shortly will be that of the 4th place car of Josh Steed. So that is what we're going to keep an eye on, as we said. Sector times will be dropping all the time. It's all going to be dependent now on traffic, because if they get the traffic in the right place and if they can get past that traffic in good speed, then potentially Josh Steed as a pro driver is going to catch up with Nick Hull before too much longer. But Nick's job now as not a pro driver will be just to make sure that he can keep that further Porsche at bay and make sure those elbows are as wide as possible. Nothing to worry about at the minute. As I said, the gap is 16 plus seconds, but with the rate of knocks that Porsche is coming, then it won't be too long until it's onto the tail here. So will it get there before the end? 3 seconds per lap. You're looking probably at 13, 14 laps we have still to go. So yeah, it's definitely going to get there. But as we know in motor racing, it's one thing to catch and one thing to pass. That's the BMW. That is a lap down. This is the Porsche we need to keep an eye on. That is the one in the hands of Josh Steed, and that is the one that is catching up with Nick Hull in 3rd place. So through it goes, on towards the centre straight once more, and on this occasion the 3rd place Porsche of Nick Hull does a 2-minute-2.0, and for Josh Steed he does another 1:59.9. So again, not quite 3 seconds, but 2.1 seconds quicker than the car ahead. So Josh Steed now is starting to bring that gap down. 22.5 seconds it was 2 laps ago, 19.6 seconds the gap was a lap ago. This time round 16.7. So really now it's all about what Josh Steed can do and the communications he'll be having from the team about what needs to happen, how long he's got left in this race, and where he is charging to try and catch up with that 3rd place car at the minute. So a grand job that Balsidou did in the first part of the race, and after an overall 3rd place at Donington Park, trying to get their 2nd consecutive podium finish overall within the British Endurance Championship race. So keep an eye on that Zentech Motorsport Porsche. Heads nicely through the left-hander of Hamilton and then hits the brakes for the double right-hander of Oggies. The corner which carries on and on and on, and finally they straighten up on towards the short straight down towards the right-hander of Williams, and then it's the long straight here at Snetterton, which is the Bentley straight, the back straight, where they head under the bridge down towards the left and right flick of Brundle and Nelson. And just coming through there is that 3rd place car, which is Richard Avery. So Richard works his way through the bomb hole. There is the Jasper Sapra BMW going through, and there, as we said, is the Porsche which sits in 4th place. Now this is a bit of a concern actually. This is the 2nd place car of number 5, so Nathan Lucky, who was in the car we believe, is now having 1 tyre change. In fact, he's having both of the rear tyres changed, so some new rubber going on to the Porsche which was in 2nd place. So this is a little bit concerning for that car, because it wasn't scheduled to be back in as far as we were concerned, and also the 3rd place car is in as well. So Nick Hull is in, and also Josh Steed's going to come in. So this is all a little bit of a late dash to the pit lane, all looking to top up the tanks before the pit window closes in 5 minutes time. So no real urgency amongst the teams and no real panic why these cars are in, because I think it is just due to the early pit stops they all made. They're now going to have to just top those tanks up to make sure they can make it to the end of the race. So you can see in the background the Porsche of 161, which is Josh Steed. This is what was the second place Porsche now being put back into the race. So Nathan Lucky into the car he goes once again. The BEC team just making sure that all of the speed limits are adhered to, and then as soon as he gets to the 40 miles per hour board, he'll be back on his way. So David Harrison and Nathan Lucky rejoin, although they have lost the place now to Chris Murphy. So Chris goes through into second place in his BMW E46. There is Josh Steed still having the tyres changed as well, and now the 5 spokes tyres that they have to change. So it's not just the centre wheel lock that they're doing, it's the actual 5 studs on this Porsche GT4 machine. So that takes a little bit longer for the team to tighten all those up, but they should all be within the mandatory time. And looks like Josh Steed is still in the car as well, so he'll be rejoining down in what's going to be 4th place, and hopefully he can resume this battle with the Porsche 992 of Nick Hull, which has yet to rejoin the circuit either. So they are going to be rejoining around about the same time. About 10 seconds will separate them. That's what the gap was when both of those respective drivers brought the cars in. And just wondering if Richard Avery will jump back aboard the number 22 machine, because if Nick Hull hasn't quite got the speed that Richard Avery had, then it might be a good chance to put Richard in to try and keep at bay Josh Steed as the pro driver. But back on his way goes the 161 machine, so the all-white Porsche back down the lane, and also the 22 machine is coming onto the circuit as well. So they're both going to rejoin, as we said, within the space of 10 or so seconds of each other. And in fact that gap might have just come down slightly, although Josh Steed is just taking it very gingerly towards the edge of the pit lane, just making sure he doesn't cross that line before he needs to. And now he accelerates back up to speed after losing a further lap to the race leader of Marcus Clutton, who goes now on to lap number 48. Pace of Marcus has just dropped off slightly, 149.2, but still there or thereabouts with what that car was doing early on in the race in the hands of Peter Ursig. 146.606 still remains the quickest lap from number 9 Audi. So after all those late pit stops, with 2.5 minutes to go, it now sees the number 72 BMW of Chris Murphy ahead of the number 5 Porsche of Nathan Lucky. The McLaren has gone into 4th position in the hands of Paul Fullock, and then the Ginetta, after its late pit stop handed back over to Johnny McGregor, has also jumped into the top 5 and also leads Class G. So that's a really good run from Jonathan and also from Arthur Simonday. So this car we are now focusing on once again, the 161 Porsche, try and close down the gap on Nick Hull in car number 22, and you can see Josh Steed really flinging the car through the corner there. So right out onto the rails he goes through Hamilton, and then tucks the car nicely through Oggies on towards the right-hander of Williams. And it'll be again a good indication to see how much time Josh Steed has lost over that of Nick Hull, or if he's closed the gap down once again. Of course, it will be about building the tyre temperature once again, making sure that they've got enough in the car to make sure they can push to full throttle as they work their way down towards Brundle and Nelson. Now the Josh Steed Porsche on a roll once again. Chris Jones and Neville Jones Mercedes still sits there in 8th place, and then Jasper Sapra and Brian Bransom, although they are in the invitation class for this weekend, they are still pushing on nicely in that 9th position. And still to the retirees we have of Chris Byland and Simon Mason. They'll be saving their car for tomorrow's Brit Car Trophy encounters, and also the Thompsons with their Jaguar F-Type. Not really going to replicate what they did at Donington Park, unfortunately. Got a top 8 finish, finished 2nd within Class F, and that car is done for the day after only completing 7 laps in the early stages of this race. So a bit of a disappointment, but again, plenty of time to turn that car around before the next round at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit in June. So under the bridge heads Johnny McGregor. That is the Ginetta, the black and yellow machine, and then behind you can see the Jones's Mercedes. For that car is at the minute a lap or so down on the Ginetta ahead of it, so that's not a battle on track is going to liven up towards the end. This is the one we need to look at, because again, this is the Nick Hull Porsche, which is now 47 seconds behind the new 5th place of Johnny McGregor, and behind 15 seconds is the Josh Steed Porsche GT4, so the gap has stayed pretty much the same. So they all adhered to the 132 seconds in the pit stop, and they rejoin the track exactly the same gap as we had when they came in first time round. So that is all good, shouldn't be any penalties to be handed out to any of those drivers. But now that the pit window is closed with just under 20 minutes to go, this is where all of the jurisdictions come through, and anyone who was shorter than the pit stop recommendation will now start to be applied penalties. So hopefully nothing will pop up on our screen to say that anyone has gone under the pit stop window, and everyone will be hopefully clear towards the end of the race, but we'll see how that all unfolds. So we'll keep an eye on this battle between the 161 Porsche, which continues to close down on the number 22 Porsche up the road, but for the time being let's head back down to the pit lane where Ian Waterhouse has caught up with the first driver in the BMW, which is now piloted by Jasper Sapra. Let's go and hear from Brian Branson.
Welcome to the pits, everybody. I got Brian over here. I did promise I was going to come down and have a quick chat. One of the reasons I wanted to talk to you, Brian, is because you've done your stint, and then Jas went out in his stint, and he came back into the pits twice in quick succession for speeding in the pit lane infringements.
Yeah, he done the speeding infringement twice, and he's done track limits, so he's kind of ruined the whole thing for me, to be honest. I went out for an hour and 10 minutes, bust a gut, put some really good times in, got us up to P3, and he just totally ruined it, basically. I don't know what's wrong with him, but yeah, we'll be having a chat later.
Can we bring the camera to that chat?
Yeah, I would. I'll record it for you and send it to you.
Please. Might need a bleep machine now, will we?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I'd say so. He's been absolutely useless.
But you are out tomorrow as well in the Britcar Trophy.
Yeah, we're doing Trophy tomorrow, which is obviously 2 races, so see how that goes, and hopefully Jas sorts herself out.
Brian, you got a cheeky grin on your face there. There we go, Brian and Jas. It's great to see you guys as well. And of course, things didn't quite go to plan at Donington, but a lot better here, other than Jas's multiple penalties.
Yeah, he's. I'd understand it once, but when I went up to the race control, and he read out a stream of them about as long as my arm, and I was like thinking, oh my God, that couldn't have been me. So I sat down with the clerk of the course, and I actually went through the times and the lap, and I was like, that definitely weren't me. So I felt a lot happier then.
I cannot wait to see Jas in Park Ferme a little bit later. Brian, hope to talk to us, mate. Cheers. I'll see you later. Yeah? Take care. Matt, back to you.
Thanks, Ian. Yep, nice that Brian Branson is passing the blame to his teammate. He's got no answer to that, unfortunately. He's in the car and doing his job. So Jasper Sapra, I'm sure they'll have a wonderful conversation after this race about who did what and who was to blame. But Brian Branson severely putting the blame in Jasper's court right now. But we'll see what he has to say, I'm sure, at the end of this race. Just under 17 minutes to go. We are currently keeping an eye on this 161 Porsche, which crosses the line once again. This is in the hands of Josh Steed, goes through, and that time does a 202.5. So just wondering actually if that car has been handed back to Bao Sidhu, because the times have dropped away from what Josh was doing, and with some new rubber stuck onto that car as well, I would probably hazard a guess that Bao is back in the car. So Bao, I would say, is back in the 161 machine, and for the 22 team, I think, yeah, Nick Hull has remained aboard that car, because that car is not quite doing the pace which Richard Avery showed earlier on. So Bao Sidhu now potentially the man back aboard the Porsche, which is good. Nice to have him back in the car with some good sync time to get his car to the checker flag, and as it stands it would be a second place within Class D. They haven't quite got the pace today to live with the McLaren 570S, the Team Brit machine, who are looking for Class D honours at the minute. This will be their first win of the year. They took 4th place at Donington Park, which was a little bit low down for them, but Aaron Morgan and Paul Fullock having a really good run here today on a circuit which seems to suit that McLaren 570S. So on they push, and doing a really good job inside the top 4 at the minute, and they should, I reckon, be holding on to that, because lap times that Paul Fullock is currently showing is not too dissimilar to the Ginetta behind, which is trying to chase it down, which is in the hands of Johnny McGregor. So 4th place looking good for the McLaren. Just up the road from the McLaren is the Porsche 991, still in the hands of Nathan Lucky. That car is a little bit quicker than the BMW of Chris Murphy, but bear in mind Chris Murphy has done this race all on his own. It's been an hour and 45 minutes of non-stop action for Chris Murphy. He had that slight breather towards the beginning of the race where we had the safety car, but Chris Murphy now starting to be closed in on by that third place Porsche in the hands of Nathan Lucky. Not by a huge amount, the gap is coming down, but it is coming down in favour of the Porsche 991. So again, we'll keep an eye on those lap times over the remaining 15 or so minutes. No concern whatsoever about Marcus Clutton, although his lap times have dropped away slightly, but they are still much quicker than everyone else around him. So I don't think, again, there's any worry about Marcus. He is 4 laps to the good of everyone else at the minute, so it shows the pace that both Peter Ursig and Marcus Clutton have had across the course of today, not just in the race, but within qualifying, within practice this morning, within testing yesterday. All very, very impressive indeed. And after having Hugo Cook for the first round, Peter Ursig is looking for a double win with his second co-driver of the season. But this one, Marcus Clutton, should remain for the rest of 2024 because there are no other commitments that conflict with BEC and the British GT Championship. So Marcus will be there with Peter for the remaining rounds of this season, which, as we said, take trips to Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit in June. A couple of weeks later they're off to the idyllic picturesque circuit of Oulton Park up there in Cheshire. That'll be the first Saturday in July. Then there'll be trips to come at Donington Park on the national circuit. Already been to Donington for round 1 on the Grand Prix circuit, but the national circuit will be the next round of the championship in August, and then after that will be trips to Snetterton in September to round out the year for the British Endurance Championship. So some good rounds to look forward to this year. So we're keeping an eye on the progress, as we said, of this 161 machine. At the minute, the gap is just starting to eke out once again, and I think we were right that Bao Sidhu is back in the car, because Ian Waterhouse has managed to catch a word with Josh Steed, and he's down there with him now to find out how the race has gone for him so far.
Here we are, Josh Steed. Now, how nice is this breeze right now? Because you've come out of the car fairly recently and it is hot, right?
I tell you what, it's a reward after being in that car. It's surprisingly hot today, 20 degrees in that Porsche, gets real hot. It's like a big metal green box. I know, it's not great.
Dripping.
It's not great, but yeah, no, I mean, extracted as much as I could from there. I was unfortunate we had to do that additional stop, but just a bit of miscommunication. We had a bit of an issue with the radio at the start, so a finish is a finish, points is points. Still got a long season ahead, so we're going to keep pushing.
You live and learn, don't you? You keep going, you take a lot from this into Silverstone next time, right?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Silverstone, we've got a big surprise for what we've got to bring, so yeah, we'll find out then.
Tell me more about Zentech. What's it like being part of the team?
Amazing. For a long story short, I've been working with Zentech this is my 4th year. The first year I joined with Zentech was back in 2021 in the Ginetta GT5 Championship. Straight away joining, we took the title by a massive margin. So since then I've been working with Bao and the team, and this year fortunate enough to be racing back with the team with Bao.
Top man, look, take it home, and not long to go, just over 10 minutes or so left of the race, and I'll see you up there a little bit later, Josh.
Yeah.
Recover, go on, get some water.
Cheers, mate.
Matt, back to you.
Thanks, Ian. Yep, again, nice to hear from drivers down there in the pit lane, and Josh Steed happy with what he's done. Had a hard time out there on circuit with the temperatures we have here today at Snetterton, but with the result they currently find themselves in, second within Class D, they should still retain the Class D championship lead as we head off to Silverstone, because their rivals, the leaders in Class D, finished 4th at Donington Park. So with a first and a second for Zentech Motorsport, it is still looking good within not just Class D but also the overall championship as well. They won't overhaul Peter Ursig and Marcus Clutton because they're on for a second victory of the year, so that will be maximum points so far for that team. There's Jasper Sapra then carrying on, unawares what Brian Branson has been saying about him, but he sits there at the minute in what's going to be 9th place. Behind him was the Porsche of number 22, which I don't think now will be caught by the Bao Sidhu Porsche, because Bao now just starting to lose a couple of seconds per lap, so what was a gap that was coming down between 22 and 161 is now starting to open up once again. So things looking good for the 22 Porsche, and that looks set for Class B honours as well. So that car, which is about to put another lap on Jasper Sapra, going to find it quite hard actually, because Jasper's not making it easy, then goes to the inside line, and still the Porsche cannot get its way through. But Jasper surely will just allow Nick Hull to have the inside line on this occasion. Quite leery in that BMW, rear wheel drive, but finally, yep, he gets through. So Nick Hull now clear of that couple of laps down Jasper Sapra BMW. There's the Mercedes of the Joneses. They are having a fairly good run. They are third within Class D, so the Mercedes of Chris and Neville Jones. They're about to lose a position to, a lap down. They're about to go to the number 22 Porsche, so that's going to be a change again in terms of a lap down. And then the BMW, which now sits behind the Mercedes, they're also a lap apart as well. So again, Chris or Neville Jones, whoever is in the car, doesn't need to fight too much, although Jasper Sapra is still having plenty of fun out there by the looks of it as he works his way right around the outside line. That'll be his lap back on the number 21 machine, but it won't be a change in position for number 40. Just under 9 minutes to go then. Next interview will be the number 72 Chris Murphy BMW, and that currently has the number 5. Is that the number 5? No, it's the number 161 Balsidu Porsche up behind it. The one in the background, the other white car you can see, is Dave Harrison and Nathan Lucky, and that car is still catching actually. So with just under 9 minutes to go here, Chris Murphy is having to work pretty hard. The gap at the line this time through is going to be 9.9 seconds, and last time through it looked like Nathan Lucky was about 3.5 seconds quicker than Chris Murphy. So this is definitely going to be on now for the second step on the podium. More importantly, it's going to be the honours within Class C as well here. So Chris Murphy, I'm sure, we fed the information of what the gap is, what he needs to do, but Chris Murphy is really going to have to work hard for this one. He's got a little bit of a buffer at the minute, but as soon as the Porsche of number 5 starts to see those cars ahead, the target is in with sight, and you start to pick up your pace even further. And with the driver doing the whole race on his own, of course he's done it in previous seasons, but Chris Murphy just probably started to struggle towards the end of this one with a fresher driver behind him bringing that gap down. Chris Murphy is now going to hang on by his fingernails, and he'll be hoping for this race to just disappear quicker and quicker in the last few minutes of this race. That is the 161 Porsche which goes through pitching now. That is the one of, as we said, Balsidu and Josh Steads, which lie in 7th place, second within Class D. But it's the one behind we need to look at, and it's just about to come under the bridge now. So that is the Nathan Lucky Porsche. It's got the stripe down the right-hand side of the car. And this is now the pace starting to be picked up by Nathan Lucky. So through the left-hander of Brundle, in towards Nelson he turns. And it's going to be interesting now to see what this gap is going to be down to. 9.8 seconds, keep that figure in your head. That was the gap last time through between second and third, first and second within Class C. And with what's going to be 6 3/4 minutes to go, is there any chance for Nathan Lucky to get on terms? We've mentioned that in motor racing it's one thing to catch, another thing to pass here. So if he does get to the back, he's going to need probably a couple more laps to try and make the move as well. So there goes Chris Murphy up towards Ritchie's. Here comes Nathan Lucky, and the gap now is going to be 7.2 seconds. So it's another 2.5 seconds taken out. Just going to try and keep an eye on where Marcus Clutton is as well, because it all depends on where he is on the circuit to how many laps we do get within this race. And in fact, Marcus has just gone through the first corner up towards the Wilson hairpin, so he's just behind this battle actually. So I think Marcus Clutton will get past in the next couple of minutes. He'll then find himself ahead, which means these two cars will have to do a lesser lap than they would have primarily done if they were behind Marcus Clutton. So I think that's not really going to help the number 5 Porsche. It definitely will help the number 72 BMW of Chris Murphy. And there again is the gaps that the battle has come down to, and how much Nathan Lucky has been able to take out of the second place car. So still the battle is on. There's more traffic up the road as well for Chris Murphy's got some traffic to work his way through, one of those being the Joneses Mercedes by the looks of it. So that means that he's going to have to try and get past as quick as he can. Hopefully he'll get past him in a nice clear position without too much drama through a corner. But now Marcus Clutton is just about to put a lap onto this third place car, so it's another lap down for the rest of the field, and I think it's going to be by the end of this race 5 if not 6 laps difference between the race leader and the second place car of Chris Murphy. But what a fantastic run this has been for Chris. Finished 5th within the opening round of BEC at Donington Park. He took the class honours there in Class F. He has been recategorised for this weekend up to Class C because the balance of performance and the speed that he has shown is now putting him into a higher class. So Class F honours at Donington, it could be Class C honours here at Snetterton. Is about to come up to the Joneses Mercedes, is about to be lapped by the 161 Porsche of Josh Steed, and is now definitely being caught by the number 5 Porsche of Nathan Lucky. So what was just over 7 seconds is now down to 3 seconds. So all of a sudden Chris Murphy is really starting to struggle. The race leader can't find his way through, but Neville Jones keeps to one side on the inside of Richie's corner, and here comes that number 5 Porsche. So he is definitely on a charge. There are 3 cars between himself and the Chris Murphy BMW, so that does help him slightly. And with 4 minutes to go, we're going to get, I reckon, 3 more laps now, with the leader doing 1:53s. That's still 3 laps left within this race, so it is absolutely a charge on for Nathan Lucky as he works his way now down through the left-hander of Palmer. He's now just got 1 car between himself and that fight for second place, so the only one that may be able to help here is the Porsche of Josh Steed. But with Josh being a fellow Porsche driver, he might just help out the number 5 machine behind him, but we'll have to wait and see. There will be blue flags waving here to the 161 machine. That is currently down in 7th position, so it does need to move out of the way of these quicker cars as they work their way through Hamilton, down towards the right-hander of Oggies. And what was 3 seconds already through the first sector, it is another second taken out by Nathan Lucky, so we're down to 2 seconds between second and third as Nathan turns himself now onto the Bentley straight. Hopefully it is Nathan in the car. I'm not giving him a disjustice and calling the wrong person, but I would hazard a guess that Nathan is currently in the car. David Harrison was the man who started the race, so he is hopefully done in terms of his stint. As they head under the bridge, there is now nothing to choose between these 2 cars in second and third place. A nicer run there taken by Nathan Lucky as they work their way down towards the bomb hole. What was 3 seconds became 2 seconds at the end of sector 1. Through sector 2 there's been another second taken out, so we're now down to 1 second between these 2 cars, and by the time they get towards the end of the lap it might well be side by side for second place and honours in Class C with just 2.5 minutes to go. Marcus Clutton crosses the line now and goes on to his penultimate lap of the race, and here comes that fight for second place, albeit 6 laps down. But what can the Porsche do now as they draw themselves along the line? And there goes Nathan Lucky up into second place as they head now onto that penultimate lap of the race as well, and it comes in the dying stages of this one. A great clawback there for Nathan Lucky and also David Harrison, and unfortunately for the solo drive for Chris Murphy, he's not able to hold on in the dying stages, so what a shame for Chris. It will still be a really good solid result inside the top 3, but it will now drop him down to second within Class C for this second round of the championship. But a great charge there for the number 5 Porsche. And if you remember back to that first lap, first corner, David Harrison was out wide, he was on the grass, he just didn't quite have the control into the corner. He was trying to outsmart the Audi of Peter Ursig, but just ran slightly wide and all of a sudden dropped to the tail of the field. So lap by lap, hour by hour, he's made his way almost back to the front of the field, and it now sets him up nicely for a second place in his debut weekend within the British Endurance Championship, and it's been a welcome addition to this second round as well. So Nathan Lucky and David Harrison looking good for second. Chris Murphy I don't think will be caught by the next car because the McLaren at the minute is albeit quicker. That car is over 20 seconds adrift of the third place car, so it all looks good for Chris Murphy in third place. It looks like the Aaron Morgan and Paul Fullock McLaren from Team Brit will finish as Class D leaders and 4th place overall, and it looks like the Ginetta of Johnny McGregor and Arthur Simonday are going to be set for Class G honours as well in that number 83 machine. So we'll see how that all works its way towards the checkered flag, which is going to be a lap away, because now in towards the final corner comes Marcus Clutton. We've got 45 seconds left on the clock. Marcus works his way up towards the line, and there are going to be 5 and a bit laps between him and the rest of the field. His closest competitor a long way back after a lap victory at Donington Park for the first round. It looks like he's going to add a few more laps to that in the same amount of distance in terms of the race, but unfortunately for him, he hasn't really had the class opposition this weekend with the Lamborghini dropping out prior to the weekend, so no Jamie Stanley or John Seal, but hopefully they'll rejoin us for Silverstone in 2 months' time. But Marcus Clutton has driven an absolutely fantastic race. He's set the quickest lap on a 1:46.6. Up until that stage, Peter Ursig did the quickest lap on a 1:50, I think he got himself down to. But this morning in qualifying, Peter Ursig was not too far away from the time that Marcus has set within this race, a 1:47.9. So every single round that Peter Ursig does, he improves, he gets better, he gets quicker, and he gets more like a professional GT racer. And now as Marcus Clutton is having a bit of fun out there, he steps the back in towards the right-hander of Oggy's, just making sure that there's no rubber left on these tyres. He's flinging it through the corners, almost wants to drift through the right-hander of Williams, but it's been an impeccable day once again for this team as the number 9 machine for PB Racing by JMH work their way down the back straight for the final time. It looks like the Nick Hull and Richard Avery Porsche will go a lap down on this final lap as well. And now that the clock has ticked to 0, Marcus Clutton just has a couple more corners to go as Nick Hull tries to keep the Audi at bay, but there's no real chance there, Nick, of keeping Marcus behind you, so he lets him go, and it's going to be 2 more corners to negotiate for Marcus Clutton, who works his way through Coram. He'll then flick his way down towards the left-hander of Murray's, and there'll just be 1 short straight up towards the checker flag, which is in hand here at Snetterton. And round 2 of the British Endurance Championship is going to be won by Peter Ursig and Marcus Clutton, who brings the Audi to the checker flag. It's 2 out of 2 for the 2024 season as Audi takes victory at a sunny Snetterton in round 2 of the British Endurance Championship. We don't have to wait too long until the second place car comes through, because that was put a lap down just a couple of minutes ago, or a further lap down a couple of minutes ago. And there it is, the second place Porsche on its debut weekend here at Snetterton in the BEC. It's Nathan Lucky and David Harrison who come through in second. Third place goes the way of Chris Murphy. A very spirited drive indeed for the BMW driver. 2 hours on his own. He's done a fabulous job to bring that car home in third place overall. Fourth place should go the way of the McLaren. The 570S is working its way through the final corner. You can see that now working its way towards the line. So Aaron Morgan and Paul Fullock, they'll get 4th place in this race and 1st place in Class D. And then for 5th place it should be Johnny McGregor and Arthur Simonday, who cross the line now to take the checker flag in 5th position, and they win Class G as well. And then further back, already taking the checker flag just behind the race leader, Nick Hull and Richard Avery in Class B. They are the race winners, the class winners, and 6th place overall. And then the final few finishes come through with Balsidou and Josh Steed. The Joneses in the Mercedes, and the Jasper Sapra and Brian Branson Mercedes crosses the line. BMW crosses the line in 9th place. So there we go. Round 2 of the British Endurance Championship here at Snetterton is won for the second time this year by Peter Ursig and Marcus Clutton in the Audi GT3. 60 laps completed. They're 5 laps ahead of the Nathan Lucky and David Harrison Porsche. Third place goes the way of Chris Murphy in his BMW E46. 4th place to the Morgan and Fullock McLaren 570S. Johnny McGregor and Arthur Simonday bring their Ginetta home in 5th place. 6th place to the Porsche of Nick Hull and Richard Avery. 7th for Balsidou and Josh Steed. 8th place for the Neville Jones and Chris Jones Mercedes AMG. And the final finisher goes the way of Jasper Sapra and Brian Branson. There are problems, unfortunately, for the Byron and Mason Seat Cupra, and the Thompson's Jaguar failed to complete more than 7 laps. And unfortunately, the number 75 car was a non-starter, the Mercedes BTCC machine. Quickest lap went the way of Ursig and Clutton, 1:46.6, set back on lap number 25. That was the quickest lap of round 2 of the championship. So there we go, we are done and dusted for the British Endurance Championship. Plenty more racing still to come here at Snetterton this afternoon. We'll get to that in due course. Next round for the BEC will be at Silverstone, as we said, on the Grand Prix circuit in around about 2 months' time. So there's a little bit of a break before then. But for now, let's catch up with all those winning drivers and the podium finishers from classes and overall, because Ian Waterhouse is down there in Parc Fermé with those drivers.
Right, everybody, welcome down to Parc Fermé. A great race. We've got Marcus Clutton, Peter Ursig. We'll grab a word with them very shortly, but I want to chat to Nathan Lucky, and of course Nathan Lucky and Dave Harrison there, absolutely flying through, and wow, that was a good chase down in the end, wasn't it?
In the end, after the balls up at the start, yes, that was good fun.
It was an entertaining race, only for you guys anyway. Certainly after, as you said, that start going off early on, but you chased down Chris Murphy in the end, and fantastic drive. Must be delighted.
Yeah, no, absolutely. When the guy said there was still the BMW to chase down at the end, I was like, okay, give me something to focus on for the last session.
I should say it was a bit of an added purpose.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah.
And because it matters, because it's for the class win.
Because it was, when I heard it was him, I was like, yeah, okay, it really matters.
Look, congratulations. Go celebrate with your team. I will see you a little bit later. Let's just grab Chris over here as well. Chris, I don't know how you do it because you're a solo driver. I couldn't quite hold on in the end to that outright second place, but still a magnificent drive from you.
Well, it's disappointing. We had second place, should have had it, but we lift and coast for a quarter of an hour. We got the fuel filling wrong.
Is that what it was?
And down on fuel pressure to 1.4 bar instead of 4.9 bar. So just watching it go by at the end, which is very, very annoying. But never mind.
Well, it's still outright third, second in class as well. Congratulations,
Thank you very
Chris.
much.
Thank you. I'm just going to run down here. Let's grab Marcus and Peter as well, boys. Can we just jump in with you? A few handshakes around, so we'd like to see. Marcus, I haven't really seen you. I saw you very briefly earlier. I've seen an awful lot of Peter today, so if you don't mind if I just focus on Mark. Do get in though, Peter. Do get in as well. Great final stint there, and Peter, it's kind of set you up really, hasn't he?
Yeah, he does the hard work, doesn't he? Really.
I'm not sure today. I think today Marcus did the hard work.
The idea is he makes my life easier, but a good day. We lost a bit of pace with the tyres really fell off a cliff halfway through my stint, which ended up being a very, very close race, we believe, with the 22 car. So, but the handicap system's working great. We're having a real race.
It threw a spanner in the works. We spoke, didn't we, a little bit earlier with the safety car that came out. That kind of had a bit of an effect on the handicap for you guys. So it meant there was work to do, didn't it, Peter?
Yeah, and that's why we changed the strategy. We thought we'd bring me in slightly earlier and put Marcus in the car to give us the best chance to make that time back up again. But, it worked in the end, but we had to work pretty hard for it.
Guys, congratulations. Enjoy this one, won't you? I'll see you down at the hospitality a little bit later. Race 2 for the British Endurance, round 2 for the British Endurance Championship is over. Back-to-back wins for Peter Ursig. Next race coming up, though, we're getting straight into it, thick and fast. Lots of action still to bring you. I'm going to hand over to Sam. I believe she's at the assembly area ready for the next Caterham race. Over to you, Sam.
So we've got the Vertex 7 Championship UK cars just heading out on track now for their first race of the day. Some fantastic new liveries on these cars, and we've got Wes Payne there. He's stepped up from the 310R Championship, so this is his first race in 420s. Paul Donkin qualified second in the race for the race today, which is great because he was doing so well last year, and then he was in the AM category. This year he's in the Pro-Am category. So let's see how they get on. You've got Jake Swan. He's just doing a few rounds this year, so he's doing this one. I think he's going to do just a couple of others, Brands Hatch, a few closer to his home. So it'll be a great race for you all to see. So I'll hand back to the guys in the comms box, and we'll see you in a bit.
Thanks, Sam. Yep, so the cars have now left the assembly area, making their way to the grid, ready for their first bit of action of the weekend and the first race of the 2024 season as well. So it's the Vertex Caterham 7 Championship UK. This is how the grid lines up then for their first race. Lewis Thompson qualified quickest this morning. He is ahead of Paul Donkin on that front row of the grid. Row 2 then sees number 28, which is Harry Senior. He'll be joined by Sam Smith in the number 42 machine. Row 3 then sees Will Smith with Ben Simmons alongside, and row 4 Richard Amos with Ian Payne on his outside. The 5th row then sees that of Wesley Payne, joined by Tom Eden in the number 64 machine, and then further back on row number 6 it's going to be number 23, which is Justin Armstrong. He'll have alongside him Angus McLean. The 7th row then sees number 9, which is Matt Dyer. He'll be joined by number 44, which is the car of Tim Dickens. The 8th row headed by number 11, which is Cole Jones, and on the outside it will be Finley Cooper. The 9th row then has Jake Swan in the number 66 Caterham, with number 8 Chris Fraser on his outside, and the 10th and final row of the grid will go the way of number 3, which is Oliver Smith, and number 22 Gary Curtis completes the 20 starters we have for this Vertex Caterham 7 Championship UK race. We're looking forward to 20 minutes of action, and I'm delighted to say that Chris Hutchinson is joined us back in the box. And Chris, you've had a little bit of a break, a little bit of chance to get over to the paddock. Everything going okay?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously we've had one race today already and all the paddock are buzzing around that, but we're waiting to get this action underway with the 7 Championship UK series here here, this is the top flight of Caterham Motorsport in the UK, the national champion. You're going for the title of British Caterham champion when you win this championship, and our drivers out there looking to see. We've got a field of 20 cars looking to see how they can get their season up and running. Obviously, Lewis Thompson getting it a perfect start to the season in that pole position. I think he did 3 laps in qualifying plus his super pole and just parked it because he knew he'd done enough. But Paul Donkin alongside him. So as Sam mentioned there, we run 2 classes in this championship. We've got the Pro-Am and also the Am Championship. And last year Donkin was the champion in Pro-Am, and Lewis Thompson was the champion in the Donkin was the Am champion, and Lewis Thompson was the Pro-Am champion. So our 2 champions line up side by side on the front of this grid, but Donkin has moved up into that Pro-Am championship for this season. So we're going to exciting to see how they get on. Plenty of new names as well in this fantastic car. They run on slicks, so the only cars running on these Avon slick tyres this weekend, and yeah, you're going to see some angry cars as they go out here, and I'm really looking forward to this one.
And you alluded to there as well, Chris, about the Am and of course the Pro-Am category as well. Most regulars to the championship will know what that's all about, but for people who are joining us for the first time, what is the difference between a Pro-Am and an Am?
It's just about your past performances, really. So if you've won a championship in a Caterham spec car, then you will be in that Pro-Am championship. And it also, there's various other sort of criteria. So if you've come from another championship as in the national category, then you'll be put into that Pro-Am category, as well as if you consistently finish on either in the podium or in the top various percentage of our grid. So that's how we work the split, and it's mostly the Pro-Ams at the front of this field, but Harry Senior's come on in his brand new 420. He's come from the graduate side of the Bark Motorsport paddock, and he's come across into the main championships here, and yeah, has put it into that 3rd place, which is incredibly impressive from him, to say the least. It's not easy to take the step up onto these slick tyres, especially in this 420R machinery with 180 horsepower, 6-speed sequential box, and it really is a significant step up from the 310 category where Harry Senior's come from, and various other people as well. We heard about Wes Payne as well, so it's going to be interesting to see how he gets on in that Am category. He's currently the next person up is Wes Payne. He's down in 9th place, so you can see there's quite a few cars between him and Harry there up in that 3rd place.
Yep, so looking forward to the quickest of the Caterhams that we have here this weekend. Lap time should be sub 2 minutes, but as Chris alluded to as well, that with the slick Avons we have as well, we're looking to break the barrier this weekend. Stephen Lyle's time still stands from the 7 Championship UK lap record from last year actually, 159.9, so that's what all the drivers will be aiming for in this one. But as a field, but plenty of warmth into those tyres on a warm day here at Snetterton, just making sure they've got all the tyre temperature they need, all the brake temperature they need as well on that run towards the first corner. Lewis Thompson is the man who lines up on that pole position, returning champion from last year in the Pro-Am category. He was champion by, in the end, just 17 points, but his 2 main protagonists from last year, Stephen Lyle and Gordon Sawyer, have not returned for this opening round of the championship. So Lewis Thompson getting off to a grand start, as Chris said, with just a few laps in qualifying, did a grand job to get onto pole position. He carries the number 1 from last year as well as the reigning champion, but he's got some tough opposition alongside with the number 24 machine of Paul Donkin to start alongside. That is the red and white Caterham we'll be able to see when the lights go out. And then, as Chris said as well, Harry Senior doing a grand job to qualify 3rd on the grid in car number 28, and he'll have Sam Smith in the number 42 machine to line up alongside. But as we saw earlier on, Chris, with the 270Rs, we're looking forward to some good close racing, lots of overtaking, hopefully no safety cars though.
Yeah, let's hope no safety cars today. Wind has also picked up quite a lot as I've been out and around. Really is quite a brisk head crosswind as we come up this start-finish straight, so again that is going to aid with the slipstreaming. Slightly less slipstreaming in these most powerful of the cars, but it will still be a big part of how they're getting on out there. And yeah, we saw Will Smith returning in his bright orange car, so you'll see him in that lead group as well. Other people returning, so we've got excuse me, we've got Justin Armstrong come midfield at the moment, but he's returned back with us, and Tim Dickinson, Matt Dyer looking to see whether they could put a full championship together, but they all look to be lining up on the grid then for the first of this 3 20-minute races for the 7 Championship UK this weekend.
Yep, some big names to look out for from lower down on the field to see if they can make good progress through the field. 5-second board has been held aloft, so all the drivers now look towards the gantry which goes red, and the 20-minute Caterham 7 UK race gets underway now. And again, it's a pretty even start between the top two on the front row, so Lewis Thompson will try and lead the pack up towards the first corner with Paul Donkin alongside, but who's going to steal the early march in towards the right-hander of Ritchie's? Red on the outside for Donkin, Lewis Thompson green on the inside. They are still side by side in towards the corner. It looks like Lewis Thompson though will have the inside for the first part and also for the second part up towards the Wilson hairpin. So a grand start from Lewis Thompson. They turn through the Wilson hairpin, and it's actually a good start from Harry Senior, who's got himself up into second place as Paul Donkin goes down to fourth, potentially fifth place.
Yeah, there's a bit of shuffling there, wasn't there, into the Wilson hairpin that time through as the field sort of spread out nicely. There's Harry Senior in his turquoise car, and Donkin, has been shuffled back to that fourth place, so that's not the start he wanted off the line this time through, but it is that green car out front then of Thompson. We've seen that plenty of times, and the other drivers will be desperately hoping that he's not going to get away into the distance. We've got these slick tyres, as I said, and it's about getting the heat into those tyres. Maybe Donkin didn't quite get as much heat as he needed in the warm-up lap.
You can hear the screeching as they work their way through Agostini. Some of them just a little bit tentative through the left-hander of Hamilton. I think Paul Donkin has fought his way back into fourth place now, so finds himself just up the road of Will Smith. I think the other one that got through there was Sam Smith in the number 42 machine, so he will be potentially running in third place, just off the tail of Harry Senior at the minute, but it is going to be the number 1 machine of Lewis Thompson who leads them down the Bentley Straight for the first time. And here we go, the fanning out starts to come into effect as they head down towards Brundle and Nelson. And can Harry Senior take the lead of the race? Yes, he can. So through he goes in his turquoise coloured car. He sits there in the lead, second for Lewis Thompson, and just wondering if that is actually no, it's the 49 machine, isn't it, which is Ben Simmons from the third row up into third place.
Yeah, great result from him to move up there. So he, as Donkin's slipping back again, he's under attack from Will Smith. I think Will Smith has now got past Donkin, so that red and white car has just been overtaken by the orange car as well. So he needs to stop that rot pretty quickly to prevent all these cars disappearing up the road. But it is Harry Senior in his first ever 420R race, and in the sort of top spec race moves into the lead then, as the rest of the field absolutely nose to tail coming over to complete lap one.
Yeah, it looks like the top 9 are all together as the move's going to go for the lead once again. Lewis Thompson gets a great run up towards Ritchie's corner, so he goes to the lead. Here comes the number 49 machine of Ben Simmons. He tries to take second place away from Harry Senior, but can't quite carry the full momentum of the straight line through the corner, so they're going to battle it out down towards the Wilson hairpin. They'll go late on the brakes, and it will eventually be Ben Simmons who just about sneaks ahead of Harry Senior for second position. So a nice move there from the car which was in third, now up into second place. Further back we're going to see Sam Smith in fourth at the end of that first lap, and to round out your top 5 it is going to be the number 27 machine of Will.
And it was Simmons running very wide out of Palmer that time through, and he'll have to watch out. That'll be one of his strikes on track limits. We do run track limits as Will Smith down the inside there of the number 32. Yes, so that's Payne right up there as well with everybody else fighting in. So we're expecting to see this, but Will Smith making progress. Keep an eye on him. He's in that orange car. Didn't quite make that move stick as they exited Agostini that time through. Matt Armstrong also now running on the tail of our front sitter there of Donkin, who's still not managed to stop that rot at the moment. Another wide exit there from Simmons as he went onto the back straight. Harry Senior looking to get back past him. That might be 2 strikes in 1 lap.
Yep, so not good news for Harry Senior. He's got to watch his track limits here, especially at the exit of some of the corners, as Paul Donkin tries to get himself back into the mix as well in the number 27 machine. In fact, that's Will Smith, I think, isn't it, who's trying to work his way through. Paul Donkin's just further down now, dropping behind Ian Payne by the looks of it in car number 32. But a great battle at the minute for what's going to be second place, as Harry Senior, who leads the AM part of this race, just trying to keep himself up the order, and also up the order from his nearest rival, who's down there in about 8th place at the minute. That is Justin Armstrong.
You know he's got ambitions just to win this race, but look at Thompson. That gap is getting a little bit worrying now for everybody as they squabble for number 2, 3 and 4. He's getting off up the road, and a little bit of a gap there, so probably over a second as he went over the line that time through, and they are still squabbling. This Harry Senior's going to lose out then to Smith this time through, and Simmons is still battling there. He's going to lose out of place, so it's all change. Will Smith is making that early progress. Paul Donkin has managed to stop the rot. Justin Armstrong got in front of him that last time through, but he has managed to push back through into this lead group, so no panic yet, still 15 minutes to go.
Yeah, Will Smith having to defend there from what looks to be Ian Payne in the 32 machine. Paul Donkin has dropped a further place as well, because coming up the order there is going to be the number 43 machine by the looks of it. So Richard Amos making good progress. Just looking at the colour of Will Smith, quite deceiving actually, because it looks red on your screen, but out the window it's a very sun-tanny orange, isn't it? So just getting confused between his car and Paul Donkin, but that is definitely orange in fourth place as Paul Donkin gets pushed wide off the track. He just about gets his four wheels back on, but he loses that place then to the number 43 machine eventually of Richard Amos, and he might surely lose another one. No, just gets back in line, and Paul Donkin now holds on to that place.
Yeah, he's going to, again, he's still under pressure. He doesn't want to be there. He wants to be out front running away with this. As per Amos running in Stephen Lyle's colours, if you're watching from last year, Amos new in, Stephen Lyle taking out a season for this year, but Amos looking like he's going to make sure that car is still part of this lead group and battle. But there goes Thompson well in the lead, but we've got a 3 wide now with Will Smith making some great progress, the local man. Lots of his friends and family here watching him and cheering him on. The 27, as you say, sparkling, it's like a metallic orange colour, but Harry Senior managed to hold on for now, just over Smith and then Simmons.
But this battle in between second, third, fourth and fifth is not really helping them to catch Lewis Thompson, is it? Because all of a sudden, at the end of that second lap, he led by just over 1.4 seconds. So they have to be careful not to let Lewis Thompson get away, and they want to try and stay as a quartet and not too much overtaking to be done either. If they can just work together to slipstream themselves up to the back of Lewis Thompson, that will help. But Will Smith is not going to listen to any of that advice. He goes straight past the outside of Harry Senior, trying to take second place away in this race. So a great move for Will Smith. That will see him up into second, and down the inside line comes the 42 machine, and that's going to be Sam Smith who makes his way through into third place. So all of a sudden Harry Senior goes from second to fourth. He's got to be careful not to lose the place as well to the number 32 machine, because round the outside Ian Payne tries to take the place away, and that is now ticked off on the exit of the corner.
Both PT sports car cars there, Payne and Harry Senior, but they're both in different categories, so that's probably why he didn't put up too much of a fight there, and he's still comfortably winning that the AM category, so he probably doesn't have to worry about the cars around him too much. But they are coming, as you said, behind. But Will Smith now is the chase down car, so from deep on the field, so 5th or 6th on the grid, he has now made his way all the way up to the second place with that racing as they're going on. But the angry pack, they've got to make their choice. Whether do they try and work together to try and catch Thompson, or do they think that's a lost cause right now? And it's looking from the attitude of the cars like they might be just letting him go up because they're not willing to stop their battles.
And Chris, as an ex-racer, now that Will Smith has broken away in second place with a 2-second gap to try and close down, is it going to be easy to do on his own, or does he need some help?
No, he really would need help to catch up. Thompson's been so fast in all of testing, and he's had a meteoric rise up through these Caterham ranks. He's been winning so much over the recent years that as soon as he's given that gap, he just doesn't make a mistake. So really he does need the extra speed, that extra speed you get from the toe and leapfrogging other drivers to try and catch up. But nevertheless, he'll be thinking very much that he would like a gap, just like Thompson's got over the chase pack.
Still got a long line though, all the way down to the end of the top 10, maybe just after the top 10 as well, as Harry Senior has on this lap dropped down now into 5th position, with those around starting to make up places and working their way through nicely with, as we said, Will Smith into second place now in that 27 machine, Sam Smith making his way through in the mix as well, and Ian Payne still finds himself inside the top 4 in car number 32. Behind Harry Senior, you've then got number 49, which is the car of Ben Simmons, and then behind that you have the number 43 machine, 24 Paul Donkin, last year's Pro-Am champion, and then you've got the second place in AM this year, which is going to be the number 23 machine of Justin Armstrong. So just correct myself, Paul Donkin, the AM champion from last year, who sits there now in what's going to be 8th place.
Watching a battle there between Matt Dyer, Chris Fraser and Matt Armstrong as well, so they're absolutely going hammer and tong as they head around through the Wilson hairpin. There's Matt Armstrong leading that battle, and he was down in 9th place as he went across the line, so having been up in as high as 5th or 6th as we got that number 4 car around the outside there. But yeah, Armstrong going as high as 5th or 6th, now dropping back down into the rear end of that top 10 as everything settles itself through. But Thompson comfortably out front now over 2 seconds. Will Smith still in that second place, and it's this chase pack where all the barging and battling is happening right now.
Yeah, that's the fight for 15th place we were just looking at there. That's Finley Cooper in the number 14 machine, so they are just trying to keep themselves in close proximity to the top 10. And all of a sudden, back out front, Will Smith now has been caught by Sam Smith, and it looks like that possibly the 32 machine of Ian Payne is going to be passed here by Harry Senior. So they're all going to dart for position once again. The gap out front just briefly came down there, so Will Smith did make a little bit of headway on Lewis Thompson. The gap now 2 seconds between the two of them at the end of lap number 4. We've got 10.5 minutes to go, but Will Smith now having to work really hard in second place because they're all back with him as he just broke away slightly a lap or so ago. But Will Smith now trying his best to keep those behind with him and try and urge each other along to try and bring the gap down to less than 2 seconds at the end of this next lap.
Yeah, given that Thompson only really did 3 laps in qualifying, he's going to have a bit of a tyre advantage over the chase group who all did a lot more laps, sort of up to 10 laps during their qualifying session. They have one new set of Avon slicks per race weekend, so they must use the same set all the way through this race weekend. So that advantage that he had at the beginning maybe is starting to fade, but here comes that battle then with side by side with Will Smith and Sam Smith as they head into that turn 1. Harry Senior still there, back ahead of his PT sports car buddy Payne, and Donkin's still fighting with Simmons there to see whether he can stay with this pack, and he's right back with them. So he has put his red and white machine here, and he's still got plenty of time, still just under half of this race to go.
Yeah, and with Caterham Racing, as long as you're there right at the end, it doesn't matter if it's the last corner, as long as you can be in that lead battle, you have a chance of winning the race. So all of these now just making sure they are there or thereabouts in the closing stages. We're only just into the second half of this Caterham 7 UK race, so lots still to play out. And the gap did come down between the top two furthermore on that previous lap, so 1.8 seconds, but they are still battling for second and third place because Sam Smith went through, as we saw. Will Smith now down to fourth place, fourth place because Harry Senior is through as well, and Paul Donkin just towards the rear, keeping himself in this equation for the time being. And the other one in the mix to keep an eye on is the 49 machine as well. That is going to be Ben Simmons. So these 6 cars all together, that is the chasing pack trying to claw down the gap on Lewis Thompson.
Yeah, Harry Senior again, a mover there as we come into this. It's amazing. We have seen it twice already that pack is really shuffling itself around, and it happens quite suddenly. It can look quite comfortable. Will Smith going down the inside then of the Brundle Nelson complex. Can he make it work? No, Harry Senior takes them both as he gets into that left-hander and now comes through the right-hander of Nelson. But Will Smith is now back ahead of Smith. And Smith ahead of Smith. There you go. That was good commentary, wasn't it? But there we've got PT Sports Cars. Ian Payne still back in there, and that is Amos, who was with us up until he was fighting for that lead pack. So I wonder what's happened to him. I wonder what's anyway. It looks like he's heading back to the paddock, so that's an unfortunate end to him. The first race with us, and he was thereabouts, but now is out of this running.
Yep, so Richard Amos was in 8th place across the line. He was in that chasing pack, wasn't he, from 8th on downward, so he is unfortunately through the back door. Lewis Thompson through once more, and in 2nd place the gap opens up once again, 2.7 seconds now. We're going to be 3 wide in towards Ritchie's. Hopefully they all get through safely. It's going to be the outside line which prevails on this occasion, and the one that loses out there unfortunately is Justin Armstrong. So the 23 machine in fact now has lost a further position within the Pro-Am category because 64 has gone through of Tom Eden. So Justin Armstrong here looking for a good solid result. He's just starting to fall down the field, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's got, like I say, Pro-Ams all around him, so Pro-Ams all around him, so he is losing positions this is definitely the battle for Am with Matt Dyer just following on, Tom Eden just disappearing off up the road. Tim Dickens there is a Pro-Am driver, previous champion, so he's finding himself lower down than he would want to be right now. This isn't his battle, but he's got to get through it to try and get back and score more points in his championship. Matt Dyer, they're losing a bit of ground. I wonder if he missed a gear, and I think he might have broken a drive shaft. It looks very much like it was a puff of dust at the right side that might indicate a broken drive shaft as he was coming out there. Cassini just didn't get up to speed, and the other drivers went straight through, so that's a sad end to his race as well.
Yeah, good driving though. He found a place where he could just possibly get that car reversed into, so if the marshals are on hand he should be able to get that car to a place of safety before the leaders head back round once again. A bit more weaving going on there for Paul Donkin just to try and break the toe from the car behind, but it is Will Smith back into 2nd place in the number 27 machine. Harry Senior still sits there in 3rd. 4th place is going to be Sam Smith, and then behind them in the number 32 machine, that is 5th place for Ian Payne. Just wondering if Paul Donkin is just starting to lose a little bit of ground, not a huge amount, but the gap is starting to open up between him and the 5th place car. So again, he needs to stay in line, needs to be good on the brakes, needs to get in that toe and try and make it a 6-car train for 2nd place once again.
You can see that gap's evaporated just as you were saying it, exactly as it was happening. And as that squabble ahead still fight for those positions, you will see these gaps open up momentarily as you lose time when you're trying to make an overtake, and then evaporate as other people squabble. Will Smith, Harry Senior side by side, but Smith holds on. It's a couple of times he's managed to hold on at the end of these straights, and that's not easy. Harry Senior, again, it's not the actual battle for positions on track that they're fighting for, but Ian Payne behind is looking to see what he can do about the drivers around him. So Sam Smith and Ian Payne at nose to tail, with Donkin fighting back, and there he is on the rear of that pack. He's just sort of weaving around saying, I'm here, get a bit of distraction in the mirrors from the car in front. You can obviously, as a driver in the Caterham series, you've got an awful lot of work to do, looking out the front, looking out the side, looking in your rear view mirrors and everywhere else, to try and attack and defend and work out what is your strategy. They haven't let Thompson completely spur off up the road, and one mistake from Thompson, he'll be brought back right into this battle.
Yeah, they brought the gap back down by half a second once more, so we're now down to 2.2 between 1st and 2nd, so ebbs and flows over a course of a lap, but in favour of Will Smith on that occasion. And also it looks like Harry Senior has gone and done the quickest lap of the race, 1:58.856, which is a new record for the 7 UK Championship, so grand job there for Harry Senior, and it's quite an important fastest lap as well, because it gains you an extra point within this championship, so valuable points that might become even more apparent towards the end of the season.
You've seen how hard it is to overtake, and that each overtake you see out here is worth a point as well, so getting that fastest lap can really make a difference by the end, as Sam Smith goes down the inside and pushes Harry Senior just back that one more position at 58.85, the 3rd year of running these slick tyres, and as each year goes on we get quicker and quicker as we just get used to how to set the car up and work the cars, and obviously conditions this weekend are absolutely perfect. So you head up there, but yeah, Harry Senior 1:58.85 will go in the record books, but I think we might see that broken the further through this weekend we get. It is still Thompson out front, then it is still Will Smith in that 2nd, then we've got Sam Smith in that 3rd place as they go up, and Ian Payne in that battle as they head over the line for the start of their 8th lap.
Yep, Harry Senior is still in there as well. He leads the AM categories. He comes across the line in 4th position, trying to get himself onto an overall podium as well, but he's got some tough opposition from behind with the likes of that number 32 machine, so Ian Payne still pushing. Paul Donkin has now broke away from the car that was chasing him, so all of a sudden we've lost Ben Simmons, unfortunately, off the battle pack for the lead group effectively, so he is all on his own down there, a second and a half adrift, and he's about 5 seconds up the road at the minute from the 44 machine of Tim Dickens. So we've still got 5 for second place as they work their way on towards the short straight down towards the left-hander of Agostini, and again out front the gap continues to come down 1.9 seconds, but they can't quite break that 1.5 second barrier, can they, between them and the race leader.
And is Thompson managing that gap as well? He doesn't want to use more tyres than he needs to, and therefore is he just looking in his mirrors? But we're coming down to the pointy end of this race, 3 minutes to go, so I'd imagine this is the penultimate lap, as 1:58 is the lap time around here, so I think we'll get to the line and then once more for their final lap. But Donkin, yeah, looking to see what he can do. Thompson, though, imperious out front, but that is, like you say, under 2 seconds. I think he will be giving a tow to the drivers behind, but it won't be significant until it comes under that 1 second board. But yep, Sam Smith's still in that 3rd place as we went across the line, but they are going to battle and they're spreading out once more. Donkin actually pulling out there of the airstream. I wonder whether he's having overheating or anything like that. It is quite warm temperature out there, but Will Smith is in that 2nd place, still manages to hold on over Senior, and then we got Smith and Payne behind.
Yep, Harry Senior getting himself back ahead of Sam Smith on this occasion as they work their way onto the brakes in towards Brundle and Nelson. So Harry Senior still optimistic to move up the order from 3rd, possibly towards 2nd by the time they get to the checker flag, which could well be next time by. It's going to be close, 2 minutes and 5 left on the clock. All depends when the driver comes through of Lewis Thompson. It's 2 minutes, 1:59, 1:58, 1:57. So yeah, it should be the last lap of the race for Lewis Thompson as he works his way up towards the first corner of Ritchie's. But you're absolutely right, Chris. He's just maintained this gap. He's kept himself nicely in the lead, and all of a sudden Harry Senior's into 2nd again.
Yeah, there goes that 2nd place pitch battle, and we've got a 3rd third place battle. Sam Smith, Payne, I don't know if there was contact there, it looked like it was very close, but Will Smith back down the inside, running him a little bit wide, so he was late on the brakes there to make that move stick. He knows that he's held on at the end of these couple of straights, and now Senior's going to have to look in his mirror against the first of the Smiths in the number 42 car. So Will Smith, confident to be out there and thinking that is where he wants to be, but there is a lot of thought process that goes into, do I want to be out front, especially in a Caterham race, especially on the last lap? He's chosen that yes I do right now.
Certainly has. Slight lock up there possibly for the race leader Lewis Thompson, but he gets himself through unharmed. Paul Donkin could be the man in the position here, couldn't he? Down in 6th position, he's just on the tail, he's holding on to those 4 cars ahead of him, so Paul Donkin is definitely one to watch. But if he wants to try and get onto the podium, he might need to start making his moves fairly soon, and I think this is going to be the first opportunity as they work their way on towards the Bentley straight. But Will Smith is back to second and now has just about 3 or 4 car lengths over Harry Senior, so that might just be enough here as they head down towards Brundle.
Yeah, Senior's having to look in his mirrors, isn't he? Donkin's not going to make a figure here, he'd have to make 2 positions here, and he's not going to with the tailwind down here. Will Smith did the right thing, it was right to be out front. Can he hold on as they head up the final straight though? And it is where, so Will Smith in that second place, side by side for 3rd and 4th. Harry Senior out onto the grass, gravel and dirt. Sam Smith down the inside as they head into the bomb hole. That's going to move him up that position. Harry Senior out wide again. He's right onto the dirt, and that's going to let the whole pack go through. What an unfortunate end for his race, with the rest of the battle pack going through. But it's Will Smith with a small gap, but Thompson still way out in front.
Yeah, that's how easy it is. One mistake, you lose a handful of places, and unfortunately for Harry, he's going to find himself off the podium in this first race of the weekend, and it's going to be a win for the returning champion. Lewis Thompson takes victory in the Caterham 7 UK Championship. He wins by what's going to be a couple of seconds over Will Smith. 3rd place goes the way of Sam Smith, although it was a dead heat for 2nd, 3rd and 4th as they crossed the line. Just to get you the thousandths of a second, well, it was 1.2 between 1st and 2nd, it was 1.2 between 2nd and 3rd, it was 6 thousandths back to Ian Payne, who just lost out, although he's now just been credited with 3rd place on our timing screen. So it's changed there with the flick of the camera. Ian Payne goes to 3rd and Sam Smith drops to 4th.
Yeah, so when it's that close, it takes a little time for the computer just to double check itself, and also we've got start finish line cameras if we need it. But yeah, Donkin in that 5th place, then Senior ended up in 6th place, still the winner of the AM Championship. We've got Simmons 7th, Dickens 8th, 9th was Eden, 10th was Jones, then we had Swan, Payne, Armstrong, Cooper, Fraser, Oliver Smith, Curtis, Matt Dyer and Amos were the 2 non-finishers. McLean and Gus McLean also dropped out at some point throughout that race.
So here's the full results then of the first Caterham 7 Championship UK race of the year. Lewis Thompson takes victory after 10 laps. He wins by just over 1.2 seconds. Will Smith came through there to get the middle step on the podium, and it was Ian Payne who takes 3rd place at the end of that first race. Sam Smith missed out by just 5 thousandths of a second. Paul Donkin comes through in 5th place. 6th place goes the way of our AM winner, which is Harry Senior, unlucky not to be on the podium after that slightly wide moment through the bomb hole on the last lap. 7th place then to Ben Simmons. 8th place for Tim Dickens. 2nd in AM was Tom Eden, he was in 9th place overall. 10th place for number 11 was Carl Jones. 11th place for Jake Swan. 12th for Wesley Payne. 13 was Justin Armstrong, and 14th place was Finley Cooper. The quickest lap of the race did go to Harry Senior on the penultimate lap of the race. He got the extra point on a 1:58.72, and as we said, that was the new lap record for this championship as well. Gets taken away from Stephen Lyle from last year's race, so well done to Harry Senior with the final point there as well. Now your top 14. Let's now catch up with our top 3 drivers down there with Sam Parker.
Fantastic first race for the 420R Championship. Let's go through and speak to Lewis. Congratulations, Lewis. First win of the season. I think there's a reason why you run number 1 in your car, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty simple race. Well, it looked simple race, obviously getting a gap at the beginning and maintaining the gap, but I can tell you what, that was really difficult. There's a massive headwind up here on the front straightaway, and it just making it really difficult to break any sort of a slipstream. And towards the end, I think my tyre was just getting slightly hot. I think the others maybe had slightly lower pressure, so they were coming back at me towards the end, and it was just holding on really towards the end. And then I didn't see the last lap, but I was thinking, oh my god, there's one more lap, you know, Will might be able to snatch it. And then next thing you know, I see the flag, and I was just ecstatic, so glad to have won. But yeah, look forward to tomorrow. Obviously got 2 more races tomorrow and starting from pole again, so that's brilliant.
Excellent. Gives you a good head start, doesn't it, into the championship, and hopefully, obviously you want to fight for that again this year, don't you?
Yeah, of course. I think we've got some really good opposition this year with Will, Ian, Paul Donkin, a few others as well. I think it's just really good. I mean, I would love to have been in that scrap behind. It looked hard, but it looked fair, and it was sort of just scrappy enough to let me just keep that gap ahead. So yeah, It was good, but I'd like a bit less wind tomorrow.
Yes, we'll see if we can arrange that for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lewis. Well done. Right, let's move on and have a quick chat with Will. Congratulations, Will. Fantastic podium position. Looked like a good race out there.
It was one of the best races I've ever had. I've had 2 years off, so I was I thought I might be a bit rusty today. But no, the race was really hard and really clean. Lewis did a great job. I just was catching him, but just not enough.
Yeah.
And behind, it was brilliant. Just a great race.
Yeah, it looked fun actually. It looks like everyone enjoyed it.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of smiles all round, so and not too much damage. So that was a great start to the season.
Yeah, definitely. Well, bring on tomorrow.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Ian Payne. Let's go and have a chat with Ian. Where's Ian gone? Hello. Right, I can't find Ian, so I'm not sure we've got time to go and speak to the other guys, so sorry about that, but we've got another race straight up right now, so we'll head back to the guys in the comms box.
Thanks, Sam. Yep, nice as always to hear from the drivers down there in the paddock, and after that race just shows how exciting they find it and how much they love to be on the podium as well. So we'll have more from the Vertex Caterham 7 Championship UK tomorrow, 2 further races to come this weekend at Snetterton. We've got 3 more races today, 2 of those which will be for Caterhams as well, with the Caterham 7 310Rs and also the Caterham Road Sports to look forward to towards the end of the afternoon. But we've got something a little bit different for you now, because it's the first race of the year and the weekend for the for the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy, as the cars now lined up on the grid ready to go. Let's take you through then how they'll line up for this first race of the weekend. This is a new format for this year. It's the second fastest times in qualifying which set the grid for the first race. So it will be Sam Gornall who finds himself for Westbourne Motorsport on pole position. Alongside him, Alex Solly returns for another season, one of the highest returning contenders from last season. Row 2 then has Harry Hickton. He'll be joined by Ronnie Smith, who makes his debut this weekend here at Snetterton. Row 3 headed to Alex Keynes. He'll be joined by Harvey Ryby, and then further back on row 4 is going to be Jamie Keats. Alongside him is going to be James Black. The 5th row is going to be another returning driver, Luca Marinoni Osborne, with Frankie Taylor on his outside to round out the top 10. Row 6 is then headed by Gabe Fairbrother in the number 11 machine, with Reece Lysett in car number 17 on row number 6. The 7th row is going to be Leo Purchase, with Reese Hurd in the 59 machine on the outside. Row number 8 is going to be headed by Ashley Gregory, with Joshua Wilby alongside. The 9th row then sees Callum Eason and Ben Taylor in the 86 machine, and row 10 is going to be Stephen Chandler with Paul Manning, who returns again with his self-driven team. The 11th row will be John Castle in car number 63, Katia Loggy next up in car number 5. Louis Fleet is on the 12th row with Tommy Watson on the outside, and Cam Woods is going to be the final starter for this 25 car grid for race 1 of the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy category, which as I said, kicks off its season here at Snetterton today. So what is the Mini Challenge all about? Well, it's the first rung on the ladder for anyone who wants to move into the Mini Challenge, whether that be JCWs or the new class for this year, which runs along the British Touring Car Championship. It's also the possibility of building a car to go racing for as little as just £12,500. So if you want to get into racing, it's another budget level entry to get yourself into. It's a well suited car to drivers who are new to car racing, either as total novices who are heading out on track for the first time, or as young guns looking to make the move up from karting, which they've done just a few years ago. It's a low build, budget entry, and great running costs for these very low powered cars as well. So looking forward to the returning Mini Challenge Trophy, which again this year will have selected rounds on the support bill with the British Touring Car Championship, so in front of big crowds on circuit and on TV screens as well. They'll be joining the likes of the touring cars at Thruxton in June, and they'll also be joining it at Donington Park in August. And it'll be going to Silverstone on the national circuit with the VTCC in September as well. So a great calendar to look forward to for the Minis. This is the 130 brake horsepower, 1.6 litre normally aspirated engine. You've got adjustable toe and ride height things that you can do inside the car. The tyres they run are the Goodyears. They run both slicks and wets, and there's also a little rear wing that they can adjust as well on these Mini Challenge Trophy cars. So off they go around the circuit, ready to build up for their first 50-minute race of the weekend. So short, sharp and sweet for Mini Challenge. Always leaves you wanting more, these youngsters. And great to see another good contingent of drivers back, whether that be in the rookie class, the graduate class or the director class. Rookie, as the name suggests, is the first time into the championship. So we have 7 or 8 joining us this year. Tommy Watson for Accelerate Motorsport, Stephen Chandler for Chandler Motorsport. We've got Cameron Wood from the same team as well. John Castle for Accelerate Motorsport is a rookie, along with Josh Wilby for Team Avigo, and then we've got Leo Purchase for Graves Motorsport, Ronnie Smith for Chandler Motorsport, and Louis Fleet for Team Avigo, who is one of the rookies we have for this weekend. Graduates are those making their second step into the championship, so second year entrants. So we've got a few returning drivers for 2024, which is good to see. And we have some director runners as well, those who are over a certain age who want to race within the mini challenge. They get put into the director class. We've got 4 of those. They are Tommy Watson, we've got Paul Manning, we've also got John Castle, and also Ben Taylor, who is back for a second year in the mini challenge trophy. As I said, new format for this year in terms of how the grids are set. The first race grid we have, which is this one, this is set by the second fastest times in qualifying. The final race of the weekend will be the one where we'll see the quickest times in qualifying. That will be the grid for race number 3, and we still have the reversal as well. We have the positions between 6 and 10 for this year reversed after race number 1, and that will set the grid for race number 2 of the weekend. So lots of new initiatives coming from Mini Challenge, and all looking very positive indeed, with, as I said, 25 cars on the grid for this first race of the year. Thanks very much to Matt Salisbury, who has informed me that there's no Tommy Watson, unfortunately. He's gone to hospital with an injured knee. So Tommy Watson, who we were hoping to see on the grid down in 24th place, will be missing. So it leaves us with 24, but still some good racing to look forward to. A bit like Caterham's, close quarter racing on the cars over the next 15 minutes. The 5-second board has gone up and come down. Red lights are on the gantry, and the first race of the Mini Challenge Trophy gets underway now. Lots of wheel spin from the front row of the grid there from Sam Gornall, but I think he'll just about hang on for the first part on the run towards Ritchie's. But can Alex Solly do anything about him on the run to the first corner? No, not at the minute. He slips in nicely behind Sam Gornall, so he leads the way from Alex Solly. Third place will be that of Harry Hickton in car number 64, and then he gets very close further back as we run side by side through the first corner. And then let's see how they all shape themselves up in towards the Wilson hairpin, as we're going to have a challenge for the lead, actually, because Harry Hickton all of a sudden went from 3rd to 2nd and alongside the race leader of Sam Gornall. So what a blinding start that was from the number 64 machine, but all of a sudden the pink and blue machine has to settle into 2nd place. But Alex Solly is the one who has lost out there, already down into 3rd place in car number 12. One of those cars that you can really spot in the order, as off the road goes the number 32 machine by the looks of it. It would have eventually find the track once again, will Frankie Taylor, but that was a very wild ride out there on the grass through the exit of Palmer. So all of a sudden for Frankie, who was inside the top 10, now drops down to something like 18th or 19th place by the looks of it. So not the best of starts for Frankie, but time to make up and plenty of positions to try and take away from those around as they head their way now down in towards the right-hander of Oggies. Move being made there because under attack is the 62 machine of Alex Keens. Alex Keens on the outside line is going to be demoted now down to 6th position, and that will make Alex a little bit slow onto the back straight as well, and potentially might be in a position to lose another place here, because up onto the tail now comes the 33 machine by the looks of it. So Jamie Keats now in the tow as they head under the bridge for the first time, but it is going to be out front Sam Gornall who leads the way. Harry Hickton right on the tail. Alex Solly loses a further position as they work their way in towards Brundle and Nelson. Is that Ronnie Smith, the rookie, who has made his way through in the all-white Mini? I think it may well be there. So Ronnie's had a really good qualifying this morning to qualify 4th, and at the minute it looks like Ronnie finds himself ahead of returning runner from last year, Alex Solly. So this is a really good run for Ronnie in 3rd place, just losing a little bit of ground to the top 2, who have just separated themselves as well by the looks of it as they turn their way through the left-hander of Murray's. A little bit wide there for Alex Keens as well, because number 62 already lost 1 position on this lap. Looks like he's going to lose a further 2 as they work their way up towards the line to complete lap number 1. Looking at about 2.5 minute opening lap, but we should be down somewhere within the 2:22s if we're lucky for these drivers. I'll just check on what the fastest lap was here from last year. In fact, 2:19s. Harry Hickton was the pace setter from last season, so 2:19.4 we could shave down to within this race, but at the minute they're all trying to focus themselves on Sam Gornall, who heads the way as they work their way now on the 2nd lap through the Wilson hairpin down towards Palmer. They're about to go, and again more positions being lost here by the number 62 machine. So unfortunately for Alex Keens, he runs within the graduate class. back for another season, is now going to drop down behind number 71, which is Harvey Ryby by the looks of it. So further positions lost for him. You can just see in the background there the green and yellow car is now down into 7th place. So another place lost, unfortunately. And there's a good battle scrap here just inside the top 10. Is that Luca Marinoni Osborne? That is, no, Gabe Fairbrother, isn't it? So the number 11 machine is making good progress up the order. Now inside the top 10 for Gabe. Gabe racing with Accelerate Motorsport as they turn away now from Hamilton down towards Oggies for the second time of asking. Up front, Sam Gornall leads the way by just under 0.4 of a second at the end of that first lap, but it's the pressure coming from behind. Harry Hickton, former junior saloon car racer, now up into minis, sits in second place and looking to get himself nicely onto the tail of our race leader in that number 64 machine. Second year as well for Harry Hickton. He gets a nice tow down towards the left-hander of Brundle and Nelson, and the top two are actually working together, a bit like we saw in previous Caterham races, just to pull away from the rest of the pack here. So great job that Harry and Sam are doing together out front. Third place still seems to be the car of Ronnie Smith, having a great debut run at the minute. He is about a second adrift of the top two, and he's just about keeping himself, I think, ahead of Alex Solly. But there's also the car coming into the mix now of James Black, I think that is, in the number 53 machine. So we've got 3 altogether, and in fact, he's made his way through, hasn't he? So James Black is through on Alex Solly. So not the start to the season that he would have wanted, from second down to third, and at the end of this lap it's going to be down to 5th place for the number 12 machine. And he's got to be careful actually, because the number 33 car of Jamie Keats, the graduate runner, is also coming into the mix here as well as he tries to pull himself alongside Alex Solly. Doesn't quite get the job done there in the all blue machine, so he stays there in what's going to be 6th position. 7th place at the minute is the number 62 machine. That is going to be Alex Keynes, and then behind that we have number 71, that's going to be 8th place for Harvey Ryby. 9th place at the minute, number 81, is Luca Marinoni Osborne, and to round out your top 10, number 11 is going to be Gabe Fairbrother. So that's how they all look at the end of lap number 2. Got 9.5 minutes left on the clock. Quickest lap of the race has gone to our second place man, so picks up a nice tow at the end of that previous lap, and Harry Hickton has done a 2:19.236, and that has already beaten the race lap record from last year that he set himself on a 2:19.447. So that is good stuff from Harry. The number 11 machine now losing out, so Gabe Fairbrother dropping back to, I reckon, 11th, if that's the number 17 machine making its way through of Reece Lysett. Get confirmation as they head their way through sector 2 very shortly, but the top two could not be much closer, could they? Because again, Harry Hickton all over the back of the number 96 machine. Sam Gornall again back for another season with Westbourne Motorsport, but he's got some hot attentions from behind, but they are working well together here, because all of a sudden the gap between second and third has built to some 2.5 seconds. So really good job by Sam Gornall and Harry Hickton. Very late on the brakes they are, down towards Brundle and Nelson. This is just aiding them to pull further away from the battling pack in third, which is still Ronnie Smith at the minute, on for his first overall podium, and it could be a first class win as well within the rookies for Ronnie Smith. Can't quite see him in shot, that's how far back he is at the minute. The gap continues to grow between second and third as Ronnie Smith does his best sector 2 time that time round. So Ronnie Smith powers his way up towards the line once again. Still 4th place at the minute for the number 53 machine, so James Black with Graves Motorsport sits just ahead of Alex Solly. Has Alex lost any further ground as he crosses the line? Well, he's about to. He's got 3 cars now starting to queue up behind him. That grey and yellow machine is the one having to defend from the number 33 car, because Jamie Keats is trying to work his way through. He's got a 3-car train behind him at the minute, which includes Jamie, includes Alex Keynes, and also includes Harvey Ryby in the number 71 machine. So Alex Solly, something not quite right with his pace at the minute, and he's going to lose that place, isn't he? Because down the inside goes Keats, and Alex Solly, although he tries to fight back, he will be on the outside line down towards Palmer. So again, he's going to be hung out to dry if he's not careful, but finally it's going to be the number 62 machine next up to try and make a move, as through now has gone Jamie Keats. So down to 6th place goes Alex Solly. But Can Keynes and also Ryby find their way through? Here comes Keynes, he looks towards the inside line, a lovely move there from the number 62 machine, so all of a sudden things going from bad to worse for Alex Solly. Again, he's going to find himself on the outside, which will be advantageous on this occasion if he can just hang himself ahead, which he does. So Alex Solly keeps himself ahead of number 62, so Alex Keynes cannot find a way through. He's now under attack from Harvey Ryby, who sends one to the inside of Oggies. Hopefully they can keep it as clean as possible, which they just about do. And can Harvey Ryby find his way through? Yes, he can. So Ryby now gets through on Keynes. Jamie Keats is good and clear up the road, so he looks good now for what's going to be 5th place. And the leaders again glued together as they work their way off the Bentley straight, so nothing to choose still between Sam Gornall and Harry Hickton. 3rd, 4th and 5th are having a good battle as well, and Ronnie Smith is just going to lose out, isn't he, because through comes the 53 machine. So finally the job has been done from James Black, so it now makes it 3 graduate runners inside the top 3 places. Still Ronnie Smith though, the first of our rookies within the order, and to be fair he's quite a way up the order from the rest of them, because down in what's going to be, where is he, 15th place is the second of our rookies, which is Josh Wilby. So he's come out guns a-blazing, has Ronnie Smith. He tries to fight back for 3rd place, he runs slightly wide on the exit of Murray's, but again he gets some good momentum on towards the centre straight as the leaders go through now to complete lap number 4. Got 5.5 minutes left on the clock. Side by side in the background you can see there for 3rd place, this is the returning Ronnie Smith. He's going to try and get himself alongside the number 53 machine, but he's going to be again on the outside line, which is not really the place to be. You're going to be cautious as much as you can, and also trying to get through now is going to be 33 Jamie Keats. So all of a sudden Jamie's got past Alex Solly, he's now going to get past Ronnie Smith, and he's going to find himself inside the top 4. And if he can get past one more car, he'll be onto the podium. So a really good run here for car number 33. Making some good progress at the minute as Ronnie Smith runs slightly wide on the exit of the Wilson hairpin, but he will have the inside for Palmer, so that's going to see him back into 4th place, which means out wide will possibly go Jamie Keats. And Alex Solly all of a sudden has come back into the mix as well here, so what was looking to be a down and out race for Alex Solly, he's now starting to join this battle for the final step on the podium. Looks like the top 2 have well and truly gone now. 5.7 seconds clear. This is a massive margin in mini terms for Sam Gornall and Harry Hickton. A bit wide there for, by the looks of it, the number 62 machine. So the Graves Motorsport machine of Alex Keynes just running slightly wide. Keynes is going to lose a further position by the looks of it, as through goes their number 17 machine. So up goes Reece Lycett now further inside the top 10. Oh, a big move to the inside there for the number 33 car, so that's going to be a move possibly for Jamie Keats, trying to get past now the 4th place car of Ronnie Smith, but Ronnie on this occasion just about hangs on, but he is now starting to lose, isn't he? So what was a very good start for Ronnie Smith, just corner by corner is starting to lose the ability now to hang on. So again, with rookies they have a lot of testing, and when it comes to the race pace things do start to change, and all of a sudden Ronnie is now in the deep end and just finding out what mini racing is very much like, and he's getting in a good position down towards Murray, so he hangs on to the inside line, but then he runs a little bit deep into the corner. But if he can hang on to that inside line, he will then have the run up towards Ritchie's, which should hopefully for him keep himself ahead of Jamie Keats. And while all this is going on, we're also losing the gap now to the 3rd place car, because James Black is starting to pull away, looking fairly comfortable in 3rd place to the tune of almost a 1.5 seconds now, but the leader's now 7.5 seconds clear of the 3rd place car. So Sam Gornall has this lap and one more potentially to hang on, and we're doing 2 minutes 19s at the minute, and lap times are less than what we have left in this race. We are going to get 2 more laps out of this one as 1st and 2nd head their way through Palmer. Nicely done there. No track limit warnings coming to the top 2. They're keeping it very clean indeed on the tarmac as they head again down towards Agostini. Still 3rd place for number 53, which is James Black. 4th place now for number 33, which is the car of Jamie Keats. 5th place for the rookie of Ronnie Smith. And then Alex Solly has lost a further position because it looks like Harvey Ryby has found his way through now in car number 71. So it's that grey and purple and red machine which is up ahead of the fluorescent yellow of Alex Solly. Behind Alex Solly now is going to be the car of Gabe Fairbrother. That's the grey and green machine, car number 11. And then behind Gabe you've got number 62, which is the recovering Alex Keynes, who has been hung out to dry on a couple of occasions within this race so far. And then to round out the top 10, it's number 17, who just finds himself on the back there in the black car, that being Reese Lysett for Chandler Motorsport. So now are your runners and riders with inside the top 10. We have all the class leaders with inside the top 10 as well. We have the graduate leader Sam Gornall, we have the rookie leader, which is going to be that of Ronnie Smith, and we have Alex Solly, who finds himself as leader in terms of a class which he is not in actually. He's just in his own class, which is not a rookie, not a graduate, and not a director. So they are your three classes up towards the head of the top 10. Leaders working their way back round through Caterham with a minute and change left on the clock. So we are going to squeeze through with one more lap. Sam Gornall still ahead of Harry Higton. This is how it's been for the whole of the race so far. It was a cracking start from Harry Higton on the second row of the grid. Got into the second position very early on, and since then him and Sam Gornall have worked really well to make sure that they haven't been under attack whatsoever from the 2, 3, 4, 5 cars behind, which continues to build. On to the last lap we go then for the top 2. Almost 8 seconds clear now from the rest of the pack as the car in third place, James Black, does his personal best lap of the race, and also the car in fourth place, that of Jamie Keats, does his personal best lap of the race as well. So there are still time to be found from these mini drivers as they head their way on this final lap down towards Palmer. Just wondering if Harry Higton's going to have a way through here, because he's been glued to the back of Sam Gornall from start to finish. These cars are very low powered, only 130 brake horsepower, so you need a good tow and you need a little bit more power than the car in front to try and make a move up the straight. But if you can get the job done in the corner and try and hang on to this all the way towards the end of this lap, then it will be job done for Harry Higton. But Sam Gornall at the minute putting up a really good defence as the top 2 head their way for the final time down towards Hamilton. Turn through the fast left-hander, and now have to hit the anchors for the double right-hander of Oggies. Keep an eye on the background to see what's happening for third place, because it's still James Black ahead of Jamie Keats. Ronnie Smith still there inside the top 5 as well. So I don't think it's going to be a podium for Ronnie Smith, but still it's been a great start to his campaign for the 2024 Mini Challenge Trophy. As Gornall and Higton head for the last time down the back straight, and as predicted, the weaving starts again, because Sam Gornall trying to break that toe as best as possible from Harry Higton, just to make sure he's a little bit more comfortable down in towards the S's and also down in towards the final corner as well. But with the defensive move, you go for a tighter line, which means you're slow out of the corner, which means Harry Higton has the preferred line through the corners here, which means the gap comes down even further. If it could get any closer, it's 0.2 of a second when they went across the line last time through. It's about the same as they head their way down through the bomb hole and in towards Caterham for the last time of asking, and for the first win of the brand new season of the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge. It looks like Sam Gornall, on his return to the championship this year, is going to have the job done. Harry Higton's going to give him a drag to the line, but I don't think it's quite going to be enough here, because 96 Sam Gornall is on for the first win of the season. The checker flag is at the ready, and Sam Gornall will come through to take the win by just under 0.2 of a second as they cross the line. So a grand job that both Sam Gornall and Harry Higton have done. Third place does go the way of the number 53 machine, so James Black picks up third. Fourth place goes the way of Jamie Keats. Ronnie Smith, in his first race in the Mini Challenge Trophy, picks up a well-deserved 5th position, and also the rookie class win as well. 6th place goes the way of number 71, which is Harvey Ryby. Then Alex Solly, on his return to the championship, comes through in 7th place. 8th place for Gabe Fairbrother. 9th place for the number 17 machine of Reese Lysett. And to round out your top 10, falling back towards the end there, in fact, was number 62, which was Alex Keynes. So a race for Alex which went from not totally worse, but went a little bit downhill, unfortunately, after qualifying 5th this morning. But he comes through to round out the final runners with inside the top 10. But it does mean in this first race of the year, it's going to be maximum points of 50. That's what you get within the Mini Challenge, and that's going to be going the way of Sam Gornall after he won the race by just under 0.2 of a second. effectively they are going to be both on 50 points after that first race, because Harry Higton, although he only gets 44 points for second place, does pick up the extra 6 bonus points for fastest lap on a 2:19.068, so 50 points apiece for the top two. And here are your classified results, with Sam Gornall winning by 0.19 of a second. Harry Higton finishes second, making it at Westbourne Motorsport 1-2. Third place goes the way of James Black for Groves Motorsport, and then further back from him was Jamie Keats for the Performance Tech Racing team. Ronnie Smith picked up a top 5 result on his debut race within Mini Challenge, and that is the rookie class win as well. 6th place goes the way of Harvey Ryby for Accelerate Motorsport. 7th place on his return to the championship is Alex Solly, the highest returning championship contender from last year. Next up in what's going to be 8th place was Gabe Fairbrother, 9th place for Reece Lycett, and 10th place for Alex Keynes. Further back we had Luca Marinoni Osborne, who finished just outside the top 10. Ashley Gregory for 12th, Joshua Wilby for 13th, and Callum Eason is the final runner on the first page, down in 14th place. But confirmation of your results, and also the quickest lap, which went the way of Harry Higton on a 2:19.06 set on lap 5 of the race. So that's the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy race done for today. 2 more to come tomorrow, but for now let's head down to Parc Fermé, where Ian Waterhouse has our top 3.
Well, I'm in the happiest Parc Fermé I think I've ever been in. Sam Gornall just got out of the car. Big come on, a big roar. Had to work hard for it though, didn't you, Sam? Because I'll tell you what, Harry wasn't letting up.
Yeah, whole race, me and Harry, we were just there bashing laps, just trying to break away from the pack behind. We gave ourselves a big enough room for a nice little scrap for the last couple of laps, and I came out on top, so I'm over the moon with it.
How does it feel to get the big W here at Snetterton?
Oh, we were so close at Brands Hatch last year, and to make it first here, it's absolutely amazing.
You don't want to talk to me, do you? You want to go celebrate, you want to go party, don't you? Don't forget, you've got to do it all again tomorrow, so don't go too crazy. Harry, fantastic race, mate. 2nd place. It's not commiserations, it's congratulations, but you almost had him near the end, didn't you, there?
Yeah, well, obviously the plan was, as teammates, was to get that gap, and I think we executed it absolutely perfectly. I mean, I don't know what the gap was at the end. It seemed like almost
0.1 or something.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, it was a really good race. We worked really well together. Didn't hold each other up, and then started battling when I was
going to say, there's no team orders, well, it's just good boys, go for it, just don't take each other off.
Yeah, that's the plan, and then we executed it pretty well. I mean, I think it's a good way to show what we're in for the rest of the season. I mean, yeah, we've shown quick pace in testing, especially towards the end of last year for both of us as well. So I think it's just showing a snippet of what the season's going to look like.
Harry, can I ask something as well? Because I've given Sam a hug, I've given James a hug, but come on, bring it in, mate. Well done. Well done. Go on, go celebrate. Where is James Black? Where is James gone? Where is James Black? Because he's over there. I don't know if we can quickly stick around with us. Let's go get him. Hopefully we've got time to go get James wherever he is. Where is James? Where is James? Where is James? James Black, there you are. I'm going to have to pull him in. Sorry, guys. Come on, mate. I saw you come over the line, right, and all I saw was this. How does it feel, mate, to come from where you were on the grid to get a podium?
We tried so hard last year. I've even lost my voice. I was screaming up much in the lap. The team and I have worked so hard in the off-season to really... It's third. I think if you picture the meme, the guy in 3rd place celebrating, that's me right now. Sam and Harry, I watched them drive away. That was fantastic, but yeah, Clive Ensign Auctioneers, Unique Finish Solutions, JJ Prince, huge thank you.
You showed a lot of ability and calmness there because you're under pressure at the end.
Yeah, Jamie got very close across the finish. I was like, have I got this? And I did. So yeah, no, fair play. No, from my point, the racing was clean, which was nice. And yeah, I've just lost for words.
James, go celebrate, mate. Just not too much because you've got to do it tomorrow. So come on.
Yeah, I don't want to wear myself out.
Yeah, go on. I think you need it, but Mark needs you there. Right, what a great race from the Virtue Mini Challenge. The season is underway. That's not it though from here for Snetterton. There's still a couple more races to come, so I'm going to hand over to Sam. We've got more Caterhams. Over to you.
Thanks, Ian. I'm not Sam, but I'm Matt, and that'll do for the time being, as I'm joined once again by Chris in the commentary box for what's going to be our next Caterham race. Plenty of Caterham action this weekend, which is absolutely fantastic to kickstart that 2024 season. Let's run you through the grid then for the Motel Caterham 7310R Championship. This is their first race of the weekend. 3 they'll have across the course of today and tomorrow. So this is how they line up then. Row 1 is going to be handed to our pole sitter, which is going to be that of Hugo Bush, and alongside is going to be Philip Bianchi. Next up we have row 2, which is Taylor O'Flanagan and Harry Cook on the outside. Row 3 then sees Lars Hoffman. He'll be joined by Tom Wills in the number 81 machine. Further back on row number 4 we'll then see that of David Yates, joined by Duncan Mallet, and then the 5th row of the grid is going to be Graham McDonald and Freddie Chiddicks, who we spoke about a little bit earlier on. He now moves up to the 310Rs, so it'll be interesting to see how he goes in this one. Further back on to row number 6 in this starting grid, we've got Ben Lopez Appleton. He'll be joined by Mark Jones on the outside. Row 7 is going to be headed by Harry Ear, and alongside is going to be Jeff Price. The 8th row is going to be Alex Vincent. On the outside is going to be Ryan Lovett. Row 9 headed by Steve Metcalf and Christopher Welsh in 18th place. Row 10 then sees William Wood, joined by Stephen Lancaster in the number 49 machine, and we've got a few more competitors towards the rear of the field to bring the grid to a close, and the final few competitors on this grid will be that of just Robert Bullen, who is in number 85, to give us 21 starters for this Motel Caterham 7 310R Championship. As we said, the way it works sometimes in terms of Caterhams, there are so many rungs on the ladder. Some championships have full grids, other years they don't, but then that's the way it just kind of works. But great to see so many new people working their way through the grid, some returning names as well. And Chris, it's going to be another fully thought out 20-minute race, I'm sure.
Hugo Bush putting it on that pole position, and he was 4th place in last year's champion. Jack Sales was our current reigning 310R champion, but he's not here with us this weekend, and but we have got the 2nd to 4th, and they're all going to be eagerly campaigning to see how they can get their season underway. And sometimes you don't need the numbers, you just need the quality, and we've certainly got that at the front of this. The 4th step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder then, so this is the ultimate evolution of the academy car that they all bought maybe 4 or 5 years ago to start their motorsport career, and many of the drivers here actually have got many more years under their belt than that. But yeah, this is 310 horsepower per tonne, so the 155 horsepower engine, Ford Sigma engine, and they've got a limited slip differential, which is what moves their car above that of the 270R that we've already seen racing today. But going to be good to see how they get on in this Motul-sponsored championship series as they're pulling onto this grid, and plenty of drivers eager to get going, and Hugo Bush putting it up there in that pole position. Great from Bianchi to put it up there as well, but Taylor O'Flanagan, Harry Cook and Hoffman all ready to do it. Tom Willis lying in wait as well. Watch him in the aluminium coloured car. I think he might come through.
You're right though, isn't it? Because you said that we've got returning names from last year. They're all kind of there or thereabouts. But it is Philip Bianchi who is the one who is the surprise, effectively. Finished 10th within the championship last year, whereas Hugo and Taylor and Harry and Lars all finished with inside the top 5. So he's the kind of the surprise for the start of the season.
Previous race winner though, many years under his belt in our championships as well as the Graduates Championship. So yep, he's put it back up there. Didn't do a full season last year, which is why he's sort of further back down, but always up there competing. So good to see him back. And Taylor O'Flanagan in that yellow on the left of your screen is going to be really looking to see what he can do as the final few cars line up then into their grid spots.
Yep, Taylor O'Flanagan, who comes in that yellow car from the 2nd row. He was the runner-up in last year's championship. As Chris said, Jack Sales is not here this year to retain that title, so there could be a new champion at the end of this season as we get set to go then for 20 minutes of racing. Red lights on once again, and we are going to get Caterham action underway. As the lights go out, it's going to be a good start from our pole sitter as Hugo Bush gets away. Change of gear there just slows Philip Bianchi slightly on the run up towards Richie's corner, and he's going to have to be careful now because Taylor O'Flanagan in that yellow car is going to draw himself alongside to take 2nd place away, and Philip Bianchi got to be careful not to lose 3rd place as well there. But it's going to be the lead of the race for Hugo Bush, who gets himself through nicely at Richie's corner. Up towards the Wilson hairpin they go for the first time, and it will be Hugo Bush who's going to make it 3 wide in towards the right hander. Lovely moves there all around, and it's going to be Hugo that leads the way, but it is Taylor who gets himself up into 2nd place.
And there's Lars Hoffman up into 3rd place. Bianchi 2nd to 3rd gear in these Caterhams is a pretty tricky one, and it sounded from my ears like he missed that 2nd to 3rd gear change, which is why he dropped down after what was a good start. But it's Hugo Bush in the grey and orange machine out front then of Taylor O'Flanagan, who makes a position up as he went through the opening laps. It's Lars Hoffman, again 3rd place from last year's championship, fought all the way to the end, who's in that 3rd place. So all the sort of usual names that you might expect all up in those top 3 positions, but Bianchi is going to see what he can do to recover those positions now.
Yeah, got some work to do, has Bianchi, but he sits there or thereabouts, which is good to see as they work their way down towards the right hander of Oggies. A lovely line of Caterhams, all different colours once again, so very exuberant as they head their way from Oggies down towards Williams, but it's still out front for our race leader Hugo Bush, just a car or so length length, maybe 2 lengths over Taylor, maybe 3 actually, as they work their way on towards the Bentley Straight for the first time. But Taylor O'Flanagan will do his best to try and keep with the race leader, not allow him to get away like previous races have done so far today, and he's in fact under attack as they go again. 3 wide down towards Brundle. Here comes Lars Hoffman for the inside line, but Taylor O'Flanagan just about hangs on.
Did hang on round there. That was a great move by Hoffman to see what he could do. Cook just up behind him. Then you've got the Bianchi, David Yates, Duncan Mallett making good progress up there as well, following along behind this group. So they're all still nose to tail, but like you say, that gap out front is worth watching. Lars Hoffman seeing whether he can shove it down the inside around Coram. That's not an often used manoeuvre, but it didn't work for him this time as he has to drop back in stern. This is where the tow is really going to be powerful though, with this sort of quarter headwind as they head up. You heard from Lewis Thompson earlier on that it really is affecting the performance of the cars up the hill, and if you're following along, you're going to be going at least 7 to 10 miles an hour quicker by the time you get to the end of the straight.
Certainly are, so they all go through in good formation, so the race leader not getting away too much here, which is good. Gives us a good race on our hands. They work their way back in towards Ritchie's, and Taylor O'Flanagan looking to potentially take the race lead away from our pole sitter Hugo Bush. They're going to be side by side down towards the Wilson hairpin, and again they're going to be 3 wide just like they were on the opening lap. They just about sort themselves out, and with the inside line and the nose just ahead, can Hugo hold on ahead of Taylor O'Flanagan? Maybe not, because the next corner is a left-hander, and it should be the way of Taylor in that yellow machine, which it is. So Taylor takes over the lead of the race. Hugo drops down to second. Lars Hoffman, as always, there or thereabouts in third place, and slightly wide was one of the Caterhams in 5th place.
Now Hugo was going wide because he had Cook right on his inside. He had absolutely nowhere to go because someone in the background well off the track there didn't quite catch who that was, but Taylor O'Flanagan now does take that lead. You could see it was a sort of 3 or 4 corner manoeuvre, wasn't it, to get Hugo Bush moving to the inside of the hairpin, and the outside can work because it means it's the inside of Palmer. So Taylor O'Flanagan using all of his skill and expertise there to manoeuvre Hugo 3 corners back to make that lead of the race. Just as it was looking comfy for Hugo half a lap ago, he's right back in that battle pack with Hoffman right on his tail and Cook just behind him.
Certainly is, yeah. Just keeping an eye on Philip Bianchi as well. He, I thought, had dropped down quite a way, but I think he's still there in 5th place, which is good. So he is there or thereabouts, but after that front row start, he'll be looking for a good finish to the race as well. Just gets himself back into the tow on the rear of the number 9 machine of Harry Cook. So they all start fanning out once again. So Taylor O'Flanagan is under pressure for the lead. In fact, he's already lost it to Hugo Bush by the time they hit the brakes for Brundle and Nelson. So Hugo goes back ahead of Taylor. 3rd place at the minute is going to be that car of now not Lars Hoffman, but through has gone Hugo Cook, and then behind that, Harry Cook has gone through to 3rd. 4th place for Hoffman, and Bianchi there in 5th. So he's just about hanging on. It's the next group that are now just starting to lose that gap.
Yeah, and then it's Yates and Mallett just looking to see whether they can cling on. This front pack were the ones that we thought would be there, and they are not disappointing, but it is this chase pack, seeing whether they can cling on. At the moment, it does look like it, with this fantastic stream of nose to tail Caterham 310Rs then, as the whole field goes through. Just a couple of people. It might have been Chris Welch off wide. We saw going onto the Bentley Straight last time through. 3 wide as we're coming over the line this time. Why not? Taylor O'Flanagan. In fact, let's make it 4 wide. Lars Hoffman goes to the inside. Cook round the outside of all of them. Hugo Bush slips to that 3rd place, and it didn't work for Hoffman. He even had his nose chopped a little bit there, didn't he? But that's brought everybody, including Tom Willis, in that aluminium car colour up into the lead group.
That was a great view out the window. We saw them 3 wide before we saw the shot on the cameras there, but it was absolutely fantastic. And the 3 was raised to 4 as they worked their way in towards Ritchie's corner. But again, all safely through. Some great racing as always within the 310Rs as they work their way through the left-hander of Palmer. Out front though, in this race, it is still going to be, as it stands, wait for it, Hugo Bush who leads the way by the looks of it. Or has he dropped down to 3rd? He has, hasn't he?
He's in 2nd, so yeah, it's 3rd place, like you say, because it's Cook out front now, ahead of Taylor O'Flanagan, then Hugo Bush, then it comes Lars Hoffman, and then we've got that Tom Willis, and there's Bianchi in that battle as well. So it's looking quite good for Cook. He swept around the outside of all 4 of them. He just kept his toe in, just as the others had to bail with 4 wide. You cannot go through that corner 4 wide, and so he really took the momentum, and he's flung off the front of this grid.
Yep, certainly is. So yeah, we've got all the pack bunching back together. As I said, there was a gap between 5th and 6th. I think that has been eroded straight away. So a long line of cars as they work their way on towards the Bentley Straight for the 3rd time of asking. Working our way down the Bentley Straight here, but it's now just a slight gap for the race leader then. So can he break away? Taylor O'Flanagan tries to go defensive on Hugo Bush, and also Lars Hoffman trying to keep himself in the mix as well, but the gap just starting to break again at the front. So all of these behind, just to make sure need to keep themselves on their toes to not let the race leader get away too much here. And Taylor O'Flanagan's been there or thereabouts in this race. He's been second, he's been first, hasn't been really lower than the top 2 places. So ideally, he'd like to keep ahead of this train and try and keep with him that car of Hugo Bush behind, and the cars behind also try and push him along the centre straight.
Yeah, these racing brains in this championship as well will be thinking, we've got to work together to go catch Cook back up, because he has got a little bit of a lead. It will disappear as they head up this with the long straight and the headwind, but it is quite a nice little comfy gap. Hugo Bush is pulling alongside Taylor O'Flanagan to see whether he can leapfrog and make some of that gap up, and they working together. You can see that was not a contested manoeuvre there. Hoffman also sits in that line as well as they head on through. Then a bit of Freddie Chiddick's watch. He's not making good progress at the moment. He's back in 14th place. I know he'd be terribly disappointed with that. You can see him there in that boss coloured car, so he's still got a lot of cars in front of him. Hugo Bush takes them all around the Wilson hairpin this time. David Yates just going side by side with Graham McDonald there, as well as Carl Jones. So it's lots of action out on track. Sorry, Mark Jones I should say. But there is number 5 of Lopez Appleton also back in this battle. So Lopez Appleton just subtly moved himself up, and he finds himself in 5th place now.
Yeah, creeping his way towards the head of the order, so we'll keep an eye on that number 5 machine as they turn again through Agostini. Mentioned Freddie Chiddick's there, 14th place at the minute, last year's 270R champion, as he moves up another class for this year. But to be fair, he may be down in 14th place. He's only 7 seconds back from the race leader, so as long as he keeps himself there or thereabouts with more than half the race still to go, Freddie could be a contender at least for the top 10 as we head in towards the second half of this race. But you're right, he'd want to be a little bit higher up, fighting towards the front of the field, so we'll keep an eye and see what he can do as the race leader continues out front by over a second out front now ahead of Taylor O'Flanagan is that of Harry Cook. Hugo Bush still 3rd, Lars Hoffman still 4th, and as you mentioned, the 5th place car now in the hands of the number 5 machine, doing a grand job, working his way through very nicely indeed at the minute. Ben Lopez Appleton from 11th on the grid, now inside the top 5.
Yeah, and he was figured quite a lot in the battles last year as well, as David Yates looking like he's drifting up on his fast. The continued battle with Graham McDonald there as he heads on through the bomb hole and round into Coram. They're having a fantastic time. But yes, Cooker will be delighted to see that gap in his rearview mirror, but he's going to be well aware that they're under halfway through this race, so you cannot count your chickens, and indeed he will be expecting that gap to disappear. Hugo Bush, Taylor Flanagan still running that line astern, so they fight to get back on terms with Cook out front, because they'll be desperately not wanting to let Cook have that win. Hoffman in that 4th place as they went over line. Lopez Appleton, in fact, everything's pretty much maintained its position that time through, which shows that Cook has definitely got good pace in that car out front, as McDonald does deny David Yates as they head up into turn 1, and that's Harry Eyre there taking over, and he's fighting with Lovett right now, with Chiddick's just behind him. So that is that 2nd place battle then. Hugo Bush currently still in that 2nd place, all as we were the last lap.
Harry Cook, who holds the race lead, also has set the quickest lap of the race on a 209.128, so the quickest lap has gone his way, albeit though behind him from 2nd down to 14th place on that previous lap all did their best laps of the race, which is quite surprising considering they're all battling each other. But the tow definitely working for them at the minute. But at the minute, Harry Cook out front, looking to set another best lap of the race as he goes personal best through sector 1. Oh, and a bit of a spin there for the number 49 machine. Off and back onto the circuit.
Lancaster in the Dutch Barn Vodka machine there, facing the wrong way out of Palmer that time through, but seems to be recovering back. He's just lost ground rather than any bodywork, so that's good. There is our leader with Hugo Bush chasing him down. So even though they all stayed line astern that last lap through, it was still Cook who put that fastest lap in, so that's going to be a bit demoralising for everyone. But Bush maybe got another 10th back on him through this early part of this lap, as we see Lancaster just getting back into it. But you can see Hugo Bush is broken free of Taylor O'Flanagan as the swarm behind him comes straight down, but everything's spreading out a little bit as they really try and chase Cook. Cook really does have some good legs in that car this year.
He does. It looks like the gap is coming down though over the course of this lap, so let's see if 1.1 seconds becomes any less at the completion of this lap, as towards the inside line there goes Philip Bianchi trying to get past the job done on Tom Willis, which I think would just be achieved as they work their way through the right-hander of Coram. Yep, so Bianchi goes back ahead of Willis for what's going to be 6th position. But yeah, the gap does look, if not the same, slightly less here. 1.1 seconds, as we said, between Harry Cook and Hugo Bush, with 5 laps to be completed this time through. 9 minutes left on the clock, and it's, yes, down to less than a second as one of the wheel arches goes flying on circuit. But Hugo Bush has responded with his now quickest lap of the race, 2:08.911.
And we're running Toyo AAA Rs this year, so it will be all new lap record. Duncan Mallett gets manoeuvred out wide by that battling with David Yates and Mark Jones, and also Graham McDonald, so he just got manoeuvred out of the way that time. Duncan Mallett is he did a bit of guest running for us last year, but he was Academy a couple of years back, so he's jumped all the way up into the 310R Championship and doing well, but he just got manoeuvred out of the way that time. Willis is now back in front of Bianchi, and so yeah, they've been swapping positions the last couple of laps, but not in a way that looks like it's gaining them time. It's losing them time to that lead group. Can you see them? It's sort of just that small gap back. The gap that was between Hugo Bush and Taylor O'Flanagan has disappeared once more as they all concertina up, and in fact that lead gap now definitely is smaller as they head round Hamilton this time.
Yep, so now the idea for Hugo Bush is to try and keep this gap coming down and down over the next 8 minutes. If he can do that, he'll have a chance in the final stages of this race. But as it stands, Hugo Bush is going in the right direction. Harry Cook has got no real help now from in front, and he'll have no real help from behind either. So he's going to have to keep a keen eye on those mirrors, because Taylor O'Flanagan, Lars Hoffman, and also Appleton Lopez is coming as well in 5th position. So we've got a nice leading quintet at the minute by the looks of it. The top 5 are the ones yet in the battle as it stands, and then 6th and 7th are still having their own little independent battle, with Philip Bianchi and Tom Willis there in 6th and 7th place, and now further 2.5 seconds back in 8th place is going to be the number 19 machine of Graham McDonald. So just started to spread out towards the head of the order, but definitely Hugo Bush is going in the right direction. Through sector 1 he was identical to Harry Cook, through sector 2 he was a 10th or so quicker, so again that gives us ideas that the gap will come down furthermore on this lap.
Yeah, and I think if not this lap, then the next lap we're going to see that top 3 absolute together, and then it will be about whether this 4th place battle is battling too hard to keep with them. You can see that this tail battle, again that Yates Mark Jones battle, yeah, it's looking like they are costing themselves time and breaking themselves back. So where we saw in the early few minutes of this race the whole field nose to tail, as we go side by side once more to Appleton and Hoffman, there's Bianchi and Willis, their battle sort of just losing them out just in this little thing, and I think it's going to turn into the battle for the podium and then the battle for 4th to 7th.
And that gap out front was a second. The previous lap is now down to less than half a second between the two of them. So again, another brilliant lap for the man in 2nd place. Hugo Bush has done a new quickest lap of the race, 2:08.714. So again, Hugo Bush on a mission. It's now pretty much equidistant between 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Taylor O'Flanagan just about hanging on. He was slower than Hugo Bush ahead of him, but he was quicker than the race leader Harry Cook. So we are now starting to concertina the top 3 together once again, which is absolutely brilliant to see. So it's given us a nice three-way fight for the lead of this race. And then further back for 4th place, it looks like now we've lost Hoffman and Appleton Lopez into the clutches of both Willis, who's now ahead of Bianchi in 7th place.
Yeah, and a little bit further back we just saw that Duncan Mallett also, we saw him losing all those positions. I think he's gained most of them back when I last saw him, so well, he's done some spectacular manoeuvring. There's Bianchi, Lars Hoffman going side by side, a little bit of a nudge there. Do you see that contact from Hoffman? Yeah, in fact he's dislodged that rear wheel arch of Bianchi as they head down the line, but that means that Lars Hoffman's lost speed as well. Willis was looking down the inside as they head down into this Brundle-Nelson complex. Really tight racing there as we see the field coming through. You can see this top 2 are absolutely together. Let's see what order they are in. It is still Cook followed by Hugo Bush. Taylor O'Flanagan in that middle ground. Here's that battle we were watching. Tom Willis didn't manage to make it through. Bianchi has lost not lost his rear wing, but it's flapping away in the wind as Willis is now following along, and he'll be hoping that wing doesn't dislodge straight into his face. That could be awkward, but they continue their battle. But it all was a bit dramatic as they went onto the back straight that time.
Yeah, it certainly was, and they have now unfortunately lost the ground to the top 4, so they are going to be battling for a place with inside the top 5, unfortunately, as through across the line. I think we've just had a change for the lead, because Hugo Bush has now gone to the outside of Harry Cook. So yep, Harry Cook looked like he just backed off across the line there. He didn't want to really lead up towards Richie's corner, so maybe a little bit of tactics coming into the mix, Chris.
I think that's pure draft. That is, he knew that position had gone, so the momentum around the outside was such that he just tucked in, let Hugo do his thing. He knows that he doesn't really want to be battling with Taylor O'Flanagan. It's much easier to control when it's just the two of you. So if you can keep it down to that's two, he'd be willing to do that. But he'll be disappointed as well that all that hard work has gone to nothing, because up the start-finish straight, the toe is powerful today.
Certainly is. Hugo Bush was a two-time winner last year. Harry just took the one victory, so both of them trying to get their new campaign off to a winning start here at Snetterton on the full 300 circuit. But is it just going to be between these two, or can Taylor O'Flanagan get himself back into the mix? He's 1.6 seconds adrift at the minute, but he might have some helping hand from behind, because Ben Lopez Appleton is coming back into the mix here, so it's going to be 2 versus 2 if those two behind can get back into the lead pack.
And only if they work together as well. Ben Lopez Appleton is not always a helping hand as you head towards the front of the field. But let's see, as this chase battle, Mark Jones heading it over Graham McDonald, then David Yates, then Duncan Mallett. This positions are swapping all the time. David Yates now looking down the inside as they head round onto the back Bentley straight. Graham McDonald getting manoeuvred out, and I think that'll see Duncan Mallett get his position by the time we get to the end. The front two do a friendly swap of the lead again, so it is really a friendly swap of the lead out front at the moment. They are working together, as we see this angry pack who are definitely not working together coming halfway down the Bentley straight.
And just looking at that change for the lead once again, if you do it effectively, it can work in your favour, because you don't lose time, you let the slipstream do its thing and work in an advantageous position, and of course you then start gaining time over the pack behind. So it's working well for both Harry Cook and Hugo Bush at the minute.
Yeah, you can gain maybe 2-3 tenths over your single lap time, if not more, depending on how you work together. So yeah, as long as you work together and gain the extra speed from that toe, remember it's 7 to 8 miles an hour by the end of these straights, so yeah, it really can make a significant impact on your lap time as they come round then to complete what is going to be starting onto their 10th lap, I think. So Hugo Bush again, a friendly swap of the lead with Cook in the number 9. New livery on Harry Cook's car this year, looking fantastic out there. And we've got side by side Ben Lopez Appleton, Taylor O'Flanagan, not looking like they are going to work together, although Taylor did capitulate then, did let Ben Lopez Appleton go by with not too much of a problem, but it certainly didn't look like they're going to be gaining enough time. We've got 2 minutes on the clock left. They may get one more lap out of it. It's going to be very tight as they come to the line next time over, whether it's the penultimate lap or I don't think it'll be the last lap. So this is penultimate lap, but it's getting close.
Certainly is. This is the fight for 6th place now between Tom Willis and Lars Hoffmann. Lars has unfortunately dropped down throughout this race as it stands, now down into 7th place across the line last time through. We've got a couple of penalties being applied as well, because Graham McDonald has picked up a 5-second penalty in car number 19. Can only imagine that's for some track limits within this race. And Stephen Lancaster initially picked up a 5-second penalty. That has now changed to a 10-second penalty, which has now dropped him further down the order.
They certainly sound like track limits infringements, as the number 85 there recovering back to the track is that Jeff Price maybe, and so it's Robert Bullen, so he's recovering back to have a little spin down at Agostini. Here's the Mallett, Yates, Mark Jones, Graham McDonald battle, and they're being joined by Jeff Price. I just mentioned him, and there he is, and there's the other Harry Ayer in the lead though as we come down. 1 minute of this race left to go on the clock, and that we think they're going to get over the line this time, but it will be quite tight. Harry Cook though still leads Hugo Bush, and then it's the battle for O'Flanagan. He's currently lost out to Ben Lopez Appleton. Appleton's coming through well, isn't he? But as you say, Hoffmann the big loser probably overall in this race. I saw some dust in the background there. Hopefully someone wasn't off as they went through Brundle Nelson. That would have been in the kind of Jones, Yates, McDonald battle that we were watching.
Certainly was. And there's the fight for what's going to be 6th place. There's still Tom Willis and Lars Hoffmann, not relenting whatsoever at the minute. So 6th and 7th is still well and truly on. Just up the road on his own now is Philip Bianchi. We're about to have a change for the lead by the looks of it, because is it going to be Bush or is it going to be Cook up towards the first corner? Well, Bush takes the advantage this time through with what's going to be 1 lap to go. So we've got 20 seconds left on the clock. I was just looking at the times of Ben Lopez Appleton. He now has recorded the quickest lap of the race, 2:08.644. So he has really picked up the pace in the latter stages of this race, and he's still having a good battle with Taylor O'Flanagan, as again Hugo Bush and Harry Cook continue that battle for the lead. This one is well and truly on to the flag, I reckon.
Do you want to be in front though? They're going to be jostling, they're going to be working out in the cockpit. What do they want to do? Do they want to be ahead? Do they want to be behind? At the moment Hugo Bush was going to be ahead. They've got such a gap behind them that they really can. Can you see Hugo Bush gave that position up? He wants Lopez Appleton to be in the lead heading up that final pit straight. He thinks he can get that done either down the Bentley straight or up the final pit straight. So he's obviously made that calculation, seen the gap behind, knows that they're not going to figure by the end of this lap. It's Taylor O'Flanagan in that 3rd place. Is Hugo Bush right? Was he right to give up that position? The next minute or so, we're going to find out.
But if you keep doing that after you, Claude, then of course the next two will catch up pretty quickly, won't they? And all of a sudden, through the first sector, they've lost half a second, albeit, yeah, the gap is 2.5 seconds, but half a second very quickly comes down to nothing, doesn't it?
Yeah, and he's left even more of a gap here. He wants to run up down this Bentley straight so he can be right on his bumper as they head up into that final corner. He is putting all of his cards on black as far as going up that final pit straight. So that's what he's aiming to do. And he is currently still that sort of 3 or 4 car lengths back. That will disappear as they head round Coram this time. Has he done the right thing? Can he make that stick? Behind, who's going to be there between O'Flanagan and Lopez Appleton, and to take that final podium position?
Yep, so 2 battles on there for 3 steps on the podium. 4 cars want it, only 3 will get it, unfortunately. But who's going to take the first win of the year in the Motel Caterham 7 310R Championship? Harry Cook leads down to the final corner. Doesn't really want to be there because Hugo Bush is going to get a tremendous run up towards the flag. It's going to be probably one of the closest finishes of the day in the Caterham Championships. Up towards the line they come. It's a drag race and it's going to go the way of Hugo Bush by the looks of it. The grey car on the outside line just had the advantage across the line by 38 thousandths of a second, and behind Taylor O'Flanagan got the steal over Ben Lopez Appleton by a little bit more, just over 1/10 of a second.
We've still got clumps of cars coming over this to complete this 310R race. 3 wide as they head over the, I think that's the Chiddicks car battle, wasn't it, back there in sort of that down in the 15th place odd. But yeah, Hugo Bush, that gamble absolutely paid off. Well played, sir. That is a brave thing to do, to let the lead go that far just so that you have that absolute sort of perfect finishing, and he got that by 38 thousandths of a second. Relatively comfortable compared to the 6 from earlier.
You could say that, yeah, definitely. That 3 wide battle across the line was for 11th place actually, so that was Ryan Lovett who just got the march by 4 thousandths of a second over the number 55 machine of Harry Eyre, and then it was Freddie Chiddicks in there as well in 13th place, who was 34 thousandths back as well. So a nice 3-way dice towards the line, and a good-ish result for Freddie Chiddicks on his move up to 310R.
Yeah, brilliant. Thanks to all the 310R, and let's go and have a look at some of the highlights then, as the early laps absolutely clumped racing, wasn't it? So closer than they are when they're on the grid. Hugo Bush took that early lead with O'Flanagan and Taylor and Hoffman also battling. Cook was back in that 4th place, but he would go and eventually move to the lead of that race and dominate the sort of middle part. There was Bianchi coming good, but getting squeezed wide by Cook. Here was that 4-wide moment. Cook round the outside then, absolutely slingshotted himself through. Hoffman nowhere to go, and fighting Hugo Bush, our eventual winner there, down in 3rd, 4th place. So well done to Hugo Bush for sort of manipulating and managing that situation. O'Flanagan always there or thereabouts in that sort of 3rd place, 4th place throughout, and this battle would go race long, as we saw Lancaster heading himself off into the gravel of the dirt and spinning across the path of I think that was one, I didn't see which number it was, but that would have been quite frightening as they then headed up here. They had a bit of friendly rivalry as Hugo Bush finally got across that gap. Taylor O'Flanagan still in that 3rd place, and then it was an absolute drag race for that finish. Look how close they are to that white line going across the line, and just that orange and grey for Hugo Bush ahead, and then behind it was absolutely equally as close.
Certainly was indeed a great race there for the Motel Caterham 7 310R Championship, and your results after that first race of the weekend. Hopefully we'll have the results for you shortly. In fact, they've just been cleared off our timing screen and also off our final results, unfortunately, but it was a good win there in the end. No problem, we'll get the results for you a little bit later on tomorrow, because that will be, I believe, the starting grid for race 2 of the weekend. So we look forward to more from 310Rs very shortly. Right, we need to get down to the Parc Fermé area because the drivers are there waiting, and hopefully Sam is with those drivers as well.
Fantastic race for the 310R Championship. Right, let's go and speak to the guys. Hugo, congratulations. That you fought hard for that win in the end, didn't you?
Yeah, I have to say, I thought Harry was actually quicker. Took a good few laps to reel him in fairly slowly, but got him eventually, and got him on the line, which is what matters.
Yeah. But fantastic start to the season, and I think you deserved that win, didn't you? With pole position as well.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Well done, Hugo. Congratulations, guys. Harry, first, come to you. Congratulations on the podium position. What a move you made around the 3 guys. That was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I can't actually remember. Was it turn 1? Was that? Yeah. Well, yeah, I've just been waiting, and then my opportunity came, and I thought, okay, I'll give it a go at breaking away, and I managed it, but then Hugo just stayed in the toe and just managed to get me at the end, unfortunately. I thought I had it, but then, the slipstream's so powerful, as we know, so, yeah. But I'm really happy with that.
Yeah, definitely. Great start to the season. Well done. And let's go and have a quick word with Taylor. So, hello. Taylor, fantastic. I mean, it was a bit hard, I think, at times in that race, wasn't it?
Yeah, super tough. I was struggling with pace a little bit, so I'm very happy with that. The guys are rapid, so it's going to be an interesting season.
Yeah, it was great at the start of the race, seeing you, Lars and Hugo. It's like the three of you are so used to driving with each other, aren't you?
Yeah, everybody there. I knew it wouldn't last for long, unfortunately. They're so quick. But yeah, really happy with that. Good start to the weekend, good start to the season. So, on to the next one.
Yeah, roll on tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Well done. Right, now we've got the road sport race next, so we'll hand back to you guys in the commentary box.
Thanks very much, Sam. Yep, again, nice to hear from our top three down there in Parc Fermé after a hard-fought race for our three podium finishers who will be trying to do exactly the same as they head back onto the circuit for tomorrow. One more race to come here at Snetterton on day one of this BARC meeting, and we now look forward to the first of two races this weekend for the Bilstein Caterham Road Sport Championship. The way the grid lines up then, after qualifying this morning, it will see Monty Hind on pole position. He did the job by a couple of tenths of a second over Jonathan Emery, who'll start alongside. The second row then sees Paul Goldstein with Isfan Demis alongside on the outside of row 2. Row 3 headed by Neil Bell, and Adam Keane is there in 6th position. Ollie Brown heads up row number 4 with Henry Morris on the outside, and row 5 is going to be that of Django Jones and Ben Stewart, who complete the top 10. Further back in the 11th position, row number 6 for Robert Cowan. He'll be joined by the number 4 machine of Neville Sykes. Then on to the 7th row of the grid, we're going to see number 26, which is Tim Payne. On the outside of him will be the number 10 car of Harvey Ashmore. The 8th row then sees Jack English in car number 13 with Barry Haniff alongside. 17th place on the grid for Gutha DC with 89 Patrick Cunningham alongside. The 10th row then sees number 19, which is Lee James, and to round out your top 20, Joel Mayer Potts. Further back onto the 11th row of the grid we go with Andrew Miles. Alongside him is going to be Miles Enan. The 12th row, number 20, is going to see Will Jarvis with 37 Henry Speaks on the outside. The 13th row is headed by Orlando Morris, and Andrew Potter sits there in 26th position. The 14th row is going to be Arif Haniff with Norman Jeeves in 28th position. Row 15 is going to see then Giles Hansen with Chris Coates on the outside. Further back, the row and the cars keep coming. Row 16 for number 6, which is Anthony Nichols. 71 is going to be Stephen Trinder. The 17th row then sees David Jarvis with Dean Pollen alongside. The 18th row, Brian Joyce with Andrew Mickey. Then further back we've got Graham Handy and Howard Ashmore, and row number 20 is going to see Reuben Hunter with Craig Jarvis on the outside. And then the final place at the back of the grid, row 21, all alone in 41st place, but great to see Anne Hall there ready to go for what's going to be a challenging race once again for this Bilstein Caterham Road Sport Championship. Just the 2 races for them, as we said, this weekend, but they get the prime spot at the end of the day where most of the rubber has been laid down, and they're going to be giving us once again, Chris, some good action. 40 plus cars on the grid. This is going to be another frantic one, I feel.
I mean the grid, when you get to the 20th position, you're only halfway through, you know you're in for a good one. So 41 cars, like you say, lining up in this Caterham Road Sport grid. Say the Academy graduates from last year, plus a few extras added in as well. They also get these nice atmospheric shots as the sun goes down. It does make our job in the commentary box extremely hard, especially with 41 cars, with cars also new liveries. But this is the second stage of the motorsport ladder for Caterham Motorsport. So like I say, all of these drivers, bar a few additions, are Academy graduates. We have 2 Academy grids each year because we can't fit them all onto one, and they get combined then into the Road Sport for their second year. They get to strap on also the Toyo AAAR tyres, and that's their main change of performance, but it gives them 1 to 2 seconds a lap performance over the sort of standard Academy tyre. So they also get these 2 races of a race weekend, so that's new for them, and that's kind of a different thing where you have to bring yourself up to the first race and then let yourself calm down before then having your second race on the second day. So a much more busy race weekend, and heading towards next year, if they go up to the 270R, they'll get 3 races per race weekend. We can see there's huge field heading down then underneath the straight, or down the Bentley Straight under the bridge and into this Brundle Nelson complex. And let's hope they can get that all under control. They can work out who and where they all are, and let's get another great race in the books.
Yeah, it takes them quite a while to get round, and will take them quite a while to line up on the grid, with 40 plus to line up in the 20 plus rows we have as well. Chris spoke about the academy, which most of the drivers have moved from into this year for the Road Sport Championship. The champion, though, from one of those academy groups, Nick Hyton, is not here, but the man who ran him very close to that championship is indeed here on the grid, and that's going to be one to watch out for. Jonathan Emery in the number 43 machine, but great influx of drivers this year, because most of the top runners from last season have now moved on to 270R. They include the likes of Ben Timmons, who we saw race a little bit earlier on, Lionel Tolomarsh, who finished runner-up last year in the Road Sport, has moved on, and Toby Ballard has also moved to the 270Rs as well. So it kind of opens the door, as we said, Chris, for a lot of new people to come in, and also retain some of the drivers from last season as well.
Road Sport's one of the only champions. You can't stay in Road Sport, so actually they have to move on, but we have got some new additions to the grid. So these are the drivers who have they don't qualify for the academy. You cannot drive the academy championship if you've held a karting license or a motorsport license previously. So the only people you can enter into Road Sports are people who don't have any race experience previously, or who have held a kart license and therefore can't join the academy but have never raced in a full-size car. And one person I want to shout out is Ben Stewart, who comes in here having only ever driven, he bought his academy car, upgraded it to Road Sport, he's driven it once at the Nürburgring, and he's headed to here with no testing and no practice, and he ended up in 10th place on the grid, and that is a pretty spectacular start to his Road Sport career. And what a car. So straight from the Nürburgring straight up into Snetterton. As you see this everlasting grid, they're going to almost be round the curve at the back of this grid.
Nürburgring to Snetterton, that's pretty easy, isn't it, really, when you come from a circuit like that to somewhere like this? But yeah, well done to him indeed to qualify the car inside the top 10, so many congratulations. So let's see how the race goes for him, because there's a lot of people around him, in front and also behind. We've got a yellow flag further down on the grid, but that's just to slow, I think, everyone into position. And then we'll look once again all the way down towards the back. Can't quite see it really, can we? But there'll be somewhere there a green flag. When that does wave, we'll then all look towards the gantry where we can see the 5-second board. And for the final time today, we will be racing for Caterhams in what's going to be the first of two Bilstein Caterham Road Sport Championship action to kickstart the 2024 season. The board is up and down, the red lights are now on, and the race will get underway with, on the front row, Monty Hind and Jonathan Emery. The race gets underway, and it's a good start for the purple car there of Jonathan Emery in car number 43. So Monty Hind didn't get the best of starts, so he might be flooded up towards that first corner. Already he's going to try and pick up the toe to stay in second place, and he will just about do that by the looks of it. But it will be the number 43 machine of Jonathan Emery who gets through. We've been unscathed so far through Ritchie's. The number 4 car runs slightly wide of Neville Sykes, but apart from that, I think again they've all just about well behaved themselves through the first corner, and now it's going to be the funnel neck in towards the Wilson hairpin.
And they all get on the anchors, and it does look like there are a few lockups, but nothing too dramatic there as we head around this. Some of the drivers taking that very wide line, but that can work early doors as it gives you a little slingshot up here and out into Palmer's the left-hander. It's all change out front again though. In fact, it's Emery who's disappearing off down the road. Monty Hind's just lost a position to Goldstein. Goldstein's already been out with the Caterham graduates this year, so he's not race rusty. He's had a little bit more to get himself warmed up for this, as we see some cars jinking out of the slipstream very late and a few squeals of tyres into the Agostini hairpin, but they all just about get it under control. Got one car pulling onto the grass on the right side. It looks like he's indicating off, so I think that might be the end of his or her race as we head on then up through Hamilton and out onto the back straight for the first time.
Yeah, a lot of brake squealing there, but that's of course everyone being bunched up, just not quite hitting that braking point where it could be at full racing speed. And of course with lots of people around you, you're just eager to get on those brakes and not run into the car in front of you. But someone who will not be doing that is Jonathan Emery, because he's got some nice clear track ahead of him, as the number 4 machine, who's been in strife already on this opening lap, was slightly wide on towards the Bentley Straight. But Neville Sykes has continued to keep himself in this race, just down in the lower half of the top 40, but out front looking good at the minute for the race leader, with Paul Goldstein there in second place. And then third place, is that still the car of Polster to Monty Hind?
Yeah, Monty Hind still held on to that third place, so they're going to be coming on through as the chase pack also see what they can do to try and recover some of that back. So that's Henry Morris there also looking. Bit of bodywork on the outside of the track there, that's not an uncommon sight as we head on in late in the day in a Caterham Motorsport weekend. But it is Emery in his purple machinery then. He's going to come across that line for the first time to complete that lap 1.
Yep, certainly is. We're looking at around about 2:15, 2:14. Maybe we might break some of those lap records again here in the Caterham Roadsport Championship race. But top three already head and shoulders above everybody else as they complete the first lap. Top three separated by less than a second. Then there's going to be a gap of just over 2.5 seconds back to our fourth place car, which currently sits in the hands of Neil Bell. But he's made progress from where he started fifth on the grid. And then the car behind, car number 5, which sits there in fifth position, Henry Morris, has started in 8th position. So good progress being made by both of those, as a few of those now start to drop down. In fact, the pole sitter, Monty Hind, has dropped down to 6th position, and the one making the progress up into 3rd is going to be Ilsvan Demies, who sits there in 3rd from 4th on the grid.
Yeah, Istvan Demis. And talking about progress, there are some spectacular progress happening further down. One of the Hanif brothers is up 16 positions from his qualifying position to find himself in 11th. We've got a top 10 for Nichols. He's moved up 10 positions, 12 positions made up by Handy. So there's some really big manoeuvres happening further back, but out front the lead three do have a nice gap, but Monty Hind is definitely dropping back down the field and not looking happy. So he was a sort of top 10 finisher in the white group last year, so wonder if he's got a bit of car problems. He didn't get off the line particularly well, and he's been dropping a bit like a stone ever since. You can see him there in front of this next angry pack of drivers looking to take his position away.
Yeah, did get a sluggish start, didn't he? So he's kind of just been hampered by that over the first couple of laps. So Monty Hind with work to do to try and get himself back into the mix, but he's in that battle from 4th downwards, so he is in kind of contention for a top 10, as we're going to have Monty Hind possibly with, has he got some damage on the right hand side? No, that's normal, that's where the tread mark is outside the car, but he's going to go for the inside line is Monty Hind to try and take the place away from the number 88 machine. In fact, I think he's under attack here for that 6th position as he runs out wide. It's not really the place to be for Monty Hind, so he's going to drop further back here as Adam Keane works his way through.
Yeah, Keane, another front runner in the academy group, so another person running slightly behind where he'd want to be and having a sort of battle in that sort of rear end of the top 10, so they're going to be seeing what they can do. Still 15 minutes and plenty of time for this to develop, but that front three are broken away. We've got a mid-ground sat there doing nothing in the middle, but this is where the Monty Hind battle is. You can see there's an awful lot of cars nose to tail. We've got side-by-side action as we come out of that final corner then as well, but out front there's a nice little swap of the lead. Goldstein does take that lead over Emery, and that was an easy sort of cooperative manoeuvre again there, and it is Istvan Demes in that 3rd place. Morris, Hind, Stewart, Bell, Cohen and Brown. Hanif makes up that top 10. Remember, Hanif is the guy who's made up 16 places to get where he is.
Yeah, we're getting a few more breaks within this race as well, because all of a sudden there's a 4 or so second gap back from 4th to 5th now. So all of a sudden the number 5 machine of Henry Morris has broke away. He's got no one really to play with, so he'll be looking out the road in the distance, just hoping that those 3 in the lead of the race will just be fighting amongst themselves, as there's a problem there I think for the number 4 machine again. So Neville Sykes has been in strife on 3 occasions now. I think we've picked them up, and this one he goes for a full rotation.
Yeah, and in a Caterham race like this, that is going to drop you to the rear of the field. It's definitely not been a great start to his first race, but he will lick his wounds and be back again for more tomorrow. They've got another 20-minute race for themselves tomorrow. Still nose to tail, great sideways for that yellow machinery deep in the field there, as we still come back to this lead group who are broken away, but Monty Hind does seem to have stopped the rot, doesn't he? I think he's almost working with Keane now, and that was, like I said, one of the academy front runners from last year. He's still more spinning. He's going from bad to worse. I wonder if there is an issue with that car. It could well be. It might be that he's dropping some oil maybe onto his own tyres, and that can happen. So we'll give him that excuse for now.
Yeah, we'll see if he retires into the pit lane, but Neville Sykes, 2 spins on 1 lap, unfortunately, has now put him right towards the rear of the field. There's Monty Hind, you can just see in the forefront of the picture, working his way in towards Brundle and Nelson. He, as Chris said, is kind of just now pulled to the head of that little battle, so he is still quite a way off the rear of the number 5 machine of Henry Morris. But all of a sudden, I think Henry Morris has started to pick up the pace now, because he's only 2.5 seconds back, and he might be able to close across the course of this lap as well. All depends on what the top 3 continue to do, but Paul Goldstein out front with the likes of the number 43 machine. Jonathan Emery, who ran very close to the Academy Championship last year, sits there now towards the head of the order, and there in 3rd place is still the Istvan Demies machine, which goes through across the line in 3rd place. So nothing to choose between them. There is in fact less than half a second that cover the top 3, and we're going to be 3 wide into the corner as Istvan Demies tries to get through. It's going to be Emery Emery who holds on to it. Goldstein, who was in the lead across the line, he gave the double toe away, and both of them took the opportunity to go through.
Yeah, what the 310R can do, the Road Sports can as well. Goldstein throwing it back down the inside again as they went into turn 2 then. That, though, just like Cook, it's slung, you know, and a slingshot for Emery off the front of the grid, and he had speed in that car. Can he hold on for the remaining 12 minutes? He's going to be looking in his mirror an awful lot. There's Morris chasing down this chase group as well. He's going to add 4 cars, so one of them's going to definitely not be getting a podium positions, and he seems to be catching up quickly as the two in second and third squabble between each other. The chase pack of this goes all the way down to about 20th position, if not more, so again, they don't want to trip each other up too much. They've got a nice little comfortable gap now, but if they start battling and that chase pack do catch up, headed by Monty Hines and Keane, so those two might well get back towards them. The rest of this battle, I think, they're so engrossed in their own thing that I doubt they're going to make it back by the end of this race.
I think you're absolutely right, Chris, about Neville Jones, because we just saw the slippery surface flag down towards Hamilton, just there in the background, or it may actually be for that bit of debris on the circuit, but there is the debris flag which is being hung out to the drivers just to warn them through the Hamilton-Oggies part of the circuit. But yeah, top 4 now for the lead. I think Jonathan Emery just pulled away, so we gained one in terms of the number 5 machine of Henry Morris, and then we lost one out front because Jonathan Emery started to pull away. So when you gain one, you lose one, but I think we are going to have 4 for the lead as they work their way back towards the completion of this lap. Monty Hines still under pressure there from the 88 machine, just going through picture. That was Adam Keane trying to get himself back through, so that's the fight for 5th and 6th place, and then a second or so back from them in 7th place now is the number 31 machine, which is Ben Stewart. So some really good battling as the OAP goes through there. Not too sure who that is, but just kicking up a little bit of dust.
That's Bell, Stuart Bell. So yeah, and he was fighting with Cunningham as well, who you saw just briefly on screen, who's also been up and down the order a little bit. So each of these drivers is going to have their own little story to take back to Parc Ferme, and if you ever get a chance to look at a Parc Ferme, Road Sport's one of the very best, with all the friends and family around, and their stories that they take away with them from their adventures in what is only 20 minutes, but you can pack an awful lot of racing action, especially in a Caterham car, as this all starts to spread out just a little bit. So they are sort of splitting off into their own battle packs, this top 20 field, as they all come through, but they've all got their own 4 wide moments to talk about, haven't they? Another spin. I can't believe that car is operating as it should be. I wonder whether there's some broken rear de Dion or something going on the A-frame. Anyway, there's something to make the rear of that car unstable.
He's persistent though, isn't he, Nev? He's carrying on regardless, and as we see a few sideways moments there, the 89 machine of Patrick Cunningham getting himself with the Larry back end. That's the fight for 11th, 12th and 13th on backwards. Lots of good squabbling all the way down the field at the minute. Whilst this is all going on, the race leader Jonathan Emery is just starting to now bring that gap out between himself and Paul Goldstein, and I did just see in the background there 3rd and 4th were nose to tail, if not side by side, on the run down towards Hamilton, so we'll get to that in a minute between Isfan Demis and also the number 5 machine of Henry Morris. But the final step on the podium is looking quite dicey as this battle continues just outside the top 10.
Remember, this is second year of motor racing for most of these drivers, so they've had a little bit of academy experience. They know what they're doing. They've gained all that sort of knowledge throughout that first year, and it really is a sort of a solidifying. Some people really do hook up with this new Road Sport spec, even though it's just a change of tyres mostly as the main performance advantage. Some people really love the extra grip and racy feel that you get, but still fully road legal car, so you can see them running headlights, number plates, windscreens and all the business. Are these two going to get across the gap? That's still that Monty Hine gap. They've got a lot to do to get back to that gap, and it does feel like Emery's got a bit of a comfortable buffer back to Goldstein, but Goldstein and Demes, are they going to be working together? They've got to work that out because they've got 9 minutes to go, which is still plenty of time, but it's coming down to the crunch point.
Does look like they're making headway, doesn't it? Monty Hines and his compatriot at the minute, number 88, which is Adam Keane. Through the first sector, they were pretty identical to the battlers ahead of them, but through sector 2, they gained about second through sector 2 alone, so they are certainly making progress. 2 spins through Coram as well there, and that was just inside the top 10. So who have we lost on this occasion? We'll try and pick out who they are from a better camera angle, but they will rejoin. I think one shortcutted the grass, the other one is now going to rejoin, and we'll get confirmation as they cross the line who those two were. I think it was Cowan, and also was that Hanif, wasn't it, as well? I think we've lost.
Yeah, Hanif, so he was the guy that made all those 16 places up. It looks like his luck has run out. Fastest lap though, last time through for Emery, our leader. So he is actually extending that gap very slightly. In fact, it's over 2.3 seconds now with a 2:15.154. So great lap time for him, and just what he needs to do to try and keep the Goldstein Demes battle in his rear view mirrors. Morris still comes across in that 4th place, just following along behind the other two, and then Monty Hines got that gap. It's down to 3.3. Let's keep an eye on that gap over the next few laps, but it's definitely a lead driver followed by a chase pack of 3, then followed by that persistent that 2 that are just trying to get back across the gap. 7 minutes to see how that can all work itself out.
Yeah, so the spin I think was Barry Haniff in the number 11 machine, but the one that lost more ground actually was the recovering Robert Cowan in car number 34, so he's dropped down into 27th position at the end of that lap, so not good news for him, but they're both rejoined, which is the main thing as we now start the 6th lap of the race. Just over 7 minutes to go, and the gap out front between Jonathan Emery and Paul Goldstein is 2.3 seconds, but we're going to keep an eye on what's happening for 3rd, 4th and the closing, potentially Monty Hind and also the 88 machine of Adam Keane. We're going to try and keep this battle alive as much as we can. As further back, we've got some good battling going on here as they turn their way through. This is in fact the battle for 2nd place, so Goldstein ahead of Isvan Demes, and right on the tail now is that number 5 machine. So 2nd, 3rd and 4th have concertina together, but it's the race leader Jonathan Emery who continues to build that margin of over 2 seconds now.
I'm chuckling if I'm Emery sitting in my car. All I've got to do is concentrate. I say all I've got to do is concentrate on my own line. It's quite hard to do, especially as you're looking in your rearview mirror every now and again just to see how the battle, but I would be pleased to see that the 3 of them were battling together, as it means that I've got more of a chance of keeping that gap right now. With 6 minutes to go, I am holding my breath, but I know that this is the crucial time as they all funnel through. That sort of spin last time through did scatter that chase pack just a little bit, obviously spooked a few people and lost some time. This is that chase group then. This is Demes trying to sweep round the outside of Goldstein. Goldstein though having none of it, so that's going to cost them another half second just round that one corner. You can see how quickly Morris catches up behind, and in fact is going to be looking like he's trying to get that overtake. No, he sort of sits in that position. There's another second gone, 2 corners, and that's exactly what Emery wants to see in his review mirror.
Certainly does, and Henry Morris just sitting back slightly there to let the 2 ahead fight it out. If anything goes wrong, he'll be the first man to come through and take the places away, but he's within contention is Henry Morris, and he gets a good run there from the exit of Palmer as he looks down the inside of Isvan Demes on the run down in towards Agostini, but as you said, the gap between 1st and 2nd is now well over 3 seconds, so almost a second a lap that Jonathan Emery is putting it into the mix. And on that previous lap he did another quickest lap of the race, 2:15.100, so all good for him. I think the battle impact behind has now really lost ground, because it seems that the number 88 machine of Adam Keane has moved ahead of Monty Hine, so that's now a change for 5th and 6th, and a little bit wide, quite a bit wide at Palmer there.
Yeah, I can't see the number of that car, and certainly not the ideal line there, is it? A bit dusty, and but you can see there is grip out there on the grassy bits, but you don't want to be using that too much. Again, there'll be a track limits infringement for that driver as well. If you see these packs again deep in the field, I think Keane Hind, that's a fading battle now. They're now 5.6 seconds back from the cars in front, so actually losing time rather than gaining. There is our Goldstein 2nd, Demes 3rd battle. And with Morris just, like you say, looking to see what he can do, and doesn't look like he's quite got the pace of these 2, clinging on in there, as I'd call it, trying to get your fingernails into that toe and let it drag yourself along. But you never know with these 2 battling, especially as we're coming down to the sort of pointy end of this race. It could well be that he gets an opportunity to move himself up in front, but Emery is, like I say, he's might have gained, but that second that we talked about over those first couple of corners, let's see when they go over the line this time.
Yeah, Henry Morris can see them battling quite hard in front, so he's just wary to stay a car or so back from the 2 ahead. So through they go once again. Another quickest lap of the race for our race leader. So Jonathan Emery now has almost 5 seconds in hand over those 3 cars behind. 2:14.890 for Jonathan Emery. Paul Goldstein still 2nd, Isvan Demes still 3rd, and 4th place for that of Henry Morris. There's a good battle across the line. That is going to be for, by the looks of it, 10th on backwards. Actually, no, it's going to be for 13th, 14th, 15th place as they work their way in towards Richie's corner, and possibly a few more as well actually. So great battles all the way down the field. It might not be that close at the front, but definitely close for 15th place.
Yeah, the timing board absolutely flicking, and the amount of positions being traded in those battle packs. I can see the English gained 2 places that last lap. Cunningham and Jones lost out to him in that one. Payne making up 3 places over Bell, Jarvis and Ducey. So it's like all change all the way through this field. Impossible to keep up with everything. Meanwhile, Emery's just got it all under control. 2:14.890. What a great time that is. And in fact, that's only just slower than the pole lap time. So what a great thing to be able to do out in clean air, because you can be sure that the pole lap time was set with a tow earlier today.
Certainly was. We are on now the penultimate lap of the race by the looks of it. Just over 2.5 minutes to go. So by the time Jonathan Emery gets back round next time, there'll be less than a lap time left in this race. So he will be on to the last lap of this first Caterham Motorsport race of the weekend. Still doing well to avoid that bodywork on circuit, just off the racing line, which is good. So through they go in towards the right hander. This is that fight, as we said, for 13th on backwards, just picking up the number 30 machine there of what was Guthedge Ducey as they work their way on towards the Bentley Straight. And this is kind of from the rear of the top 10 all the way down to somewhere about 18th place. So brilliant little battle going on at the minute, and we can just see a 10-second penalty has been applied to the number 40 car. So Dean Pollen has received that, possibly again for track limits.
Yeah, and it's important to remind everyone that 18th position in this race is still top half. You know, it is absolutely so many and so deep, with a little bit of a wheel arch there flapping in the wind. Again, not too much of a drama, and it's quite a regular thing. But bodywork on the track, you see the flags get waved for it, and it is quite important because those rear wheel arches are quite heavy, and also if you get that stuck under a wheel, it is like driving on ice. There's absolutely no grip, so it's important that the flag marshals do point that out, and we do sort of talk about it quite regularly in Caterham racing. We only attach those rear wheel arches and front wheel arches with sort of nylon bolts and glue, so it's deliberately designed so they don't cause any bodywork damage if they do get contacted. So that's why you see it quite a lot. But that is our chase group, 2nd, 3rd and 4th, who are going to take the 2 podium positions, because I don't think they're going to get a chance to get that top step unless something really does happen to Emery's race. But Goldstein and Demes have looked like they've been in the champion positions to go and take that 2nd and 3rd, but Morris is there or thereabouts, just watching, maybe keeping his tyres under control, keeping himself under control, and now he's looking to see whether he can get involved.
Yeah, we are on the last lap now, so it's all important that Henry Morris, if he wants to try and make his way through the field up 3rd or 2nd, he needs to start thinking about where these moves are going to come, because he's been sitting there now for quite a few laps, just kind of biding his time, working out what the guys ahead are doing. But as I said, if he wants to work his way through, he needs to be fairly quick about it, because all of a sudden, looks like Paul Goldstein has just picked up the pace now in that 2nd position. Still Istvan Demes there in 3rd place, the blue and white Caterham, and then the number 5 machine we're focused on there of Henry Morris. But I don't think he's quite got the pace as they work their way on towards the Bentley Straight. Again, it ebbs and flows in favour of Istvan and also Henry in 4th place, but Henry now needs a good couple of corners to end this lap to try and get himself onto the podium.
Yeah, Emery's sailing down into that turn, quite a nice gap, so that looks like it's a sewn up job. Interesting, Demes was about the same gap back to Goldstein that we saw Hugo Bush from the last race. Can he recover that sort of 7 or 8 car lengths deliberately before that last corner and then give himself a chance up the hill to get that tow? The gap is coming down, but it doesn't look like it's coming down quick enough. Has Goldstein done enough? I think he might just, by the slimmest of margins, have enough to take this, but it's going to be awfully close as Demes does close up as they go around Coram.
Yep, no question about our race winner, Jonathan Emery, 7 seconds almost to the good as he works his way out of shot, up towards the checker flag, ready to take victory in the opening Caterham Motorsport race of the year as he comes through. It's going to be a dive for 2nd place, though we're going to have a change possibly because Goldstein is a bit slow out of Murray, so it's going to be a drag race to the line. Can Demes get there, or is it going to be Morris? It's going to be a drag race to the line. It's going to go the way of Goldstein, I think, by a very small margin again, because he gets to the line 45 thousandths of a second ahead of Istvan Demes there. And we said would possibly Henry Morris make his move. Well, he didn't really, did he? He stayed right there in 4th place, and at the end he was half a second adrift. Had some drama on the last lap there as well, because Orlando Morris has come entangled with a number which hopefully we'll see when that number 21 machine does reverse. Is that number 4? No, it's not number 4, is it? Because Nev is on the front of that car. So number 21 is one of those involved, Orlando Morris. He reverses. He will hopefully finish, but with some battle scars on that car.
Got something stuck under the rear of that car, whether it's a wheel arch or something. As what a sad end to their race, but that was around Brundle and Nelson. It's quite a common thing, but yeah, Morris didn't really have a chance, did he? It was all Goldstein and Demis. Goldstein, I think, missed a gear maybe out of that last corner, and actually by being almost too close, Demis then didn't get a chance to slingshot by, so it was almost a very well positioned car by Goldstein. He's a wily character.
Here's a replay, I think, of that incident we've just seen between the 21 machine and who is the one who made contact. Can't quite pick up the number, unfortunately, but yeah, it was unfortunately not 21's fault. So he was the one being accosted was Orlando Morris, and who was he running with? We can't really tell now. They've all taken the checker flag, unfortunately.
Yeah, we'll have to try and work that one out after the race, but other people having to take avoiding action. So it was towards the rear of the field, but looks like we got the results.
So, the Bilstein Caterham Motorsport Championship, race 1 of the weekend. Jonathan Emery takes a commanding victory by just under 8 seconds in the end, with 9 laps completed. Paul Goldstein finishes there in 2nd position, and it's Isfan Demis who works his way to the podium in this first Motorsport race of the year. Henry Morris just misses out in 4th position. Monty Hind off the front row and pole position drops down to 5th at the checker flag. Adam Keane, Ollie Brown, Ben Stewart, Patrick Cunningham, Jack English round out your top 10, and then Tim Payne with Django Jones, Will Jarvis and Neil Bell are your top 14, with the quickest lap going to our race victor, Jonathan Emery, on a 2:14.89. That was set back on lap number 7. So hopefully you enjoyed that. Lots of great Caterham racing across the course of the day here at Snetterton. There's lots more to come tomorrow, which we are looking forward to. We'll tell you all the details about that. First, though, let's go down for the final time today to Sam Parker, who has our top 3.
What a lovely battle with these guys, and goodness me, Jono, 7.8 second lead. That's quite astonishing. Obviously he might not know that, but we'll come and tell him. He got fastest lap as well. Fastest lap, yes. And
that's my first ever fastest lap.
No way.
Yes, because Nick's not here this weekend, that's why.
But a 7.8 second lead.
Is that what it was? Yeah, to be fair, the guys behind me were rapid, but I knew they'd be scrapping it out, so I tried to work with Paul to start off with, and then he got tangled up with Esteban, I think, and I just gunned it. The car feels great, so I'm so chuffed. So honestly, it's been a long winter, so I'm well chuffed.
Yeah, fantastic way to start the season.
Yeah, I can't wait. Again tomorrow.
I know, what fun, how good.
Yeah,
excellent. Well done. No, exactly.
See you next.
Yeah, I need some tips.
Yeah, no worries.
Well done, Jono. Right, let's go and speak to Paul. Paul, fantastic. I mean, it was almost, you almost had him, didn't you? And then he just pulled away at the end, and he had a great battle with this fan.
Yes, we pulled away because I was fighting him.
Yeah.
So it just left him be.
Yeah.
Great battle with this fan. It was like, I think I crossed the line about that much ahead of him, because just when we come down the straight, I was like, no, he's got ahead of me. Then he gear changed, and I'd already done my gear change, and I just managed to just eke ahead of him again. So yeah, no, great. Fantastic to be P2. Really happy.
Yeah, great start to the season.
Thank you. Cheers.
Well done,
Thank
Paul.
you. Thank you.
Right, we're going to have a quick word with this fan in a minute. He's just talking to the circuit commentary. I'm waiting in the wings. Istvan, congratulations. That looked like a great battle with Paul.
It was. I thought it was never going to end. I mean, 10 minutes ago I'd already thought, surely this is the last lap, and then it just kept going and going. So yeah, it was a great battle. I loved every moment of it.
But you had the pressure on behind you as well, didn't you?
Yeah, I actually, I don't know where Henry is. Props to him. He just turned up out of nowhere. We were just battling at the three of us. I thought, that's us, gone. And then Henry caught up and then joined the battle and made my life much more harder. But yeah, he was all around very, very fair racing. Henry was great. Paul was great as well. Everyone. So yeah, no, we're all in one piece, so that's awesome.
That's it. A nice clean race for the Motorsport.
Yeah, mostly, yeah. I did touch with Paul briefly, but I think that's fine. I think that's okay. Yeah. We're both okay.
I think that's pretty fair for road sports.
Sort of, yeah. I mean, there's not that much space, so yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy with this whole thing. Overall, on the podium yet again. So nice to be here with these guys as well. It's great.
Excellent. Well, enjoy the celebrations.
Thank you very much.
No problem. There you go. Well, that's it for our top three, and that's it for Caterham Racing for today. So I'll hand back to the guys in the commentary box.
Thanks, Sam. Yep, nice again to hear from our top three down there in the pit lane. Here's what's coming up tomorrow, because day one is completed. We've got another full day of action to look forward to. We'll be with you just before 9:30 for the build-up to the first race of the day, which is the Vertex Caterham 7 Championship UK. We then look forward to our second race for the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy, and then just after 10:30 it's going to be the second of three races for the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270Rs. Then after 11 we have the Motel Caterham 7 310R Championship, and then we look forward to our first of two races for the Britcar Trophy Championship, which joins us tomorrow for our first bit of action across the weekend here at Snetterton. Then it's going to be the second of the races we've just seen for the Bilstein Caterham Motorsport Championship. The Vertex Caterham 7 Championship bring their weekend to a close. That's second race at 2:05. Then it's going to be the 2:40 race for the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy. 3:10 we'll see the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship before we move into the final bit of action tomorrow, which includes races for Britcar Trophy, their second 50-minute race, and also we'll look forward to the final action of the weekend, which comes from the Motor Caterham 7 310R Championship. So very busy day with Caterham's Minis and a Britcar Trophy. It's been a good day today, Chris, hasn't it? Thoroughly enjoyed it.
Absolutely brilliant to be back out here racing again in the 2024 motorsport season. Nice to brush off the cobwebs and put out the oil, and off we go. And looking forward to more of the same tomorrow. Plenty of Caterham action in all of that, and I can't wait to kick it all off about 9:30ish tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll be with you just before, as we said. Thank you very much for joining us here on day one. We hope you've enjoyed the sunny conditions at Snetterton. Maybe a little bit chillier tomorrow, but still looking forward to some great racing, as we said, from Caterham's Britcar Trophy and of course Minis as well. Thanks very much to my co-commentator Chris Hutchinson. Also thanks to Ian Waterhouse and Sam Parker down there in the pit lane and on the podium. I've been Matt Sucklin. We'll be back tomorrow here at Snetterton for day two for the BARC live stream. For now, have a great evening. Goodbye.